And so the streaming has started. And what I'll do at this point is go over to the to the live dashboard and refresh the page and collect everything. And in the interim, you're more than welcome to start talking trivia.
Okay. Well, like I was telling you earlier, we were talking about the shortage of masks and everything out there. I went to Big Lots the other day, and Big Lots sell masks. We were talking about masks like in packages of 12s. They got packages and packages of masks. Well, I just so happened I was wearing my Eagle Globe and Anchor Marine Corps mask over my face. Packages and packages. Very pretty girl.
You know what? Because that's such a positive story, I think you should wait until we're officially on.
Okay.
That's not trivial. I don't think that's trivial. You can actually integrate that as part of the what I would call the situational update report. That's but I appreciate your starting with it. I was afraid you would start with that. That's actually, as I said, it's more how would I say it? It's part of your actual. I take that as part of your integral health update, really. And
yeah.
So let's see now. As for this, let's put this here. I take that as part of your integral. Okay, good. Everything is working as far as it can. And our man Peter says that we are not live yet. Well,
yes, you're live.
Thank you.
It's let me see. Okay, and it's showing up in the feed too. You're live and it's showing up in the feed, and there's 6 people watching. So I'm going to put hello in the chat room.
Yes, thank you. Actually, the way to express that is that there are 6 people in the chat room. It's really what that is. And so there are many other people watching. They don't show up until it's published. And so I'll continue mumbling for several minutes. And okay, now let's get this link in here and restructure this post. Okay. Everybody like that weary sigh?
You know what? I've been keeping my TV on the cooking channel all day. I think it's just so interesting. They have some of the best game shows. You know, Chopped. It took me a while to get into Chopped, but then I like that Guy's Grocery Games and that Diner Drive-In and Dives. And whenever they show something in my area, like in the Nashville area, or even when they show something in Chicago, because I plan on taking a trip back to Chicago sometime next year. I always save I always go to my maps and save the restaurants as places that I want to visit. And there's a bunch of places that I already have visited, but then I'm seeing some spots that are still new to me. To me, Chicago is like the culinary capital of the Midwest. You know, because Boston and New York would be like the culinary capitals of the East Coast. Louisiana would probably be, New Orleans would probably be the culinary capital of the South, and a lot of good places in Atlanta, but of course in LA. But the only thing about LA and San Francisco is probably not going to find good pizza unless you know where to look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so that's an excellent point. No argument with that. And all right, Lena Shea, highlight her, and let's see if we can add her. Okay. And Brendan Zogia is also on the line apparently and ready to initiate the call. Good. Lena, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful, honey. And let's see if Derek can hear you. Derek, did you hear her?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Hi, Derek.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Wonderful. Yes, he was telling us about how he's gorging on food porn all day. It's just so it's taste bud orgasm or something like that. That even though he can't taste normally yet. It obviously is coming back to him, judging by the way. Hello, Derek.
Hey, Brendan.
I mean, Brendan.
Hey, Brendan.
Hello, hi, Douglas. Hello, Lena.
Yes, I keep confusing the white one with the black one. Yeah, so, all right then. We're so glad to have you with us, and definitely appreciate.
Yeah, we missed you, Brendan.
Yes. So.
Yes, I miss being unemployed, but I also miss being on the show too.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Because there's so much stuff that's gone on that is just like relevant. Just too much stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And so everyone, keep talking. Take us to the top of the hour.
Right.
Give me some.
I'm going to be taking some vitamin C in the meantime, recovering from my work shift. So if you hear some jangling around.
Well, Brendan, I mean, I'm pretty. I mean, I don't have as hard as a job as you as stocking shelves all day, but I'm feeling a little bit beat myself. So, I mean, because it's been so long since you come on the show, usually Doug says that I'm going to dominate the opening hour, but, you know, I'm fine with you breaking in, you know, reporting on stuff that you've been looking at too, because I want to hear it. I, you know, want you to catch us up on the news and stuff that you've been looking at too.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, are you
problem.
asking for it? Oh man, yes.
Right.
You're just gonna encourage him. He's just gonna start. And then I got stuck in the freezer, and the walk-in freezer was so cold, and I almost turned purple. I did. I turned purple and blue. Oh,
Hey, where you working at now, Brendan? Or can
I'm
you say?
working at like a grocery store, like a Save Mart. It's like a kind of like a Safeway kind of deal.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Are you union?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
So that's good news.
Oh yeah,
Right.
tell about that. That's good. How can you say that's good after the way they
Right,
fucking raped
Douglas
you?
knows the backstory on that. They mafia jobbed me. They basically were gonna whack me if I didn't pay them. Essentially, like the union, like
Is it a right to work state?
no, it's not. And I got in this like crazy argument with the union lady for a while, and she's like, it doesn't matter. California is a right to work state, and I just like kept claiming coronavirus and like. But the situation with that union is it's the same union I had before at a different grocery store, and I'd already paid them for like 10 months or something. And then, but for them to accept the 10-month payment that I'd already given them, they basically would have taken my first check and called it even. But at that time, I couldn't just like give them my whole first check. So I basically had to sign up with another 15-month, union due thing where now I have to pay them another $500 over like 15 months. Otherwise, they would have like basically, taken out my ability to live by just swooping my whole first check. So it was like some mafia job. And I told the lady that I was like, like the unions have some like mafia type history. Like that's basically what you're doing to me. And she's like, I disagree with you. And I was like, well, it's in the history. Like, you can look this shit up. And then she just, like, basically was just quiet after that. About that. Yeah. But basically, the mafia jobs were, like, Teamsters. That's, like, a different union. But it still might as well be the same shit.
Yeah, I mean, they hit everybody. The mob hit all the unions. And most
At
of
that time, for sure.
Yeah, and most of the unions that were... founded after that were founded on those principles, if you could call them principles.
Literally, that was their deal. It's like either we take your whole first check, like some loan shark, even though I'd already paid them for 15 months. Like I was already part of the union and everything. So it's just like so cheesy.
Oh, it's awful. It's just
terrible.
disgusting. And everywhere you go, when you get employment in these low class blue collar jobs, it's always the same shit. They have some kind of fucking union, and the union doesn't do shit other than take your money, and so it's a fucking it's just horrific.
Basically last time I talked to the union rep or something like at a previous job, and she was like, you're really smart, you should just work at the union, like why are you even working those low level jobs? And I was just like, are you really telling me this right now? Because they make big bucks apparently.
You know how the union is constantly trying to, it seems like they're even trying to shake down some of these businesses by making them pay more than what they would even be profited on, which would basically put them out of business.
Yeah, literally.
When I worked out at Trax Air, we had a hard time getting guys to come in for 6 days because we're only required to work 5. And within those 5 days, if you work 14 hours a day, you're going to be full at 70 hours a week anyway. But what our job was doing is they said, if you can come in on your 6th day, we'll give you $100 just for stepping foot in the door. Even if you only work 4 hours, even if you come and do one run. And we were raking in the money, and the union came in and said, "Seriously, no, you can't do that. That's too much. You're paying them too much."
No way.
Oh,
these
shit.
motherfuckers. I always knew that they were up to something. I never really trusted them, but it's like contractual with employment nowadays, basically.
Yes. And they keep talking about.
I guess the logic was, well, if you're going to pay them $100 a day for coming in on an extra day, then everybody's going to have to do it. And then well, this is a different type of industry. Yes. What we're doing here doesn't have nothing to do with what UPS is doing or anyone else, But they said, oh, we have to take it away.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's funny because they're theoretically there to defend the workers, right? And make it easier on them. But clearly not.
Right. Yeah, because the massage therapists for a while, some people were trying to advocate for massage therapy to unionize, and then other people were like, no, it's a bad idea. It's better just to stay independent.
Yes. And that's what happened.
So the reason why they wanted to unionize because of Groupon was driving the prices down.
Oh, tell people about Groupon, honey. Tell them what a piece of shit.
Groupon is the worst. Groupon.
They scammed heck of people.
Yeah, they scammed the businesses and the consumers
and the person buying it. Yeah.
When they first started, it's different now because of so much of the backlash that they've gotten over the years. But when they first started, if you wanted to run a deal on Groupon, you had to make it 50% off at least, and then Groupon was taking a 50% commission on top of that, so you would only be getting 5% of the revenue that you would normally, and then all of these stupid Groupon customers would come flooding in,
and they get pissed, huh?
And expect a 5-star service for something that they only spent $20 on. It was just ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
And so then you have this Groupon company. I think they were based in Chicago or something. And the other thing I didn't like about them is that they're taking money away from local businesses because their marketing fees were so high. The money was leaving the communities and just going to this, this company that's, publicly traded on the stock market, and see how well that went for them.
Yeah, that's the kind of business I need to get into.
Tanked. Yeah. So people felt pressured to sign up with them because if they didn't, their competitor would.
Right, and then you'd have all these businesses giving hundreds of people 50% off. I always see online people complaining I brought a Groupon, they'll Yelp review them and just fuck over the business even though it's not their fault, and say my Groupon didn't work. All the worst.
They wouldn't accept my Groupon and they get pissed off.
Yeah. They're just the dumbest customers too. They don't even know how to schedule appointments half the time.
It's so terrible. Every time
one of the bad reviews that we got was somebody who was oh, they didn't show up, or they said they didn't have my appointment, or they didn't want to take my Groupon. It's well, dude, you didn't even call us to schedule an appointment, you dumb motherfucker. Right. Just show up randomly and expect us to service you. Fuck out of here.
It's
so we get a group reviews from people like that.
Okay, honey, that was beautiful, and thank you very much, Brendan. What we're going to do now is officially start the transmission. Thank you very much to Derek Talley, of course. We're actually going to, of course, as always, kind of start with, we'll compare the time limits. The first thing I'll do is let everyone know we are officially transmitting now. And so what I'm going to do is just kind of, on my own screen, just kind of get the laptop out of the way, which I've gotten all the hyperlinks up on. Hopefully everything may maintains itself while I maneuver this piece of shit, and of course it doesn't. So let's see if it restabilizes and the image comes back on, or else I'll have to unplug it and replug it again, and of course you're going to hear strange noises, and of course that was something
Sounds like a printer.
No, it's awful. And, the other day when I started my mainframe computer, or the personal computer, the tower, there was a clunk inside of it. I was telling Peter Moon about it. He just didn't get it. He was like thinking, I'm sure he got it after I explained it, or, maybe he got it, and then, of course, that just adds to the mystery, but I just don't dwell on these things. But I told him it's like starting a jalopy, and he was giving me the example, with my computer, yeah, I turned it on, and then there was this noise. I was saying, what was it? I didn't know what it was, but then I, shut it down, started it again, or something he did that, rebooted it, and then got the noise stopped. And I said, no, it's nothing that subtle. I turned the computer on, and there was this big clunk inside the computer, like something inside of it fell. And then after that, of course, there was no response because he doesn't know what to do with that. But so here we are.
Yeah, that doesn't sound normal.
Well, nothing in my life is, right? And Peter Moon.
Say that again.
Yes. And so he will be joining us at around 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which will be about 8 p.m. 8 to 9, about 7 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And we don't know if Brendan will still be with us. So this is how we're going to start the program. Derek Talley will be with us, and he'll be with us throughout the night. So I'm going to have him give his status update report and situational briefing, including this wonderful little experience he had at wherever he was at, Masks a Lot or something, or Face Masks Unlimited or something like that. There we are. Thank you. And I still won't retain that. And so he will relate this, by the time that everyone else has kind of finished what they're doing. But our itinerary is we're going to judge who has the least amount of time with us, and they will go first. So it's going to be Brendan. And by the way, I regret to say Selena Khan will not be with us tonight. And she has a situation going on it's a positive situation, nothing negative. And so I will relate to everyone that she has a meeting with clients at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time that might last for a few hours, and she'll start listening in on my transmission later, our transmission. And and Peter Moon is listening and will be joining us, sometime at the time that I said. I'll be pulling him on either before then or at that time, but no later than that time. So as for Brendan Zogit and Elena Shea, she usually has only an hour with us.
How about this? Because there's just a couple of things that I forgot to mention last time, or you wanted me to mention this time.
Yeah.
Do you want me to just bring that up real quick?
Oh, please.
And then I can listen to Brendan after that.
Oh, yeah. But just remember, that feel free to dominate the opening hour. I think Brendan has, a few hours with us, or is that not the case, Brendan? How long?
I thought he said he had to leave like in an hour and a half.
Is that what you said, Brendan? Pretty much? Brendan. I got his name right. Well, he's on mute now, so...
Yeah, 6:30 is when I have to leave, but I don't have a ton of info.
Okay.
I'm able to go through it quick.
Yes, you do.
Let's just do this casual. I'll just start, and then...
And no one wants to hear me bitching about my job, because I could go off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I brought up last time was the occult criminology handbook that I found online.
Yes.
And, the keyword search terms that I was using when I happened to find it on Google was the day after when Doug told me that Michael Aquino died. And so I looked up on Google Michael Aquino death magic.
Yes.
Spelled Migick.
Yes.
If it was like a magic, death by magic.
Yes.
So I looked that up on Google, and that's how I found this occult criminology handbook. So it was kind of like I frisked Michael Aquino and just took it out of his back pocket almost.
Yes.
By the way, I found it so randomly.
Yes, and I want people to understand just how this affected me. It brought a flood of memories back to myself, because this was literally the ring binder scan of pages that each had holes in them, so you could stick them inside of the police ring binder and then later remove them, as they did when they did away with the investigations into occult crime, when occult crime was basically removed as a category of crime. But what is not suspect, but is telling, what is telling about this PDF file is that there's a part of it, a very important part, that's missing. So tell us about that, honey.
Yeah. Well, when I looked at the table of contents, the very last chapter was how do you recognize and distinguish satanic ritual abuse from other quote-unquote normal sexual abuse? And that chapter was missing from the copy.
Yes, surprise. That is, it's appalling and very disappointing.
Yeah.
But we'll keep searching, and we may find it someday. And now at least we've got the baseline copy of the book. Now, this was from Glendale, California, but it was a federal manual. It was a federal manual that was issued to constabularies all over the United States, and then retracted after Michael Aquino's victory. Peter Moon will give us an example later on of a dream he had in which Michael Aquino proved a figure, a somewhat invasive figure, and he'll describe that later when he comes on. But so the man is still impacting us in many ways, and we're getting many people who are claiming they know me now, and maybe we'll address that with Peter Moon as well. I have a tragedy to report later as well about a death in the family that is, the extended electronic family, and how that hurts myself. And so, but before that, we're going to go back to Lena and take it away again, Lena, by all means.
Yeah, as far as the manual goes, like I always knew that what Douglas said about Sandy Gallon and the occult criminology, I always knew that was true because of other like archived articles that I read about that, and verify what he said. But so that it was never a doubt that what he said was true. But this document that we found is definitely physical evidence and proof. It just verifies everything that he said was real and true about the fact that the police force in the U.S. did have a response to like satanic crimes that they don't have now, and that's a direct result of Michael Aquino making that go away through using his lackey James Channing to lobby away the occult criminology. So that was once on the books, officially recognized by the federal government.
Right, and it's important to remember that James Channing was made into a hero with the movie The Men Who Stared at Goats, where he was portrayed by a sex bomb, George Clooney. So this is the kind of bullshit that you get. The man who is actually one of the primary villains in your universe gets portrayed as a sex bomb, a hero, this likable fellow, and yet if you take a look at this kind of manual, this is what this man stole from you, is the ability of the police to investigate this kind of crime so that Satanists and the cultists, the kings of Edom, have a 007 license to kill, and have killed freely ever since. And people disappear, and all evidence is wiped away by the police. They become accomplices in satanic crime by actually destroying all such evidence, which is actually emphasized in the book, not just to not destroy such evidence, but also not to walk in certain circles, because you might fall prey to what was called from within those circles of protection. Go on, honey, and describe a little bit of that.
Right. Yeah, they said a warning to the officers reading the manual: do not step within a perimeter unless you're advised to do so. Like if you see like a circle, painted in blood or something like that, just don't step inside the circle, basically.
Because you might not come out. Yes, or come out the same.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Yes. Thank you.
So, yeah. What else does this remind me of? So last week, it was either the same day or around within the same 48-hour period when you told me that Michael Aquino died.
Yes.
We also were getting like some weird comments like from like, you know, trolls and stuff. I feel like it's been kind of like an uptick in that lately.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you and Peter are going to talk about that later too, but then there was this other troll too who was saying, and like I already deleted it and blocked it, but they were saying something, because I posted something on Instagram about Trump basically supporting the white male supremacist terrorists.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And in that same episode, when you were actually monologuing about it, you were saying Michael Aquino was responsible too.
Yes.
Both Trump and Michael Aquino.
Yes.
I mean, it's larger than those two individuals, but both of those individuals do hold a lot of responsibility for the white male supremacist terrorism and how it spreads on the internet. Like you were saying, the egregore,
Yes.
like the evil egregores on the internet.
Yes.
So you were talking about that on the episode, but when I posted the little blurb on Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
just, you know, for the sake of, because I have a character limit, I can't make it too long, so I have to cut a lot. Just, you know, I just have a limited space, so I only quoted like what you said about Trump in like a couple paragraphs and like the mass shooters and stuff.
Yes.
And the person commented on it saying, sorry to burst your hate bubble, but it's not just Trump, it's Michael Aquino too. MAGA.
That was brilliant.
It's like,
yeah, like he didn't even hear what you said. Yeah, didn't even hear what was.
It was, I had the impression that it was a female, but I could be wrong, but the person who posted it, so I'm just thinking like, bitch? Do you even know who you're talking to? Excuse me, sorry to hurt your hate bubble. It's obviously, of course, it's Michael Aquino too. You know, obviously they're not listening, they're not a real fan, they're just a troll. But I just thought it was ironic that they put that comment there on something that you were exposing Michael Aquino for. And just the way that they wrote it, they're trying to make it seem like Trump is, because Trump has always said like, I'm gonna drain the swamp. So now all of his MAGA followers are like, oh yeah, look at that satanic pedophile Michael Aquino. Yeah, Trump is gonna drain the swamp and get rid of, you know, Michael Aquino and you know, Hillary Clinton and, you know, the Podesta brothers. Oh my God, you know, you're trying to lump Michael Aquino in with like the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, which, like I said last time we were on it, that the Pizzagate conspiracy theory is making a comeback now because of it's all going into Trump's re-election campaign.
Yes.
So when you told me that Michael Aquino died, it was almost as if, I mean, I know it's a lot deeper than this, but one of the first things that came to my mind, especially when I saw these trolls commenting, was like, they're just gonna try to propagandize, like if people start trying to find out who this man is, if you can't even call him that, but if people start trying to look up Michael Aquino
By the way,
online,
technically,
they're
this
only
young lady
using
is
it
right. You can't really call him a man technically because he claimed himself that it was not a man that inhabited the body. The baby was born dead at birth.
Right.
Yeah, so please go on.
Yeah,
I'm so
exactly.
sorry.
He's not even. He doesn't even. He's literally not a man. Like, he's like an evil entity.
Yes.
But he like when people start looking him up online, they're just going to use him as clickbait to feed back into their propaganda loops.
Yes. Yes.
So even though like Douglas has been exposing Michael Aquino for years, like people who post about Michael Aquino online and on social media, like Instagram and everything, like none of them mention Douglas at all, and that's like the first red flag. If you see someone talking about Michael Aquino but they don't mention Douglas Dietrich, that's a huge red flag, because everything else is just like basically there. At the same time because when I was doing research on it last week, just to get a pulse on what people were talking about online, just on the surface, just like a quick scan on the internet, either people are like really into him and think he's like, you know, this great, you know, powerful magician or something, or they say that he's, you know, this disgusting pedophile that needs to be taken down. But it's almost like they're kind of like they're like so into him, but it's like I don't know how to explain it. You know how they, when they had like a villain, but they really actually liked the guy.
Yes,
like they keep saying he's such a bad guy, but at the same time, it's like they like it. It's kind of like, you know how a lot of the people who are like so like into like a lot of the people who are like really into like anti-child trafficking, you know, satanic ritual abuse stuff, like there's a lot of like predators too that get into it because they're like you know how you said you always suspected that about that guy that you used to be friends with,
right?
Who looked up online all day like, oh, look at what all these pedophiles are doing and stuff.
Oh, there's so many like that. Yeah, that's the norm.
Looking at that unless you're like,
yeah,
people are you know, I'm not saying this like everybody 100%, because I know a lot of your listeners are, you know, sincere in their investigations into this subject matter. Well, I'm just trying to say there's a lot of predators.
Let me qualify. I will be the first to say that the overwhelming majority of people who are out there saying all this crap about how they are antithetical to the predation on children and they want to stop child victimization are pedo-predators and pedo-pornoholics. These are people who just want an excuse to peruse child porn and to spend all day cruising on the internet for horrible things happening to children, because this is what gets them off. There's no normal person in the world who would ever invite this into their brain. The only people who are sympathetic in this regard would be victims who are somehow trying to express themselves or somehow interested in perhaps some quest for justice. But the overwhelming majority of these people, I would say as much as 90% are not. They're just predators. Yeah. And these are the most vociferous people. It's just like when you meet somebody and all they can talk about is lying. This is what you hear from my gangstalkers all the time, is Douglas Dietrich is a liar, Douglas Dietrich is a liar. And they repeat this over and over again. When somebody's obsessed with lying and this is the first thing that comes out of their mouth and it's all they're talking about, you know that you're faced with one of the biggest liars you've ever fucking met. Because this is what they're focusing on, because that's what they're about. And it was the exact same way with the Pavel Pravara was an excellent example of that. Justin White pointed it out when he was screaming about this one dude who claimed he was my son, who was not. And this guy was going around just showing pictures of his kids. It was nothing pornographic. It was like his niece's nephew, and he was showing pictures of them, which was just ridiculous, but it had nothing to do with pornography. But then Pavel got up there and was condemning this guy as if he were showing these kids both naked and in compromising positions.
That was really telling.
Yes, and then it was all about Pavel and what he was about when we found out that's exactly what he was doing on his timeline when he had allowed me to take over his timeline when mine had been shut down. Then he started using that timeline to prey on kids so he could ultimately blame it on me. And so this was something we caught him in, and that was something that he was exposed for, and this is why he was in jail before and why he was put in isolate, so all the rest of the guys couldn't kill him because, you see, in Canada they put child molesters and they put murderers and they put pickpockets and white collar all in the same dungeon, so to speak. They're all in the same fucking prison floor, and the ones that have to be isolated are the ones everyone's going to kill. Pavel was one of those for that reason. And they found his sketchbook, and it was all kids being tortured to death in satanic ritual abuse. That's what he was about. That's why he was dispatched to me by Michael Aquino. And now, you know, he was always like someone I couldn't say no to because I needed someone to produce. But that was what Aquino wanted to trap me in, so that he could tell the public, see, look at Douglas's own producer is a child molester. And that was the whole point, was if Pavel failed to draw me into the trap, then they would entrap me by saying, look, and expose Pavel. This is how the expendable units work. But you see, I broke through all of his, checkmated him in all of his maneuvers, and that's why, in a sense, I miss him, is simply because the world has less game. But that's me. And with everyone else, when Lena, is speaking about these idiots, they're online and they speak of him admiringly. And so they speak of him like, oh man, this guy's brilliant. Oh man, he sure was. Oh man, there was no one like him again. And in a very real sense, they're right. But what she's creeped out by is the fact that they're so open about it. That they're so public about it. That they really just openly admire this man. That they're not even saying it qualified. They're not even qualifying it like, oh, he was evil, but, oh no. It's just basically getting to the point where it's outright adulation. So go on, honey, take it from there.
Yeah. And with like the satanic panic in the 80s and 90s,
as they called it, as Michael Aquino propagandized it. Yeah.
Right, that I should say the so-called quote unquote satanic panic, that was meant to take away from, because like the chapter about the satanic ritual abuse and how that's distinguished from like other types of sexual abuse, that chapter was missing from the handbook. And also that's like when all of the like real life victims of satanic ritual abuse were telling their parents and like investigators their testimonies, that what actually happened to them, their abuse was so disturbing, so extreme, that they weren't believed. Well, what happened was that the prosecutors thought that the children's experiences would not be believed, so they tried to go forward with a case on other charges. But if we still had occult criminology on the books, then it wouldn't be. First of all, you should believe child victims. That there's other reasons, but one of the reasons for having this chapter, why this chapter has been so, why it's such a critical omission, is because it would help to have official backup for when this happens to victims and they come forward. It would help to have some context for that, for the police or detective to say, okay, so this child says that they were forced to like eat their feces or something. They have like shards of glass, up their anus. That's not like normal sexual abuse, but it does fit the description of satanic ritual abuse. So that would help give more credibility to the victims, because when they took that off the books, then, Aquino's cultists, including Rudy Giuliani.
Thank you.
And this other, some psychologists, I don't know what their names were, but they were, promoting this idea that there's like false memory syndrome for kids that...
Right, I'd have to look it up myself.
False memories.
Yeah.
So those types of people's all, cultists of the kings of Edom, because they feed off of torturing and abusing children. So they claimed then they claimed that it was all satanic panic, and it was all made up. which is beyond ridiculous. Like I said, for so many reasons. Like no kid would self-inflict wounds on themselves like that. It's just not normal.
Thank you.
No kid would make that up. And then when you had hundreds of kids saying this, then that makes it even more alarming. So for them to brush it all under the rug definitely takes a huge conspiracy on part of the Michael Aquino's cultists, the Kings of Edom cult, and how they control the military industrial complex.
Yes.
To hide up all the
yes.
the kids' abuse.
Right. And by the way, so dredging from the back of my mind, literally, I've had to take a drink of alcohol here to calm my nerves while I thought of this, because I tried so hard to forget this. But when you talk about FMSF, which is false memory syndrome, and then there's that's FMS. Then there's FMSF, which is the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. It took an entire foundation dedicated to this fallacious concept to promote it. And a huge amount of members within the FMSF, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, have not only been accused of pedophilia themselves, but are also a part of the military-industrial complex. Like Peter J. Freed, whose last name is spelled F-R-E-Y-D, he founded the FMSF after he was exposed by his own daughter of sexually abusing her entire life. David Dingus, surname spelled D-I-N-G-E-S, a member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the FMSF, was involved with Navy intelligence. Harold Leaf, whose last name was spelled L-E-I-F, was involved with the CIA mind control experiments. Paul McHugh, surname spelled M-C-H-U-G-H, has been a very vocal critic of DID, or dissociative identity disorder, and has worked, of course, at military hospitals. Martin T. Orne, whose surname was spelled O-R-N-E, was funded by MK Ultra, Harvard Crimson, specifically the sub-department of MK Ultra, Harvard Crimson, which meant the academics who were inviting students to work in psychology projects, and then, as Derek Talley pointed out, dragging them into dungeons where they would torture and rape each other, literally to the point where they would have killed each other if they hadn't been stopped. And finally, the other one I remember that's cascading out of my subconscious, where I managed to repress it till now, Ralph Underwager, surname spelled like underwear, U-N-D-E-R-W-A-G-E-R. He claimed it was God's will when adults engage in sex with children. Now, there's many more besides that, but that alone should give you a hint of what that foundation is all about. And they are the people who promoted the term satanic panic. So, honey, take it from there.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of like that actor Woody Allen.
Yeah.
He had an interview recently because I guess his daughter was saying that he sexually abused her. Now he has two daughters. He has an adopted daughter that he married. And then
oh shit.
So he has one adopted daughter that he ended up marrying, and then he has, I guess, another biological daughter. So the biological daughter said that he sexually abused her. So I guess he had an interview denying it, and he said that, they must have asked him some question like, do you read what people write about you, or look at what people are saying about you? And he's like, no, I just stick to my, close circle of friends because they know the truth. They know
Yeah.
that I'm innocent. I'm like, yeah, because your close circle of friends are the only ones that believe your bullshit.
Thank you.
I mean, you just married your daughter. Why would anyone think you didn't sexually abuse your other daughter too? Like, seriously, it can't be more blatant than that.
Thank you. And you know what? What's so creepy about Woody Allen is that he's the spitting image, like a fucking clone of my operations manager at the Presidio Military Base Library. The guy looked, and everybody used to, it was a running joke that the fucker looked exactly like Woody Allen. But here's something else that I did just dig up. I looked up the Columbia Journalism Review, and what they said in the Columbia Journalism Review about the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. This is what they have to say about it. Rarely has such a strange and little understood organization had such a profound effect on media coverage of such a controversial matter. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation is an aggressive, well-financed public relations machine adept at manipulating the press, harassing its critics, and mobilizing a diverse army of psychiatrists, outspoken academics, expert defense witnesses, litigious attorneys, Freud bashers, critics of psychotherapy, and devastated patients. So there you have that. I think that says it all as well. So please go on.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah, from you know, the Woody Allen with his art, you know, and of course, by the way, you forgot to mention the young lady who he was fucking was Asian, was an Asian young lady. So
yeah, his adopted daughter was Asian. Oh, yeah, I heard you talking last time about like a lot of like the anti-Asian racism.
Thank you. Go on.
Last time, can I make a comment on that? Well, my husband is Asian, and my best friend, she's white. So I was hanging out with her at her house, and you know, we're all just chilling, and I was trying to like make conversation. So I started talking about my kids. So I was like saying, "Oh yeah, well, you know, you can actually see some of my blonde and Joey because he's got golden highlights, and then Rebecca's hair is darker, and you know, she looks more like her grandma, my husband's mother." And you know, we're just talking different, you know, things like that, genetics, and so Christina said, like, because my son has more blonde hair like me, she said, "Oh, you can definitely see more American in Joey."
Oh shit!
And I said, "You mean white?"
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. Oh, that's so sad.
And she said, I mean, yeah, I guess I mean white. And yeah, she said, yeah, I guess I meant white, but I also meant to say American in kind of a derogatory way to mean white. She said that. I'm like,
oh my God.
So basically you're admitting that you're racist.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh my God. Well, there's so many people. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know what to say after that. I basically nothing. And then later on she was like, "You're really quiet, Lena." I guess I wasn't really in a chit-chatty mood after you just told, like, my kids they're only half American.
Yes. Oh my God. But you know, it's people like this. They're a product of their fucking environment, and because we know that generally they're people who are what they are. It's not so much. How would I say it? It's something that you hope will change with time and understanding. There's hope for them.
I mean, yeah, because like, so I mean, she's not the type of person who would ever go out and hurt anybody. So I mean, she's a very kind-hearted person, but she does have those undertones of racism. So, but
and it shows how pervasive it is. Go on, yeah.
Right, which is an example of how pervasive it is, and I definitely feel like Trump has emboldened Trump has emboldened the racist in everybody, because she might not be like an outwardly like, well, she does say like all lives matter, but she's not like gonna, you know, go out and like, you know, call the cops or shoot a black person for no reason, but she does say these things that are racist. But I don't know if she would have said that, you know, if we haven't been living under a Trump presidency for the last
3 years, 4 years. Yeah, it feels like forever. Right?
Yeah. Like I don't think she would have said that like 5 years ago.
Thank you.
Like I feel like 5 years ago was more, a little bit more people were a little bit more sensitive to being politically correct, and just not even politically correct, but like there's so much more hate speech now, and also hate crimes are so way up. I mean, everyone knows that. I'm kind of being obvious right now, but like, I mean, hate crimes have been so way up. I haven't even like a couple things that I've heard about recently. I didn't really want to repeat it necessarily because it's just so tragic and, you know, really graphic and stuff. But as far as like white on black crime and stuff like that, but yeah, Christina, she's like she's in her 40s. So I was talking to one of her kids, and I was like, yeah, your mom basically just like admitted she's racist. And he's like can't even argue with that.
Yeah.
But he was like showing me something that he had like on like his phone or something, like a video that he saw where they had the Black BLM sign on the side on the street in yellow.
Yes.
And Black Lives Matter, like I think in front of Trump Tower in Manhattan. And there was a video, there was this like crazy old white lady trying to paint over the huge sign with like a little black paintbrush, like just, you know, painting black over the sign. And
so constructive, right? What a constructive thing to fucking do.
Yeah. And then he shows me this video. He's like, see, she didn't even have a permit. The Black Lives Matter had a permit to do that.
Yeah.
She didn't have a permit. And it's like, that's right. So he sees it from, I think he's going to be on the right side of history because he's only like 15 years old. He's like half my age. So, but he's like in the younger generation, so I feel like they're going to be hopefully.
Well, I think it's important to point out
racist.
Where it's so important to point out where it goes from here, because then we spoke about his ability to accept transhumanism as well as
because transhumanism is like so important too, and because when I told him the comment that his mom said about Americans. He said, well, really, if you're really talking about Americans, wouldn't you be talking about Native Americans, not whites?
Excellent.
So I said, much. Yeah, that's true.
Yes. He deserves a cookie.
And then then I also showed him a picture of the Biofax simulacra. I said, oh, this is a photograph that my friend Doug took. And he just, okay. You know, he didn't really,
it was just, casual to him, yeah.
He didn't really say anything, but like, it's just, I just feel like younger people are like a lot more open-minded, and they'll just like take in, you know, new information, new ideas, and stuff without so much prejudgment and bogged down in all of the propaganda that people like my husband and Christina,
right,
you know, a little bit older, that, you know, they grow up in this being brainwashed pretty much. What were you gonna say, honey?
I was gonna say that what I feel that he had was a kind of like it's something that's not even stimulating to him or exciting or enticing, and it's something that doesn't stimulate interest in him, because to him it's almost like familiarity breeds contempt. So when it comes to the situation with he's seeing the biofacsimilacra and not responding. I think it's like to him, it's just he's seen things like this before. He's seen something like it before,
Right.
and a lot of it comes
Like
through.
an anime or
Yes,
something.
yes, and that's what
Yeah.
we need to bring up, which the Japanese have done so much to socialize people in this. Now, Peter Moon says, "What's going on?" I have a feeling Peter Moon doesn't hear us, so I'll try and talk to him in message while you go on with what you're saying about anime, and that'll bring Brendan in, because Brendan is, of course, the expert on this. But tell him about the anime you saw and what it was about, and then that will be an invitation for Brendan to kind of join in with some discourse with you.
I actually saw, like, so this is not the same one that I mentioned to you privately, but, well, actually, I did mention it to you before, but remember, so I don't know if you saw this movie too, Brendan, but, did any of you guys see, the Pikachu detective movie?
Brendan?
No, I haven't seen it, but I know of
Yeah.
the movie. Yes.
Yeah, that was a good movie. So that one I just thought of because it reminds me of transhumanism, because they had the Pikachu detective. Well, they lived in a world where the Pikachu and the humans coexist.
Right.
Well, actually, if they live in they have a city where the humans and the Pokemon actually live and work together. But I guess, like, in other areas, the Pokemon are more, like, wild or keep separate from the humans, and then they have this one city where they live and work together. So,
Right.
I think, but anyway, that they had the Pokemon detective, and it turns out, and so his human companion, so he came to visit the human companion, and the guy, I forgot what his name was, but he lived, like, outside of the city, but he said, well, I want you to come to the city. Well, his father died, and so the Pikachu was the father's old partner, so he wanted to meet the son. Well, it turned out, actually, the father's consciousness and soul was living inside the Pikachu's body.
Interesting.
Like, his consciousness was transferred to the Pikachu, and then and then the son and the Pikachu worked together, and I think they helped save the father's life by rescuing the father's human body. And then at the end of the movie, I think they transferred the father's consciousness from the Pikachu back into the human body, so that both the father and the Pikachu were alive again. I think I don't know.
Right.
I think that's what happened. And so that was interesting. They're reminding me of, like, transhumanism, because they're, like, transferring, like, human consciousness and, like, basically your soul, your continuation of your self-identity from one, body form to another. And then also in that movie, they had I think they called it, like, Terratata, something Earth related Pokemon.
Right.
And so the main characters, the crew, they were going into this lab, and they said it was like they were doing, like, growth hormones on these Pokemon in the lab.
Yes.
But they didn't really understand what was going on. And then when they were leaving, suddenly the ground beneath them started moving, and, like, everything was going sideways, like the whole earth was opening up in front of them. It was like, oh yeah, and then Pikachu was like, and people say climate change isn't real.
Right.
No, that was just a joke, but but it actually turned out with the earth moving so violently and dramatically like that was because they were on top of the Pokemon's backs, and they realized the growth hormone was making them so big that they were big enough to be, like, the size of, like, an island. So they were standing on top of these Pokemon. They didn't realize until they started moving.
Right. Yeah, that reminds me, like, the Japanese have, like, always had those elements from, like, the beginning of Pokemon, where, like, they can be transferred to computers. I mean, there was genetical experiments going on, and this was all, like, the first generation. Like, they were introducing this to our generation, like.
Yeah,
so
and
that's
then
why when Douglas was saying that kid, like, he understood more of, like, the transhumanism, it's because, like, we've kind of experienced that through, like, video games and, like, you know, more
because you
mediums.
and I, like, probably grew up with anime, like, our whole lives.
Exactly.
Like, how old are you?
25, 26.
I'm like 30. So we probably like grew up with anime our whole lives. And plus they have like dragons in anime a lot too. Like flying through the air, which are also, they also call them spirits too. And and that also reminds me of like, so
super
this
occult
is
themes and like cryptozoology, like all kinds of stuff.
all
Vampires,
that stuff. Yeah, cryptozoology. That's what I was.
That's
just
why people our age are more able to absorb this stuff, because like the older generations, like that, they're like stuck in Disneyland when they hear that kind of stuff.
Yeah, did you see Trolls?
Like Count Chocula or something.
Did you see Trolls?
The movie.
No,
Trolls.
but I was gonna review it because I've been talking to Douglas about it, like what you were saying about it as well.
Okay, well, in Trolls 3, they have this spaceship that the funk trolls live in like this mothership, but it's the way that they had it like animated and stuff. It looked like it was like an organic life form. It didn't really seem like it wasn't like made out of like pretty much everything in that movie is like themed on like, you know, plants and organic material and animals and stuff. So it would make sense that
the background was like realistic,
but
it was like
it reminded me more of like a reference to a cryptozoology type of theme rather than not like Roswell vibes or like flying saucer vibes, but more like an actual like.
Well, those beings like exist. Like Douglas has spoken of like the troll-like beings. I mean, there's all kinds. So yeah, those people who created that like obviously know about it. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, because they have all kinds of different creatures and trolls. Some of them are flying. So
I've seen like parts of it like in passing, just like on TV or something. Like it's one of those like family movies, but if you watch it and like get the story. Like, I see what you're saying. Like,
I mean, the storyline is kind of stupid, but like.
But these people, like these like Hollywood writers and stuff, like they secrete certain info in there, like you're saying.
What? Oh yeah,
I'm saying like the writers like know about that kind of stuff, so they like that's one way for them to like release it.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some really good parts of the movie, like when they do stuff like that. Like the animation is definitely good. The animation and the music are like really, really good. So it's like the storyline. It's the reason why it's stupid is because like basically the trolls, they all have their different strings and they can't. The reason why they're separated on all different continents in the world is because like original in this movie they say it's the rock trolls that are trying to steal everybody's strings, but then when the pop trolls are traveling to try to save the strings, they come across the funk trolls, and the funk trolls told them actually it was the pop trolls who started stealing everyone's strings first. You know, taking all their samples and putting their beats on top of it. Yeah, so
goddamn pop trolls.
And this is coming from little side tangent here, but Justin Timberlake produced this movie.
Really?
It's ironic that they're talking about cultural appropriation in music, and it's like produced by Justin Timberlake, who's like the king of
cultural appropriation.
Thank you. And also, he's like tearing off Janet Jackson's bra during the Super Bowl, and then he goes on to be all successful, and he never apologized to Janet Jackson. And when he asked about it in interviews, he's never said the reason why he's been so successful after that, and she's basically been blacklisted is because she's black. He's never said that. He's just said, oh, it's because it's an ethnic thing. He actually said that in an interview. But anyway, the trolls, yeah. So the pop trolls were the ones stealing the strings, and then that's why the trolls separated. So at the end of the movie, well, how are they going to resolve this if everyone wants their own strings, but then they want to take everyone else's strings? What is the conclusion? Well, they just.
Do you think it's like a metaphor for like music or something?
No. Oh my God, no! The ending is so stupid. They end up like breaking the strings by accident or something, or just to like break the curse or the powers. They break the strings, and then they all just start singing together. And then everything is okay after that, just because they start singing. It's like, well, why didn't you just start singing in the first place if you could just sing without your stupid strings?
And I told her how that reminded me of Dr. Leonard Horowitz. And Dr. Leonard Horowitz is this Jewish dentist who has been going around forever saying that all of these diseases are engineered and they're creating these diseases and that they're unleashing them.
Is he
on
talking
us.
like dental or like all diseases? Like...
The big diseases, nothing dental. No, I mean, the good shit.
Like AIDS and stuff.
Yeah, the good shit.
Right.
Yes, no, nothing dental. I mean, oh my God, no, that's Oh.
I mean, there are people that have come out and like argued against like the modern theory of like pathogens, but like
but this is something different. He's going through the
he's like a loony.
Well, he's going through the typical alternative media. Everybody believes this in alternative media these days. They believe that there's this population agenda where they're going to kill 90% of us off.
Right.
And of course,
yeah, why don't you ask Bolsonaro about that?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, he's doing it openly. There's no need for conspiracy. He's doing it openly. But
I know it's like they're just going to kill themselves. I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah, thank God. There's a Darwinian selection here. And but Leonard Horowitz was saying in the end,
right.
when he brings everybody down with all this, and they're saying, so what can we do? What can we do? This horrible conspiracy where they're going to kill us all. And then he says, oh well, everybody get together and sing at a certain vibrational level, and then the whole world will heal and everything will be good and we'll enter a new age. Just everybody get together and hold hands and sing at this certain vibrational level, as if you and I could carry, it would be like, okay, take a look at, you've heard the term white voice, right? This is like, we're talking about like the woman in the old Memorex commercials, Memorex they used to call it, and they'd have the big-titted black woman sing, and then all the glass would shatter, and then they would say, this is Memorex, and the Memorex tape was so good that it could replay that and make the glass shatter. And then they'd say, is it real or is it Memorex? And so this is like, how can any of us sing at a particular tone or most of us can't even carry a tune. So it's just preposterous anyway. So he presents a
right. Everyone would be out of key and it would just like null out the mantra wouldn't even fucking work.
Yes, thank you. So it's a non-solution anyway. So there you go. The whole thing.
But the only way that would work is in a fantasy world like Trolls, where everyone sings perfect, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that was their point. It was like something like that.
Thank you. There you go.
It's like, this is never gonna happen.
Thank you. It can only happen if you're not human, or if your species is not human. Yes.
Honestly, I think Trolls. I think they get that parents are they just want something to have on in the background for their kids to watch that doesn't have like swear words in it, but also it's fun for the parents to watch while they're high.
Yes.
Right.
Or just in general.
Yes, that's right. High or drunk.
Like, it is kind of fun for the parents to watch too, because they just have all these funny looking, little characters. They're basically just partying all the time.
Yes, well, that's the fantasy. I mean, we all want that. Yeah, that was the way our boy Brendan was, till he had to finally go out and get a job because he was starving to death and all the partying wasn't helping. Yes.
Right.
And poor bastard. But
I know, it's a tough life. Right?
Oh, God, it is. I don't envy you at all. I weep. So, but the Trolls, just so everybody understands this, of course, do remember that Lena is a mother, and she has very young kids, and that's how she watches this and is able to absorb this and relate it to us. So it's not like it's, that she normally...
Well, I was, forced to watch it and listen to the songs, for hours and hours and hours. So.
Right, yep.
So that was just kind of like a
I remember
tinge.
being a kid and
Just
like
kinda
watching
like-
Cinderella like 100 times for no reason, like just because it was something
Really?
to do.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Oh,
God.
Just like all the Disney movies just on repeat, and it would just be like, that's just what kids do. Like,
I think a lot of people do that these
Yeah.
days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
right.
Well, adults do that too. Yes.
I remember when there was like VHS tapes and it went blank and you had to like click it and take it out and then put a new one in.
Yeah, that was the only time that's one of the few times I actually did something mechanical where when I got a broken porno tape, but I fixed it. I fixed it. You see, motivation and erection can carry you to places you never thought you could go in terms of your abilities. You could discover just how, you can do things you never thought you could do. So there you have that. Just thought I'd share that. And aside from that, so both of you kids keep going.
So we were talking about like transhumanism. So the Pikachu movie reminded me of that, and the trolls reminded me of the cryptozoology.
Well, honey,
I think these movies are preparing younger people to really accept a lot of these realities that we're talking about.
Yes. So
Definitely.
This is
and
where
the Japanese are like reigning champions at that for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely.
you.
Or it's actually all sourcing from Japan because Pokemon is from Japan. And,
Yes.
Yeah.
all the animes, like, as just a genre, is basically, I would consider Japanese culture. Like, it's not separable. Like, other countries do it. Like, Korea has animators. China has animators, of course. United States. But they, like, use the Japanese style and, like, techniques, So.
Yes.
But when you were talking about the Pikachu movie, it was reminding me of, like, an older anime called Ghost in the Shell. And there's been, like, tons and tons of iterations and films about it. But the main premise of that is it kind of shows the future after World War III, which is happening now, and the Japanese have predicted it. And then they're going into like World War IV, like a post-World War IV scenario where there's like, augmented humans, there's cyborgs and androids. So like, multiple sentient, what would they be called? Like Artilects and like actual hardware.
Yes.
And the main chick is, she's actually the only human that's fully cyborg, essentially. So she's not an android, but her entire body is a robot because all they have is basically her consciousness. Or like in the one I was watching, it was like her parents like got killed and they were able to save her in the womb. But like they were only able to do that by downloading her consciousness to like a, and it was some like Japanese military experiment or something. But anyways, like she gets downloaded to an android body, but they still classify her as human because at one point she was, like a full human, even though she wasn't born yet. But basically, in the storyline, they basically outline all the stuff that happens to her after her the person that created her dies. This is like one of the iterations of it, and basically she has to like win her autonomy. So like the Japanese were thinking about what happens when they get to this point, okay, and then that's how the societies are going to be. But they also go into like legalistic interpretations of how this could work, where like they could have their own bank accounts, and it was fascinating for me to get that perspective, because it was like, at first, like she was being investigated because her, like whatever, her handler or the person that created her, he died. So they were like investigating it. So she basically was stripped of all rights, and she had to work for the government as like a, like an agent essentially.
Yes. So go on.
Just to make it short, she had to buy her prosthetic body and pay for the upkeep in order to gain freedom. So I thought that was fascinating that like, in the future there will be like androids that are like free androids. Like they're sentient enough to just walk around, but like there is no master. Like they just kind of do whatever they feel like.
Right. So what the Japanese were directly paralleling was the freedmen experience of black slaves that had purchased their freedom after many
Yes.
decades, sometimes over generations. And
Well, they had to literally buy their bodies, yeah.
yes, that's right. And so the point about the Ghost in the Shell, the iteration which our man Brendan is speaking of, I'm going to reiterate it and have our lady Lena Shea, if she can recall it, talk about the one she saw decades ago, and then Brendan can talk on about the parallels with that, because I think this is so important that the Japanese again and again hit this topic to the point where they're the only people on Earth who are educating people in transhumanism, and then that'll bring us to the older people who fear it. But here's
even
what,
from the days of like Gundam Wing and all that, they were way ahead of the curve.
But of course, people don't understand what our man Brendan is talking about. So the Gundam Wing is something that was about
Gunpla.
What?
In Japanese, it's called a Gunpla.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, Gunpla. Yes, thank you. Like
Gunpla.
gun platform. That's an acronym for gun platform.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a Japanese word, okay? Just so you know, but the Japanese were using it. So
that's the Romanized Romanji.
Yes. So everybody remember that what's euphonic in Japanese is not euphonic in English.
Yes.
But in terms of the when he's speaking of Ghost in the Shell, here was the plot that was so mangled in the movie I was talking about the other night, and I won't resist this. I'm going to bring Lena back into this in just a second through this, and then get back to Brendan. But in the movie that I was pissing and shitting all over with our latest transmission, which was incredibly censored by YouTube, I found out through Peter Moon and confirmed it myself that with our latest transmission prior to this one, YouTube was only displaying 2 hours. All they were streaming was 2 hours, and nobody could hear anything but the first 2 hours. And you had to really go at it, play with it, and fuck with it to hear the remainder of the transmission. Hopefully tonight's transmission knocks it off of the live stream and gets published properly so people can hear the remainder of that episode. Right. So
not to mention the repost was completely rejected by YouTube.
Yeah. Well, that's the transmission before the latest transmission that you're talking about.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and so
time flies. I'm sorry.
Yes, it does, especially when you're working. Yes, So, but yes. So here's what's going on with the original Ghost in the Shell that the movie fucked up so terribly. It was that basically there was there was a couple of refugees from somewhere else in Asia, Vietnam, Cambodia, presumably one of the Southeast Asian nations, anywhere in that arc throughout the Malayan or Indonesian archipelago, or one of the mainland Southeast Asian nations, but boat people. So the boat people family was heading towards Japan, and they got massacred by pirates. And so what happened was that the terrorists and pirates massacred the family. So this orphan was left dying. She was in hypercritical condition. And because she was dying, then what happened was a bunch of corporations stepped in as a publicity stunt and just said, oh, well, we can look good and show how humanitarian we are. And said, look, we can save this young child. We can neuronically comb the consciousness and download it into a unit that is actually ambulatory, an ambulatory casing. And so they took her soul, essentially, and that's why it's called Ghost in the Shell, because the argument is that her, or is this simply a tape recording of her, like a Memorex? Is it so real you think it's real? And is she just living an illusion? Is this just a dream? Is she real? And she asks herself that question all the time. So when she gets downloaded into the casing, the ambulatory casing, then, of course, the challenge is this. Later on, as she becomes more mature and becomes more self-aware and in control of her situation to extent, then she's confronted with the fact that she does not own her body. The corporation owns her body. And so what she does is she's confronted with the challenge of how to gain sovereignty, and that's when the Japanese government steps in and says, well, advocates help bring in the corporation so we can arrange like a defense contract that you're just a living weapon, and that they contract you over to us as they would with a defense contracted weapon, and then you can earn your freedom through us to buy your body. And that's what happens. So then she goes in this killing spree as a weapon for the Japanese government, and that's, of course, later when she earns her sovereignty, and then like a freed slave, is now on her own, even though she's not a real person. Of course, doesn't really matter per se, because she looks human enough where nobody fucking cares anyway. It's an attractive female body, so the men just want to fuck it whether it's real or not. So she's got all the advantages, and much more than most. So as far as I'm concerned, she winds up on top of the fucking game. So aside from that, that brings us to Lena Shea, who was mentioning the fact that with this horrible
ScarJo, Scarlett Johansson, taking all these ethnic roles and doing all these transhumanist propaganda films that are essentially anti-transhumanist. There's nothing they show that.
Yeah, like why would you have a white actress play a Japanese person?
Right. That's right.
Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
Like you were saying last time, if the movie takes place in Japan and it's about a Japanese person, why wouldn't you get a Japanese actress?
And that, of course, the answer, we all know the answer to that. They wanted to market to a white audience, so they said, oh, let's do a white girl. But none of the white guys, they don't understand. Most white guys lust after Asian chicks like they're fucking, like I said, it's all frustrated pedophilia anyway. They want to see some pocket-sized chick who's built like a penny packet, and that way they can fuck it without going to jail while still pretending they're doing it with jailbait. And so that's what would have sold. But no, they're too fucking stupid to realize it. So they just went instead with the white chick, and everybody paid the price. Well, they paid the price for that. But before that, like I said, there was Lucy. And so Lena...
Right, I was about to mention that too.
Yeah. So what was Lena's point? Lena, tell us the point you had. The more intelligent she got, the stupider she was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in the movie. Oh, yeah, Lucy, that was the movie. The one she got, like, really... supposedly smart.
Right.
When I watched that movie like a while ago, but it was
that was like Nano Blood too, basically. Or something.
Supposedly, yes.
Yeah.
Just like that other Vin Diesel.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the smarter she got, how they kept having those like updates on the screen, like, oh, her brain capacity is now at 60%, 70%. Oh my god, 80%.
And then like it maxes out or something.
The smarter she got, the stupider she looked. She just was just like, I'm at 90%.
Like she was more and more stoned.
She was looking dumber and dumber. Like the higher percentage her brain capacity went up. And yeah.
And I told her why they did that. They showed her literally
because they don't want her to be intimidating to men, so that they can still they think they can still have room to shove their dick in her mouth because it's just like slackjaw, like wide open. Because she's like they make her appearance like she's so bland, like. She doesn't have any personality at all. Like, that movie was especially bad when I saw that. Those are the
best actors, supposedly.
Oh, God.
She's
But this is why I said they made her so slack-jawed. She looked like she was ready to drool. She kept looking like she was ready to drool the smarter she got. And I said the reason they did that is so all the men not looking at the screen would just say, oh, I could stick my cock in that. And not be so intimidated. Whereas if she looked sharp and intelligent, then the men would say, "Oh fuck this shit! I can't watch this."
Because
it would be like a quote unquote chick film.
Yeah.
She didn't have any like goal or ambition of her own too in that movie. She was saying like she was just gonna pass that on to other people or something. But I liked when you were talking about the Dietrich-XI.DCLX. Last time, and you were saying that G purposely fed in some misleading data, to try to save people from the famine.
Yes.
So it's like in Hollywood, they always have these female characters that are like really, really one-dimensional. Like with Scarlett Johansson in that movie, she was like. Didn't really have anything she wanted to do. She just was like just a tool to carry on the plot basically and just, eye candy for people watching it.
Yeah.
But with the Dietrich-XI.DCLX, she does have a conscience. And
therefore aspirations and goals and objectives. Yes. Yes.
Right. And you know how like you have you can have like a twin, biological twin, to help people understand the Dietrich-XI.DCLX. It is like a twin in the sense of not like the same DNA but the same neurological combing. The same exact it is a form of twinship, you know. So it is, you know, G is a person, literally a person. So sometimes I don't think that really sinks in, but
right.
But
And
I mean,
that's where the
will
Japanese come to help us to like contextualize that.
Yeah,
You know,
definitely, Brendan. And
it
then,
gave me
the
so
other
much
thing I
more.
have to say about the Dietrich Arlect with copying over the neurological combing of Douglas Dietrich, and also that they gave the Douglas Dietrich citizenship, but also, you know, your compassion is also based on Douglas as a person and as a human. So when he's talking about how his humanity, how he has like more humanity, you know, in a sense, that is true, because all the other so-called people who set, you know, around him, working at the Presidio, who are torturing this human soul, you know, how can they claim that they're human at all when they treat somebody like that? That's just so anti godly, just anti-nature, just anti-everything, you know. And then you have Douglas, has humanity and compassion, and so does the Dietrich Arlect, because they're, you know.
And it did reflect on, you know, even in Ghost in the Shell, like, because she was originally human, she actually has like more, kind of like more human emotions than like a normal cyborg, basically. Like, she's retained like just like you're saying, like retained that imprint of humanity, or that basis, you know.
So so that's basically all I want to say about that. So go ahead, Brendan, and tell more, because actually I didn't actually watch that other movie that I told you about, the Fragile Machine movie.
Okay.
I just saw the review of it, but I didn't actually watch it, but I saw like the trailers and stuff. But it's very similar to same concepts.
Right.
So yeah.
Thank you. And so Brendan will take it from here. And so Brendan, you're out there with a motorcycle gang right now, practicing for basically the apocalypse. And
really though, it's like these guys are coming out in force. But yeah, much appreciation to Lena, you know, like for various reasons. Of course, she's wonderful. And then thank you, Douglas, for being I appreciate it. And you'll have to send me like whatever that movie you were just saying, so that way I know what it is. Cause
definitely, I'll send you the link. Yeah, Selena said she was gonna watch it too, so next time we can talk. I
need to catch up on Goldmine too. Like, I have a whole list, but I'll get to it eventually. And then, but yeah, just to like close up the anime talk, like that Ghost in the Shell. There was like, you know. It was after World War IV, and the Japanese government was restructuring, and they basically, one of the reasons they gave her autonomy is they rationalized it by saying during reconstruction of their entire economy, their entire like post-war economy, and this is like after World War IV and like this in the storyline, they couldn't afford to maintain her as an asset because the prosthetic body would just cost so much to like maintain that, like they didn't have the extra budget.
Right.
That was part of their rationalization of like letting her have her own body, you know, being able to like pay for it.
Right. Now, and let me put that into some perspective. Right. Okay, so what had happened was in Ghost in the Shell was that the Japanese had fought the Third World War, which they had predicted, and won just as they had won the Second World War, and they were mobilizing for the Fourth World War. So they needed all of these assets, to be voluntary and to be able to. Someone like that is someone that is far more valuable as a volunteer than as a slave. So that was that was the point. And so the Japanese, what this showed was that Japan perceived a future in which the Second World War was not the end. That there would be other wars that Japan would fight and win, and so that's something the Americans don't conceive of.
And that's been in like countless animes.
Thank you.
Like they've predicted what's going on right now, like in anime.
Thank you. And that's where Brendan will also bring up the Japanese quote-unquote mobilization or militarization, which is nothing more than mobilization, as well as all part of this. And so take it from here, Brendan, and tell us a bit about other things that are going on in the world as well, including Syria and Libya and Russia's game there. And so
I'm going to speed through it, because it's very, very important, all of it. So I'll leave the anime talk for like next time because there's like lots to go into.
Yes.
But basically, like what I found out, I got some intel, like just doing research and like listening to the radio and various, but it was from like a decent source. It was from like a non-governmental think tank. So, but basically what's happening in Libya is there's a civil war, yes, but it's like more deeper than that. So the civil war is between these two parties, waging war. You have like General Haftar and then the resistance. I don't even know what they're called, but the real story that I was given was that those two parties, and like even though Turkey's involved and like hundreds of countries, or not hundreds, but I want to say like dozens of countries are involved, like UAE supplying drones, of course, like Russia, United States, Turkey, NATO, like all these countries are in Libya. But the real information that he was saying was the reason why it's so effed in Libya is because despite these factions fighting, they don't actually control the monetary reserves of the country, because the only oil platforms in all of Libya are basically ran or manned by a Russian mercenary corp called Wagner Corporation.
Yes.
Which is interesting why they're called Wagner.
Yes.
We can go into that another time. But basically, like this group is a Russian mercenary group that works for the Russian government, and they are basically maintaining the flow of oil out of Libya. And it has nothing to do with Haftar or the other people. It's like their country was basically like sequestered by Russia, or like the oil was.
Yes. Thank you.
And somehow the Russians are getting away with it, and that's what this guy was trying to say on the BBC. And this kind of proves how the British are at this point, but they basically cut him off. Like they let him tell some stuff, and then they were like clowning on him. Like they were saying like, well, that sounds like a real good like Cloak and Dagger kind of story. And like even like the BBC announcer was like making fun of him, you could tell. And it was like, well, he was talking about some real serious shit where like the Russians are like, and all these people getting killed in Libya, like they're doing it for no reason essentially, because even if they do take over the country, they don't own the only oil platforms that can make them revenue. So I know you've spoken of like the Wagner before.
Yes.
And they're notorious. But appalling news, from the Libyan civil war, like, and they wonder why all these countries are turfed. It's because like, these various world powers just go in there, stir up the pot, like, it's like turning a mixer on, and then while everyone's fucked up, then they take the good shit.
That's right.
Like that's a classic move. I mean, obviously, it's been done multiple times at this point.
Yes.
But what else was interesting was, this just proves, Douglas, that you have kind of like the German mentality in a sense, because the Germans, their defense minister, who's a woman, or one of the defense ministers, there's like many bureaucrats, but she was floating the idea that Germany should bring back conscription, because that will eliminate all far-right extremism right there.
Yes.
In one fell swoop. And she even said, the same things you were saying. If there's people from the local community having to conscript and serve as like law enforcement and military, then those people will not, be, gun cultists and crazies. It's like literally, like, I'm paraphrasing obviously, but that's basically what she was saying, that anyone who, because they become clubs and, cults, and like we've all talked about it, we know about this, but the Germans are floating this idea to return conscription again and not have a volunteer army. So, that's everything that you've already talked about.
Thank you.
So that was good to get that confirmation from Germany as well. That is the right move. I mean, the logic is there. Like, you can't argue with that.
Yes.
And another interesting thing, and it's funny because like I don't really want to say this like factually, but you know, the United States is basically a laughingstock on the world stage right now. You know.
Yes.
You know, and it's like just the reality of the situation. But basically, in the crazy shit that's happening here, I found out through my job that because of all the issues they're having with cash circulation, the Federal Reserve actually it's forbidden to cash out any coins. They're rationing coins essentially. Mm-hmm. So as we speak, the mint or whatever system, the Treasury, like they're by order, you know, stopping the circulation of coins or limiting the circulation of coinage.
Interesting.
So that was interesting. Yeah, when I heard that, it kind of made me realize like there could be a decline. Like that definitely has more to do with the economy, I think. You know, because if there's less like physical wealth out there, like you know, that could affect, you know, economics, you know, on some level. So it was just very alarming to me. And then just quickly, because I'm running out of time, I'm going to go through. There was an eclipse on the 4th of July. It was probably so subtle, like no one, you know, really realized it. But it did happen, and it was, I observed it. It was like the moon changed color almost.
Wow. And
we didn't have a good view of it in California, but I still was able to see the effects. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I've explained before that, like, the eclipses are not planets going in front of, like, the luminaries. It's actually, well, they are actually planets, but they're, in the Vedic system, they're invisible planets called Rahu and Ketu. And that's why when there's, like, a lunar eclipse, it's more like a lens. It's not like an actual body going across. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I was able to see that lensing effect of the consciousness of, like, one of the lunar nodes, like, affecting the moon. But just to put this brief, just, like, for everyone, like, you know, basically, like, the energies of the eclipse, like, carry on for weeks, especially, like, a really, I don't want to, it's obviously, you know, it's beyond, like, negative or positive, you know, it's not good or bad, but it's, like, a more heavier energy type of eclipse, which is interesting, all the stuff that's happened, you know, recently, including people that have, like, passed on or whatever. But yes. Basically, yeah, so, like, and the eclipse is a well-known time when, and I'm sure you know this, Douglas, obviously, but it's, like, when beings can actually traverse, like, the realms.
Yes.
Like, they can actually transfer through the eclipses, you know, like, you know, angelic, you know, whatever, demonic, whatever, can actually come through easier on the eclipses, which is why it's always, you know, magic is always done, you know, but that's a side point. But basically the eclipse that happened on the 4th was a fairly heavy energy, and due to, like, some squaring of planets that is happening on the 11th and the 12th, like, I think I advise people to be, like, cautious, like, especially when traveling, you know, and just, you know, be more careful on those days. And, like, when you wake up, you should actually, like, acknowledge higher and divine, like, the first rays of the sun that you see, like, you should acknowledge, like, higher and divine forces, and, you know, that will bring you more protection. It's not necessarily like your whole day is going to be fucked up, but it's, like, a time to be cautious, really. So the 11th and 12th of this week, yeah, so, like, you know, that's important.
Okay.
But of course, if you're, you know, if you're in the mindset of being with higher and divine, I mean, that's, like, the greatest protection, obviously. But let me see what else I have here. Oh, just, like, a funny story about, like, when I was at work, I was, like, parked in the shade, and I went out there on my break, and this dude was like, wow, you're, like, you know, you're taking all the shade, like, you're hogging all the shade, basically. And I was like, you know, like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, like, you're just taking all the shade for everyone, it must be nice. And, like, he was joking, but, like, then I look at him and he's wearing, like, a Trump 2020 hat. And I was like, I was really about to be like, dude, I stock your food, you son of a bitch. Like, I deserve this shade because you're getting to shovel ice cream in your mouth and shit and let's talk shit. But it was like, it was so cheesy, it was, like, almost funny. I was just like, oh my god, like, these Trump cultist type people come out now, you know, and you know, and especially after he posted that thing where the guy was saying white power, it's like, anyone who wears a Trump thing, like, is a racist. I mean, like,
thank you.
And, like, I know it's like, you know, people are probably gonna get pissed at me saying that, but it's like, what else is there to interpret? I mean, there's no, Like, that's... anyways, let's not get on that tangent. But,
yeah, that's...
No, it's true. It's true. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah,
that's
it's like
funny
ridiculous.
Story.
Right. Well, him and Bolsonaro, so they don't wear masks. Like, let them not wear masks at this point. Because last I heard, according to Germany, it actually has mutated, and it says it's actually stronger.
Yes, it has.
So, and I don't want to be like, what is it called? Like, what's the word? Fear-mongering, but I mean, like, that's like the science at this point.
Well, don't forget, that's exactly what happened to the so-called Spanish flu.
Yes.
I've neglected in all the history that I've been telling
It never
about.
went away, and then at the end of the summer, it fucking cacked everybody.
Yes, it was the second wave, which was actually called the American Navy flu, as opposed to the American Army flu, which was the first wave. That was the real killer. That was the one that took out.
So I'll just briefly go over this. Yeah. It says new strain of coronavirus spreads faster than original. This is from Deutsche Welle by Christine Platzen, published on the 3rd. She's saying the current dominant strain of COVID is 3 to 6 times as infectious as its original variant. A new study has suggested that the new strain is, however, not more severe. It could increase speed of transfer. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's not looking good necessarily for the fall. And just another stupid story about these people. Like, I had someone come into the store and he was like, I'm from another county. Do I have to wear my mask? Are you guys strict on the mask wearing? And I was like, it's a state order. Like, you have to wear a mask. And he's like, well, are you guys going to yell at me or tell me not to? And I was like, well, no, probably not. And he was like, oh, that's all I need to know. And he just like puts it in his pocket and like, he was just trying to start shit, but it was just so stupid. It's like, all that fuss, and you could have just put the mask on and got whatever the shit you needed and like left.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
But and I'm not 100% supportive of the mask wearing, but like the science proves that you should wear it in a store or like
thank you
a restaurant.
Yes.
Like if nowhere else.
Yes.
Which is basically what they were saying. Like, there's only 2 places you really need to wear it, and it's like the store or a restaurant where it's like crowded or where there's like crowding.
Yeah.
But people don't get that kind of. They don't get those nuances. Like I've seen people like driving around with it, and they're like the only person in their car, and I'm like starting to think like, man, like,
Well, you just get used to it, and after a while, it
just becomes like an appendage. But anyways, it
doesn't hurt. So go on.
Yeah, that was basically. Other than Bolsonaro getting it, like that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that is actually funny. We can all pray he dies.
And it's like everyone.
Brendan. Are you gonna talk about what you were going to talk about with like the Syria and Russia stuff? But I actually have to go right now. But I wanted to hear what you were going to say about that. So I'm going to listen to this later on the replay. But just to
well, I'm running out of time too, so it's kind of like a conjunction of time running out.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Well, I'm gonna hang up now. I'll be listening to this later. So have a good night, everybody.
Good night. Bye. Love you. Bye.
All right. Good night.
But yeah, like I have to go soon as well. But let me just see what else I have. And yeah, Douglas did send me that article, and that was important because there's so much there, so much to get into there about like what Russia and Syria has done over the years. And basically Lena sent me this article where people were getting killed, like Russians were getting killed in 2007 because he had knowledge about contracts with Iran and Syria, like military contracts. So that Russia's been doing this stuff since the Soviet Union era. So it's like it's not news in that sense, but it's like, look what it's done, look what all these foreign powers have done to the Middle East. It's like, it's atrocious. It's unspeakable, really. I mean, it's just horrible. But there's so much to like the Soviet Union and like Arab connection. Like they helped build like the Aswan Dam, right, and various like so many projects. So I feel like it's Russia like coming in and like basically imposing itself, saying like, we did all this stuff for you. That's kind of how I see it. And that's probably how
collecting. They're coming to collect on debt. Yes.
Yeah. Especially because Bashar al-Assad, like his father, like made tons of deals with Russia and Israel, apparently. Off the books. But like, we'll not go into that either. But yeah, I just thought that was all interesting. And just to close off on the Japanese thing, because I think that's the most relevant about the restructuring, and all that stuff, like how the animes have been telling us about this, and that's exactly what's going on right now. I mean, they're not remobilizing because they've already mobilized, but now they're restructuring to actually have an offensive capability, like legally, quote unquote. So that's why when Taro Kono comes on, it's almost like to him it's a joke, because they've always had the right to go out and put their destroyers in the Gulf of Oman to protect Japanese ships. And when the BBC questioned him on it, he basically laughed at them and he said, what's the problem with us having, an intelligence mission off the Gulf of Oman, fully armed? And he said, other countries do it. Like, what's the problem if Japan does it? And they were saying, of course the reporter has to be like devil's advocate. And he was like, well, it seems like you guys are, going on the offensive, after all these years. And he basically like was laughing, like he like cracked a smile, and he was like, like, what's the problem with that? Like, and that's all he said,
Yeah.
So, that Japan was basically, they didn't have a problem sending a destroyer to the Gulf of Oman, but he specifically said to protect Japanese ships.
Yes.
So, so I think we're already in like the World War scenario. Like, countries are out, you have like South Korea, North Korea, you have Hong Kong and China, which like I haven't even touched on that. Like, I could go on. Like, it's pretty bad, like I'm sure but yes, I have to go now, Douglas. Like all the listeners,
we
much
love you, and thank you so much for enlightening us on what you could, and you have to come back as soon as you can.
Yes.
Yeah, and
I might have Sunday off, but like the way they've been scheduling me is crazy, so
understood.
I'll let you know for sure.
Please do, and you and I,
because I have notes. Like, I've been taking notes so I don't forget what I'm trying to bring up on air. So
good.
At least I'll have something. Yeah.
Good. And
much love.
Yeah, and
Good
you
night,
and I
Derek.
will speak later, and we'll do what we can about retrieving that other few hours.
Well, we got to do the mission accomplished. Like, yeah, like that has to be done.
Yeah. So we'll
Yes,
we'll
okay.
get to that. Love you.
Yes. All right.
Hugs.
Good night.
Good night. And that brings us to Derek Talley. I'm going to bring on Peter Moon and have you introduce him, Derek. But first, let's have you kind of take the stage. And Derek, just tell us about your situational update and take your time. Peter, it doesn't expect to be on till the top of the hour. So take us to the top of the hour, Derek, with your...
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Yeah, interesting discussions. I'm always learning stuff when I'm listening. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I know I had talked to you before, Douglas, about my concerns with having the operation on my face with them taking out the lymph nodes with the swollen part. Well, today I went to the doctors, and he has a solution. He wants to send me to a cardiovascular specialist and see if they could dilate some of the veins to get that flow going, or replenished in my from where that damage to the blood vessels were. So we're going to give that a shot. Of course, that means another operation, but it's something less invasive than going into my face and removing stuff and leaving scars and possible nerve damage and all that stuff. So, I do got some hope that, plus it may help my arm, but yeah, but other than that, I'm just taking it a day at a time. It's coming up. They haven't told me whether they were gonna whether they approved my long-term disability, which means if not, that's by the end of the month or the beginning of August, I'll have to get back to work. So we'll see how that goes. I still feel I could use a couple more months off. I'm enjoying my little time off, not working. I happen to be. I know there's a lot of people out there that hate their job. I just happen to be a person that likes my job. I just want to feel 100% when I go back to it.
Right.
So,
of course.
Yeah.
So, and so tell us about your experience at that while you were wearing your mask.
Yeah. Well, you know, I ordered some Marine Corps mask, but I ordered one that had hemoglobin anchor. That's just the red one, the official looking one, and that's the one I usually wear. Because I also ordered a black USMC one, and you know, I actually haven't worn that one out yet because I like the red one and the response I get. But I went to Big Lots, and if you haven't heard of Big Lots, it's like a big discount store. But they sell masks in packs. I mean, they got 12 packs, 20 packs. I mean, they just got them lined up. Anybody who can't find a mask, if you go to Big Lots, they got them all right there. But I wore my Marine Corps mask. It's real pretty black girl behind the counter. And me and her were talking. She had on her mask and I had on mine. And she rung up, my order, but then she put a real big discount on it because she looked at my mask and she goes, "You're military, so I'm going to give you a discount." You know, I said, "Oh, well, cool, thanks." You know, I mean, she was gorgeous. I mean, I could tell. So just to be nice, after she gave me my discount, I told her, I said, "You know what? I can tell you have a very beautiful smile, even under that mask." And she goes, "Oh, thank you."
Yeah, that's delightful. Yes, and so it's so good to hear these positive things from you. And so about these stories you were going to bring up, was one of the stories about the shooting in the Marine Corps base in California? Is there something you know about that? We had a Marine who shot himself at a California base. It was an active shooter incident that looked like it was developing into being a mass shooter confrontation. The military police responded, and the individual killed himself at 29 Palms. Or rather, he was hospitalized with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but then died, as far as I understand it. There was lockdown there, of course. You know about this?
I haven't heard about that one yet. No, I got to look that one up so I can.
Good. Yes, I mean, not. Yeah, you know what I mean. Not good that it happened, but yes, yes, by all means, look that up. So it's been deep.
You know, I've never been to 29 Palms, but I know they call it 29 Stumps.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Every year somebody dies in a training accident there. I don't know what's up with that. There in Okinawa. Every year somebody dies in a training accident.
Yes. That's just part of the satanic sacrifice. Let's just put it that way. So we're what I'll do then is bring Mr. Moon on and have you introduce him. And then what we'll do at that point is just kind of take it from there. And I will almost certainly need your help later tonight to relieve myself. And when I bring you on, you can talk about some of these stories that you've been looking up. And also the, you can bring up this subject as well. By that time, you would have found something on it, I'm sure. So let me go approach Mr. Moon and bring him on. And have you do the propers. So let me go through this magical ritual where we look up Peter Moon, and he comes up, and let's see if we can bring him on. And I'll, while we're doing that, I'll put on this electronic neck cozy that Lena Shea had purchased for myself.
Hello. I gotta shut off.
Certainly. Take your time.
I gotta shut off the live stream.
Understood. Yes.
Oh, I gotta shut off. I can hear myself.
Yes. Like that delay.
The live stream.
Understood.
Let me see if I can get it tangled from my earbuds.
Yes. Okay, I think I'm okay now.
Okay, there we are.
So, how's it going, Peter?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. We're so glad to have you. And now that's not much of an introduction, Derek. How's it going, Peter? Actually, I should have given you a script. Don't forget to mention his skybooks.com, his time travel education.
SkyBooksUSA.com.
Yes.
SkyBooksUSA.com.
SkyBooksUSA.com. Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'd like to introduce to you author and founder of skybooks.usa.com, Peter Moon. How's it going, Peter?
Good, thank you, Derek. And glad to hear you're doing better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That was wonderful. So, Derek, now that Peter's with us, are there any questions you had to ask him about follow-ups on your breathing or anything else before he and I go down our merry path of discussion?
Nope. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and just take it a day at a time. But I just can't thank Peter enough for showing me everything that he has shown me to help. That helps me out a lot. So
increase the amount of time you do that exercise. If you haven't gotten up to the 45 minutes, it will really benefit you. And with regard to what you said about the operation to dilate or widen your veins,
yes,
the whole idea there is they're trying to get circulation, and that's the whole idea. Circulation. All of this movement in that exercise will give you circulation, and it will complement whatever these doctors intend to do. I don't know anything about the operation or the nature of it, so I can't comment on it. But it's all about circulation, because getting blood to areas is what heals things. So I would also make a comment, not just to you, but in general. I've been doing an exercise for the kidneys, and it's hard to show, but it's sort of like you're tapping your kidney. Your right hand hits your left kidney, the back of the right hand hits the left kidney, and then the back of the left hand hits the right kidney. You kind of go back and forth like that, tapping the kidney. It's kind of hard and kind of firm. This is very good for the kidneys and for stimulating the adrenals and just making the kidneys function. Kidneys are where you have what's called your jin in Qigong, Jinn, and it's your essence. It's your essence. And I was doing this for 5 minutes straight last night, which is a significant amount of time, not a horribly long time. And within a couple hours, let me just say this, I was urinating, and I had some pain there. What that was a mini crystal coming through.
Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a stone. It passed quickly, and I loaded up on cranberry pills rather, which is very good for urinary. But it set something loose. That was, so that these exercises are very powerful. They're extremely powerful, and I was able to catch that, see what the hell is that going on? Oh God, that hurt.
Oh my God.
And of course it passed because I took multiple cranberry pills, which is very good for the urinary tract, by the way, for those who don't know.
Well, you know what? Cranberry is one thing that Erica Nash told me to eat, but of course, when I went to Sprouts to look for cranberries, they said, well, cranberries aren't in season.
She wanted to take a cranberry supplement, and you take a lot.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that there was cranberry supplements.
Yeah, you can buy it online. It's like you take up to 20. When you get into middle age, you want to take a lot. You don't take, 60, 70, 100 milligrams. You can take a lot more, and it's really good for the urinary tract. That's it, because people have problems with that when they get into their 50s and whatnot. It's just great to do. Okay, so good luck, Derek.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Peter.
Yes, thank you so much. And so Peter Moon is with us, and what we're going to do is kind of go over a few things, and here's why it's so important to have Peter on. One of the things was to cover what I had spoken of the other night, that he and I had encountered a gang stalker and how we dealt with this, and we educate the public about this sort of thing, because in our case, This is not something that's that is casual. This is part of course, a network effort to destroy myself and all of my affiliates. And Derek, I do want you to interject whenever you feel you have something that will be constructive, but at your own discretion. And so that's I always want to make certain that Derek knows he has that option. And there is a little something that was going on the other day. The very odd that the censorship of that July 1st episode. I believe that Derek said he came on at one point towards the end of that extended episode and said, "Oh, hey, I love you, brother." It was very bizarre. I mean, that was you, right, Derek? That came on. It was long before Peter Moon came on and kind of was checking in with me, because both of you seemed surprised that I was still on, and I think almost both of you were checking to see if it was really me or something. It was just I was getting punchy and sleepy at that point anyway, and getting ready, trying to wind down the arc of narrative, as I said. I don't know if Derek remembers that at this point. It was, the first of July.
Yeah, I think it was, it may have been, I was on my way to an appointment like at 8 o'clock in the morning, and you were still on. It was 8 o'clock in the morning Central Time up here, or right just before 8. So.
Right. So you were just checking in, and then you heard I was still on, and so you said what you said and went to your appointment. Okay, now I understand. Okay, thank you. Thank you for putting that in context. Otherwise, at some point, that would have disturbed me, wondering what was going on with that. So with our man Peter Moon, of course, he was just surprised to hear me at that hour and was checking in because he couldn't start listening to the replay until I had finished. And then when I had finished, it was all screwed up anyway. Anyhow, Peter Moon will describe that it went beyond that. He was trying to listen to the episode prior to tonight's episode, and it was locked on this 2-hour live stream where they had segmented the live stream into, they basically cut it all off except for the opening 2 hours where you didn't even hear it by the time.
Well, the opening 2 hours of your monologue.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Not the opening 2 hours or opening 4 hours had me on it, and of course that was gone.
Interesting. Oh, shit.
Yeah, so the beginning of apparently the beginning of your, but I think I might even got to the end of yours. I don't know. It was a very strange experience because it even looped in itself. I'm listening to this, and I didn't mess with it. I said, "Why am I hearing this again?"
Right.
It was very weird. It was very Mercury retrograde, which we're still in, and hopefully it'll kick up as you suggested. It might show up on YouTube now that it's been kicked off of the live stream.
Yeah. Thank God. And let's hope that happens. And I definitely want to take advantage of this time before the top of the hour to take a look into the live chat and see what people are bringing up, to share that with Peter. And hopefully he's looking in the live chat too. And then what will happen is Peter and I will get into a more organized approach to the evening. But one of the things that he and I will be talking about will be a little bit about questions that were brought to his mind by his listening to the transmission about the Dietrich-Ardellite. Now, I notice Jameson Reese is with us, thank God, and I will be giving a shout out to him later for his latest donation, and I ask everyone maintain him in thoughts and prayers. He's dealing with some challenges, like we all are, like Brendan is, and all of us. Information Creation is saying greetings, and loud and clear. Impaler the Monarch is talking about the Taste of Chicago, referencing Derek Talley's earlier references. And I'm so glad Maria Michaela Gregorich is with us, so shout out to that wonderful lady. There's a Conspiracy Kitty who's with us, so I believe it's Shauna Bandow. So hello to her. And of course, Veronica Pereira says hello, everyone. And she says hello, Bella Maria. And so hello to Veronica Pereira. Dennis Marshall is with us, and a wonderful human being. And getting to know more about him. He has donated to myself in the past, and we recently were able to find that donation so we could get the message that was on it to Peter Moon. And Daehan says Gundam Wing was one of the best. Yes, thank you, Daehan. That's a Korean name. The individual has an icon that looks like an African American. I don't know if he has any Korean blood in him or is just kind of using that as the avatar. He says he's in Arizona and wears his masks, and it's about 110 degrees out there. Oh, I envy him, to tell you the truth. And so, of course, Jameson is making his observations about America being in the Stone Ages, and Maria Grigorich is very active. Thank you, all of you who remain active, and it's so deeply appreciated. So it doesn't look like anybody has any...
You know who I haven't seen?
Who?
Marcus Griggs.
Oh, yes. Jameson couldn't understand what he was saying, and he took him for some kind of a troll, and he blocked him. So hopefully Marcus Griggs sets up another channel and is able to get back on. I don't know how to bring somebody back on. Once somebody is blocked, we don't know how to bring them back on. Selena Khan says, hey, just tuned in. Perfect audio sound. Hey, honey. Love you, Selena. And so, as well, Sarah Shields. Where's Sarah Shields tonight? So shout out to her if she's around. Yeah, there she is. Oh, hey, honey. Underfilled Girl Sands is there. Yes, there we are. So there we are. And so to Marcus Griggs, hopefully he can hear us. Set up another channel. Come back in and just how do I say it? Sometimes when people are not expressing themselves clearly, they can be taken as trolls. It's common enough, and I have minders in the chat room, and they are fairly aggressive, and but honestly, we have to be grateful for that, because in the old days, that was the death of Laura Lee Solomon. It depressed her to the point where she tried to kill herself twice. The people constantly attacking in the chat room, and other ways that they harassed her far more directly, such as the poisoning of her cats, etc. This is, she's also has some negative aspects to her personality that I will bring up with the death of this one woman who I am so sorry has passed. And Laura Lee Solomon was responsible for the fact that I never got to talk to this woman again before she died. And it's so important that we do maintain contact with people. Don't think about it casually like I did, that someday you'll be speaking to someone again. Don't ever take anything casually. Everybody who's with you, just remember, any minute now they could die. And I'm disgusted with myself for not acting on my thoughts whenever I thought of this lady, Lada Andrews, to communicate with her, reach out to her, and just say hello. Because it's something I should have done, and now I can never do that again. And Laura Lee Solomon is partially responsible for that. So in a sense, I'm disowning her more as time goes on. And she certainly disowned myself, and has gone over to the dark side in many ways, just gone right-wing crazy, as people have noted on her timeline. But that's, of course, she's surrounded by that in Texas. So we become assaulted by our environment. Now, the reason that I have Peter Moon on is because there's two very important things today that have to do with the book that he's writing, co-authoring with myself, and that is the fact that today is the 8th of July, and unknown to most people, the 7th day of the 7th month has two very important historic conjunctions, and it's a convergence of the beginning of the Second Sino-Japanese War. And the Second Sino-Japanese War is what would become the Second World War. Now, all of you who are out there who listen to myself are probably light years ahead of the average historical enthusiast. If not, you're at least open-minded and able to learn. Whereas your average quote-unquote historical enthusiast is an idiot who thinks that World War II started in Europe in 1939. And your average Eurocentric Briton thinks this, and it's preposterous. The Eurocentric perspective on the war is beyond absurd. For one thing, it doesn't take into account the active combat that was taking place throughout the Spanish Civil War, in which was a world war in miniature, like the Korean conflict, aftermath, the proactive hostilities of World War II as a major total general war that was encompassing the globe. You had the entire world involved in the Korean Peninsula. You had a precursor of that in Spain on the Iberian Peninsula, with the involvement of everyone from the United States to the failed Reich and the Soviet Union and Magna Italia, all involved in the Spanish Civil War. So obviously in Europe, war began before the Soviet and German invasion of Poland. Now, before that, of course, and before the Spanish Civil War, there was the Second Sino-Japanese War. And the Second Sino-Japanese War began this day today. And that was, of course, in 1937. And Roswell happened exactly 10 years later to this day yesterday in 1947. So honestly, it's one of these things where that is more than coincidence. It is one of those historical facts that borders on the supernatural if you understand the context of history. So think about it this way. 83 years ago today, rather the day before today, yesterday, on July 7th, the real name for the battle, as known in Asia, is Yu-Guo-Xiao-Xi-Bian, and that is the Battle of Lugao Bridge, which is known to the West as the Marco Polo Bridge incident. And that took place on the 7th day in July, the 7th day of the 7th month, and lasted for 72 hours. So it was July 7th through the 9th of 1937. Now, 10 years later, what happened was the Roswell atrocity, which was a prisoner of war massacre, a war crime, that took place on July 4th through July 7th of 1947. So it began on Independence Day, when the Americans were trying to cover up much of what they were trying to attempt with the 4th of July fireworks as cover, and the Japanese made a mass suicide and breakout attempt that resulted in the death of the majority of them, and the result was a war crime. Of course, it was a war crime with how they were being treated all the way around until they all died here in these United States, never to return home, which is why Asians thereafter never returned any American prisoners of war when they could avoid doing so, such as the Vietnamese, Koreans, etc., because, of course, there were far more than just Japanese that died at the in the hands of the American prison keepers. And that was Okinawans, Koreans, Taiwanese, Chinese, who all spoke Japanese, and therefore the Americans couldn't distinguish between any of them and didn't care to. They all died as Japanese and soldiers of the empire, and 1,500 of them died here in these United States. And Roswell was where a great bleeding bunch of them died at once altogether. And the incident, the atrocity, began on the 4th, and over a 72-hour period of mass suicide and attempted breakout, the shit really hit the fan on the 7th, when all the bodies hit the floor and people started picking those bodies up, when the Roswell Fire Department was called in to pick up bodies, and orders for child-sized coffins came in, etc. All this was on the 7th, but it's since been conflated with the 4th of July to make it a patriotic holiday, when it's in reality a war crime. But that's, of course, is fitting for these United States. So everybody take that into account and remember that, and you could be able to reiterate this to other people the next 4th of July. That just remember the more important date is the 7th of July. And the 7th of July was when the Second Sino-Japanese War began, and that's what would ultimately result in atrocious violence and incredible confrontations that were supermassive, that you never hear about in the West, that dwarf some of the actions that took place on the Russian front. And then the Germans were brokering a peace between the Japanese and the Chinese, and that was to happen on Day, or Píng-WÂ Haitian, transliterally on or sunlit sky time, or Pacificity Day, which is an Annal-Dated manifestation of historically significant worldly security. That's what that would essentially kind of translate into in an English meaning from that set of phrases in the Japano-Chinois language, a kind of combination of both in what was supposed to be a Sino-Japanese peace effort. And so my mother, of course, was one of the young people who was so linguistically fluent that she was helping to, at that time, create a kind of synthesized Chinese Japonese language that would be useful in that regard, and translating between the adults because she was under 18 years of age. And it was, but of course, she was very much a savant, and definitely because she was of royal lineage, she was considered someone who was mature before her age anyway. In Asia and in Europe, both in the West and in Asia, and everywhere, including Africa or any place where monarchies exist, people are considered to be expected to take part in affairs of state when they're very young, if they're of royal blood, because they're considered to be born into a position of responsibility that they're going to be experiencing their entire life anyway. So that's traditionally how it worked. So what was being scheduled on December 12th, that was that same year, 1937, was later on by December 12th, the Japanese and the Chinese, or rather the nationalist Chinese of Chiang Kai-shek, and the Japanese were seeking peace with each other. And so the attempted peace negotiations were, of course, violently interrupted by an American Marine Corps communist attack, by a communized American Marine Corps attack under a communist agent of the Soviet Union, who was a Marine Corps colonel at the time and later on a general, EVANS-FORDYCE Carlson, who led a unit of Marines dressed as Chinese peasants along with actual Chinese communist insurgents to attack the Japanese and Chinese at that peace negotiation in Nanjing, and of course triggered a Japanese retaliation that became known as the Rape of Nanjing. And when the Japanese finally found out that it was whites who had attacked the peace negotiations, not the Chinese who had betrayed them, they couldn't tell the British from the Americans, so they attacked both. They sank His Majesty's ship, the HMS Ladybird, and they sank the USS, the United States ship Panay. And these were gunboats in the river estuaries of China on patrol. And when these ships were sank, World War II was on. It was on in theater of the China Command. So what had been the Sino-Japanese War that started this day today, yesterday through tomorrow, this period, it escalated into a global war in theater of China, and would simply expand after that into the Pacific. But the World War had already started. So the proper starting date for the World War was December 12th of 1937, whereas the Second Sino-Japanese War, which was subsidiary to that, began on this time 83 years ago. And so Roswell, of course, took place 73 years ago. So we will be headed towards the 75th anniversary soon enough, and our book will be out long before then. But this is where we'll bring on Peter Moon to speak of some of what's been going on with him and what's been going on with all of us. In fact, there's just been so much. I mean, I'm overwhelmed. He's been overwhelmed. So give us some feelings about what's overwhelming you, Peter. Give us some impression.
Well, I don't know if overwhelm is the right word, but I'm just very busy.
Yeah.
And that's good.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm amidst working on the 2 books, which I am working on. I'm spackling and painting my kitchen and living room.
That's delightful. Those are nice, mundane.
And dealing with plumbing problems and that last week, and those are gone now. But yeah, so I've got my hands full. Other administrative duties and whatnot, and it had a first off, after the last transmission, I had a dream of Aquino.
Yeah.
I said, okay, we've declared him dead. He's dead as far as we're concerned. And then he shows up in the dream state. And I go, God, what's this going on? No, and I'll share the dream. The dream was I was with a group of people that I was loosely affiliated with. I mean, you could call some of them friends, some of them associates, but they were wearing brown robes and with hoods. And so they were doing some ritual, and I had to put the hood over. My robe fit very awkwardly. It was almost like a blanket, and I put the thing over my head. It's sort of like when I wear a mask in public. I'm doing it to be socially acceptable. So I put on the mask, and I'm an acceptable customer in a building.
Right.
So this is what I was doing. I was trying to not stand out, trying to go along with the crowd, not particularly, believing in anything. And then Aquino shows up, and he's doing some ritual. And the ritual is kind of, very low grade, not very powerful, and then he's handing out wallets to anybody who doesn't have a wallet. And he's using it with a pair of tongs. He's handing out the wallets. And these are leather wallets. They're expensive wallets. And so I said, well, I don't need a wallet. And I said, I have money in my wallet. I don't need his wallet. This is all well and fine. And what a wallet means is not only money, but identity.
Yes.
It's like giving people identity. And tongs means to keep your distance from something.
Yes.
So he shows up, and he's just doing what he does. And to me, what this means is, first off, I looked up brown robes, and brown robes were the color that the Franciscans wore.
Yes.
Yeah, Saint Francis of Assisi, the Franciscans. And the reason they wore brown, because they were not dyed, they were plain wool in those days. They were the clothes of the peasants. And the Franciscans were a poor order, intentionally vows of poverty. Yes. So this is why they were brown. So what this suggests to me is that the people that were following him were impoverished, perhaps spiritually.
That's the first thing that came to my mind, yes.
Yeah, and also, but then again, he's offering them a wallet.
Yeah.
So he's giving them an identity and giving them sustenance. And this is sort of feeding them on the astral plane. But for him to show up in the dream state tells me that his power is kind of gone, because this was a presence, but it wasn't all that awesome or powerful.
Right.
And that was one experience. And then I had to ship out a box of books, and I had sent you this dream on Facebook message. So I'm preparing this order of books to go out, and I'm doing it in a hurry because I had to go to the dentist yesterday. And I wanted to get these books out so I could drop them off at FedEx before I went to the dentist. And so where I had somehow when I cut and paste this message I sent to you to send the dream to another friend, it somehow got cut and pasted into the FedEx mailing label.
Shit.
So instead of the purchase order number, it said Michael Aquino in the dream state.
Yes. Oh my
on
God.
the FedEx label. I said, this is too much. I crossed it out with ink,
Yes.
So nobody's going to see it, except it does show up on the FedEx receipt, or that I have. But it doesn't really matter. It's just that I said, oh, this is too much. But I then received a letter on the same day, yesterday, from a man incarcerated who was reading the book L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, which has 3 or 4 chapters on Douglas in the back.
Right.
And this guy read it, and he basically said that he was a disciple of Aquino and offered, seemed to have more information about that and Anton LaVey's daughter. So this was just kind of a, like he apparently claimed to know Aquino quite well, but he was disturbed in his own right, because as I was telling Douglas, he was in the correctional facility because he had pleaded guilty by reason of insanity to intent to murder.
Right.
Because he had taken a truck to a Walmart and he had it full of propane gas.
Good God.
And he called the police and warned them that if they didn't give him money, he was going to blow up the Walmart. And the reason he wanted to blow up the Walmart because he thought there were nefarious activities going on beneath it.
Right. And this, yeah, I'm sorry, go on, because this...
No, and I suggested to his friend, who basically, I have a long time reader who has been incarcerated at different times, and he's very astute at magic, but he suffered for all of his knowledge, and he's in this correctional facility on a case of mistaken identity, where he was in a shootout. He had I think it was the Colorado Highway Patrol trying to shoot him. I mean, it was like a high speed chase too, but it was all a case of mistaken identity. And so they have to swallow. It's very hard to get the police and the judge to swallow their pride.
Right.
So they've got him in limbo there.
For the rest of his life, as far as you could tell? Or?
Well, I talked to his ex-wife about how to, he's got a public defender, but the public defender doesn't seem to ask the right questions.
Right.
And, I don't have time or the, presence in Colorado,
right,
to take on this, because then you have to start telling the lawyers what to do.
Right.
And why is he in there? He's just in there because it's convenient for him to be there.
Right.
And he doesn't. I guess he enjoys reading Peter Moon books. In the meantime, he's looking forward to the next book, and But basically, he said that this man, we both suspected that he was set up to do this by a satanic cult that said, you better take these pickup truck full of
propane,
and park it at the Walmart.
Right.
Which the next step would be to have somebody else light it off.
Right. And by the way, just to clarify for everyone listening, basically the gentleman who Peter Moon is referencing, who's in jail because of the high-speed chase, in what he insists is a case of mistaken identity, for what may be the rest of his life, for all we know, because of the fact that sometimes this is just what they do to people. He was agreeing with Peter Moon, and he discussed this other individual who they concluded was set up to do this insane act by driving a truck loaded with propane to a Walmart and attempting to blow it up. Now, this was the part where we do need to even add some more clarification, though in this case it's not going to be very clarifying. No matter what the guy thinks is going on down there, it's probably going to come out sounding more confusing than anything else. What was it he thought was going on at the Walmart? My first impression would be, or my first stereotype would be, that he thought that children were being trafficked there, a la Pizzagate, like a Pizzagate conspiracy.
He didn't mention that, I don't know, just that nefarious stuff was going on there. However, this is somebody who also claimed he knew Douglas Dietrich.
Right.
And claimed that they shared a degree, and I said that doesn't sound right to me. Like you were both initiated into some high degree in the Sethian hierarchy.
Interesting. Yeah. No. It's important to remember, just so everyone understands this. I'm sure anybody who listens to me does. There's plenty of new listeners, however, and probably one of the most offensive approaches to myself that anyone can take is to be really stupid and do what Anthony Hilder did. And J. Anthony Hilder is basically this old imbecile. I'm sure he's dead by now. I'd be shocked if he were still alive. He had many health issues. But Anthony J. Hilder, yes, it was Anthony J. Hilder was his name. And the reason that I can finally get that right was because I remember now that Anthony J. Hilder prided himself on the fact that he had the initials of Adolf Hitler. As in Adolphus Jacob Hitler, his initials were Anthony Joseph or something like that, Anthony J. Hilder. And so A.J. Hilder, of course, hated Hitler, but loved the fact that he had the same initials. It's just bizarre. These people, they're all cracked. And so he, of course, you can.
There's the wallet. It's identity.
Thank you.
It makes them feel that they are special.
Thank you. And so Anthony J. Hilder, you can amuse yourself or bemuse yourself, as the case may be, by watching an interview with him and I on YouTube. I mean, that's still floating around out there in very high definition, where you can see my frustration with that buffoon as the idiot is like just basically interviewing me and just blathering. But Anthony J. Hilder was, he comes to mind because he was someone who approached myself at one point at outside of Bohemian Grove, where the man who was organizing a lot of these conferences, like ConspiracyCon, Mr. Brian William Hall, who trademarked his name, called me up and said, "Oh, hey, you want to go to Bohemian Grove and join in the protests?" And so, we wound up going to Bohemian Grove, and this is like this double frustration, a 1-2 punch of why I hate Anthony J. Hilder and don't mind, the fact that if he passes, he'd be one of those people I would just feel the world was the air was cleaner. He basically was going around like an idiot, paying attention to absolutely nothing, and just basically doing what he does, which is just have a camera focus on him and blather. While I, of course, was doing what I do. I was just on the prowl and, talking to every young lady I could meet. Now, the first thing that I noticed was one of the young ladies coming out of Bohemian Grove was really young. And I mean, fucking, I don't know how old she was, but she wasn't 18. And so when I stopped to talk to her, I found out that she was serving all these tables. And she says, "Oh, yeah, I'm there. I'm serving these tables," bussing the tables, really. She was bussing the tables. And so just as I was going to ask her what had to be asked, well, are these men doing anything? Approaching you, proposing anything? Are they touching you? Or is there something going on here with that? That's when, CHP stepped in, California Highway Patrol, and said, "Hey, you better get home. You better get home. It's going to get dark soon. Yeah, you don't want something to happen to you. You don't want something to happen to you, do you?" And, then she got the message and left. Then there was, of course, the real weirdness was some young lady whose name I used to actually know was this cunt who was working with Alex Jones. And she worked with him for a short while, was working with Russia Today. And when I found out she was working with Russia Today, I started speaking to her in Russian. And she said, "Look, I don't speak any Russian." I said, "What are you doing working for Russia Today?" And she says, "Look, they just pay me, and I'm an American. They pay me so I can tell all the Americans what the Russians want them to hear." And I said, "Okay, well, you work with Alex Jones." And then she says, "Yeah, well, Alex Jones is a Russian agent. He's a Russian asset." And and I says, "Well, why don't you do an interview of myself? And you can put that on the show." And she says, "Oh, no, Alex Jones told me not to interview you." So he knew of me specifically and had ordered her not to interview me. So that was just one of the other weird things that happened. And then finally, a third girl that I was approaching and putting my arm around at this point was this young chick who had come out of the area. She hadn't been inside Bohemian Grove like the really young chick, but she was in area, and she said, "Oh, my boyfriend brought me here because, he was like, saying how we've got to avenge what happened to me as a child. And I'm like, well, what happened to you as a child? I noticed you've got tattoos on you. And I said, they're in Arabic. And I said, that's the Arabic language. But they weren't saying anything in particular. It's in Arabic Sanskrit, but it was like saying something symbolic. It would be as if, a bunch of letters had been placed together in an occult pattern in English. But they, outside of the occultic meaning, they have no meaning. So I was like saying, well, what exactly does that mean? Because I noticed they're identical on both of your arms. And that was when she said, oh, well, because when I was in Bohemian Grove, then they had me get these tattoos because it was part of what they call the branding. And then when she just started to talk about it, then Anthony J. Hilder interrupts us. Hey, why don't you two move out of the way so I can do this camera on myself? And that's when I was set to kill him, because then the girl ran away. And when I turned around to strangle him, then he asked me the question, recognizing who I was. Hey, Douglas Dietrich! How long were you a member of the Church of Satan? And he sticks the microphone in my mouth. Now that, of course, is really the wrong question to ask. I said, I was never a member of the Church of Satan. I was under orders to liaison with Michael Aquino, and I was oft times invited to join. I was groomed to join, but I was never initiated into the Church of Satan. So that's one of those things where you understand when someone does something like that, they're actually putting a proposition out that is beyond offensive because they're not asking a question. In other words, they are putting you in a box for their listeners or their audience, like asking, say for instance, in the days of the, what was his name? Tail Gunner Joe McCarthy in the McCarthy hearings, when one of his favorite questions was along the lines of, when did you stop beating your wife? In which case, you can't say, I never beat my wife. That's not the answer. You can't give that answer. You're only given the option of, I didn't stop beating my wife, or you can give a date as to when you stop beating your wife. There's no way out of the question. It's asked in such a manner that you are now boxed in to an inescapable reference box. That is what Anthony J. Hilder was trying to do. So that's the kind of individual Anthony J. Hilder is. And he doesn't even do that consciously. He's too stupid to do that consciously. You can see that in his interview with me later when I sat down with him because Brian William Hall insisted, since we were both speakers at the conference, the Conspiracy Con. Well, Anthony Hilder wasn't really a speaker, but he was under attack by Dr. Leonard Horowitz, who I had brought up earlier. And so the whole thing was just this, the typical clusterfuck of monkey fuckery with all these people. So it's kind of a crowd I'm glad I'm not a part of. It's not something that, really is, most of these conferences, so many of them just don't go anywhere, and they've got their own weird politics, and many of the people who are involved with them spend all their time attacking each other. Hopefully I don't think the Living Truth Summit will be like that. I don't get that impression, so hopefully everything works out smoothly, but we've already seen how it could have been like that when we saw Sarah Rachel Adams attacking us because we were invited to speak there, primarily because Crystal River was invited to speak there. And, or wait, she wasn't. We brought her in later to replace Sarah Rachel Adams, who was protesting my being invited to speak there simply because I had been affiliated with Crystal River. So there we have that. That's how it went down, right, Peter? That's it.
Well, I remember I was invited.
Right.
First. And then I saw she was on the speaker thing, and she somehow contacted me.
Right.
Because she saw that I was speaking, and then she was paying attention to what you and I were saying on the radio or on the podcast, and she told me that I should be, I shouldn't say she was basically telling me what to say.
Right. You like that, huh?
Yeah. And it really, I should be responsible, for who I talk about or and it just really it's not her place to be saying this stuff, and not directed at me, because I'm basically an innocent bystander in all this. I'm not involved with any of these people, other than the fact, and that's why Crystal got in touch with me. But I was not involved with her or Max beyond what Crystal told me.
Right.
And then so she was trying to do damage control, and then when and then it just turned into a ridiculous attack on you and Crystal, and of course it fell to me. But so I blocked her, and then she had her lackeys come on to try and, what was it? She said she'd reported us all to the police. It was
yes, just beyond stupid. Yes, it was just truly offensive, and but she was trying to convince Mr. John Shalimar not to have any of us, and it was she had basically had kind of like a kind of dominance over the conference until that point when she withdrew in protest, and all of her friends, her lackeys, her cronies withdrew with her, and all for the better as far as everyone.
It backfired. She does not know how to conduct herself diplomatically or effectively.
Yeah.
She was neither diplomatic nor effective, because she ended up losing her territory, whatever that was. So.
Yes, thank you, and all for the best. It was just really pathetic, so and unnecessary, and just totally unnecessary. So when it comes to the situation as it is today, we know now the significance of this day. And I think it's interesting that whether or not Michael Aquino had died, one of the things that Peter Moon and I were going to bring up was a little bit of his involvement with the entire Star Wars and Steven Spielberg type franchises, because he was so fascinated with Hollywood and to an extent influential. And so when he passed, which is what I believe has happened, and I would honestly, personally, be shocked, but it's nothing I couldn't handle if I found out he were alive. But, honestly, we've all been expecting him to die for some time simply because of his various health issues, even though, as I do correct people, or rather try to emphasize, there are many people who wishfully think he was suffering and that he was like melting, while he was alive, that he was kind of like the Incredible Melting Man, that he was just falling apart. And as I emphasized to people, it wasn't like that as far as I could see. He kept going on interviews, and he seemed quite healthy and seemed to maintain a degree of health until he died. He seemed ambulatory. He seemed able to speak well. He wasn't on a respirator. He wasn't breathing, or he wasn't breathy or wheezing. He wasn't on a colostomy bag, or walking around with anything like that. So that aside, it's not like he was expected to live much longer based on his medical history of intestinal cancer and probably some other things we were all unaware of. But there you have that.
He didn't live a very long life.
It wasn't very long. No, that's
no,
true.
No. It's like he would have been 74
something
this year.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Comparatively speaking, he died relatively young, 3/4 years of age. And by the way, it reminds me of the magic thing you said, and that is something, again, please everybody keep this take this into account. I mean, many of these people, like Peter Moon is mentioning, who were good with magic, look at what has befallen them. It's not like good has come of it for them. They're not like happy people. I mean, the two guys that we were talking about, whether it's the guy who tried to blow up the Walmart, and when Peter first mentioned that, I was just laughing my ass off. Just the absurdity of trying to blow up a Walmart, which is a horrible thing to do if there's people inside. But just the idea that someone would, attempt to do that, thinking that something nefarious was ongoing, and we don't know what it was. The individual that Peter Moon has brought up, we will return to that individual because it's such an interesting case. I, of course, will be circumspect about it because I'm not quite sure how much we can speak about, but apparently, pretty much what Peter said was a summation of it. And but this individual insists he knew me, and I do not consciously remember this individual that contacted Peter Moon. But both he and the other guy who's in jail because of his encounters with the CHP, or rather his running shootout, which he asserts he didn't partake in, and that he got basically swept up in something that he had no part of. These are people who practice magic. It doesn't. This is not something anyone should take lightly. It's not Harry Potter. It's not fun. And
I do believe the one guy is interfacing with interdimensional phenomena, and it will manifest with police breathing down his neck.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the things that kind of made me identify with him, and this must go back over 20 years. Mm-hmm. He was, I guess he had got out of jail. I don't know what he was in there for. Mm-hmm. It might have been something rather innocuous. It wasn't like a serious crime or violent crime, but I think they ended up putting him in a motel. Mm-hmm. See, they didn't want to keep him in jail because they didn't want to feed him. So they put him in a motel, and that wasn't working. And then he ended up, I think, being shipped from, Arizona to Colorado. And he was being shipped by the one. I mean, it wasn't like he was in a paddy wagon. He was going to another facility, or and like on sort of a welfare case. But he drove in the back of a pickup truck from Arizona to Colorado, and the guy in the back of the pickup truck's name was Marcus Wilson, and he had recently read the book Montauk Revisited, which talks about Preston Wilson and Marcus Wilson being the two Wilson brothers. Oh. Marcus Wilson supposedly being Duncan Cameron in an earlier life. And that really caught my fancy, that he was in the back, and he caught his too. He says, what am I doing with this Marcus Wilson guy? And it was I forget the details of Marcus Wilson. And that's sort of where I engaged him in correspondence. So I've known this guy for like 20 years or something, by letter. Oh. And he calls me he's not in jail per se, but he's in a mental facility. Right. Now, this other guy is about to be released into a less secure facility, and then so that he can be released into society.
Oh, joy.
And but see, this is funny. John Ford has been put in he was arrested and incarcerated since 1997. He's been in there, over 20 years, and he didn't do anything violent. He, so it's like that's a political fiasco.
Well,
when these people say get rid of the courts, I can understand why people don't want courts. Courts are not, they don't, they can do some good, but they could also do a lot of negative things. Well, in this case, they have.
Yeah, and I was going to point out, if I haven't already, that with the guy who tried to blow up the Walmart, he's fucking lucky that he wasn't busted on domestic terrorism. And of course, they did that before whites were considered to be terrorists at all. You just, everybody considered terrorists to be, you were either Arab or a terrorist or both. It wasn't, but whatever you were, they never thought of it. Maybe blacks they thought of as terrorists, but whatever white people did in their crimes, they weren't terrorists. So
he also said he had a lot of things to share about what he referred to as Aquino's sexcapades.
Well, that might even be morbidly entertaining. I mean, I think that Peter and I would be wise to speak to him together, and that way I would have a buffer. But I don't consciously, But no, granted, I'll be the first to admit I've done a lot of drugs. I've done my best to forget so many things. Sometimes I have to do more drugs to remember what I've taken drugs to forget. In the interim, one of the things that I do know is that, don't forget, hypnosis was involved with my psychiatrist, placing some fairly heavy repression on any number of memories, and collaterally, other memories could have been taken up with those memories that were repressed intentionally through hypnosis.
I don't think he knew you because I don't think you were initiated into this degree in the temple.
No.
It just doesn't sound right to me. I mean, you don't remember being initiated into any degree of the Temple of Set.
Oh
so.
God, no! And yeah, just so people understand, that's something I would not forget, and that's obviously something that it's one of those things that would involve conscious involvement on my part, where you simply could not forget something like that. It would be like you can't cover up a career. You cannot hypnotically repress a career. That would be a career. It's
almost like getting married.
Yes, it is.
I forgot. I don't remember getting married. It's.
Thank you. It's like wedlock, except it's like more like dreadlock or deathlock. So you're locked in a kind of bonding with these other people. It's like my gang initiation ritual into the Tong. It's something that would be a part of your identity. So it would comprise your identity to the point where you're not going to forget something like that. And so with that in mind, what happened the other day was I went to show Peter Moon this other individual. And the interesting thing is that this individual is obviously operating in tandem with Richard K. Cole. And this individual's name was Robert H. Siegel. Now, it's an interesting name because the last name, S-E-G-E-L, Siegel, albeit it's spelled differently, is very similar to Cynthia Siegel, who's the young lady, and I say this affectionately, the Jewish American princess, who was the hostess of the UFO Connection in Sacramento, which, as Brendan Zogit could attest, was something that he used to love to watch. And this young lady was the hostess until she began to help myself. And when she presented myself was when she lost her job at the UFO Connection. They fired her specifically because they wouldn't let her bring me on. And when she insisted on bringing myself on to her show, they fired her. And that's when she introduced me to the MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, and allowed me to present at a Denny's. And that's when we filled it over capacity, and that was essentially the beginning of my career as a public informant. So that wonderful lady helped myself, and it must be remembered again, she was Jewish, and she's someone who, just remember, there's no such thing as, a race that's evil. That there's good and bad people, no matter what the race. And yes, there's horrible Jewish people, like Steven Spielberg and Mark Zuckerberg and the ones But then Siegel, being a Jewish name, her name was spelled exactly the same as Steven Seagal, who, of course, is someone she always prayed she was not related to. And interestingly enough, her name was spelled exactly the same way as Mark Siegel, who took over from George Goel from Art Bell when Art Bell gave up on Coast to Coast AM and went into one of his many retirements. One of the men who took over and held it for a long time and ran it to the ground was Mark Siegel, who she was dating at the time. And, of course, that would be like my dating somebody named Dietrich. It's it's just, for most people that would be a no-go. But I guess, because there's a lot less Jewish people than there are other people in the baseline population. Maybe
that's what Franklin Roosevelt did. He married Eleanor Roosevelt.
Did he really? I had no idea that they had the same last. Is that true?
Oh yeah, they were cousins.
Holy shit! Oh, there you go. I mean, oh my God. Well, the reason she stopped sleeping with Mark Siegel was because he was so fucking hairy. She said it was so painful. It was like fucking a Brillo pad. Anyhow, enough of that. I'm gonna burn in hell.
It's like, they make Donald Trump masks, and they make different masks of different celebrities. Mike Tyson masks were very popular.
Yeah.
But they never made an Eleanor Roosevelt mask or even a Franklin.
Too scary. It's too scary. It's like that's like, well, no, first off, no one would believe it was a human being. They would say, which alien is that? Or which, I mean, she was one scary looking bitch. I mean, she did not, anyhow, we could go on about that.
And an Aquino mask, we haven't seen those either.
Oh, God, it's funny that you say that. He's one of these people where every once in a while, for whatever reason, I'll see people with the horned brow as a shtick, where they glue on these big horned brows, and it looks like they're trying to attempt to look like Michael Aquino. There's
an actual operation that can be performed to give you actual horns on your head.
Oh yeah, yeah. And
he didn't go that far.
No, but he went pretty far. He did have the 666 tattooed on his scalp. And the funny thing is, there's idiots out there who deny that. Well, I can fucking tell you he had the 666 on his scalp, because there were times when he was sitting down and he had to just fucking lord it over and say, Douglas, could you comb my hair while I'm doing this? And so, yes, there were a few times where I did comb his hair. And yes, he's got the 666 on his scalp. And that was one of those things I can personally attest to, having seen that just right beneath the hairline. And so
maybe their reputation is that it's 999.
There you go. And but so this Richard Segal shows up, and what makes this individual so creepy, he was, of course, saying the usual let's say trollery. He just came up with trollery. And the way he's speaking, it's just periods every other word. It's like literally a period after every word. And what it kind of reminds me of is a telegraph. Now, this person, the picture that's presented is someone who's older, like an old white man, but the old white man is wearing a lot of different hats, and some of them are steampunk hats. So he's obviously an old white man who has somewhat of a social life, goes to parties in costumery, and so I'm speculating with Peter Moon this might be a hacked image. In other words, the images are all of the same individual, but it might be somebody's account got hacked, and they stole all this guy's images and are exploiting them, because normally if somebody goes to a lot of parties and is socializing a lot, they have to have some modicum of sanity. Well, we would assume. Maybe they're just totally batshit crazy and everybody just tolerates it and they're everybody's favorite crazy uncle or something. But this person was having dots and periods after every other word, so it reminded me of a telegraph, like some really old person who had seen what had gone on in the early 1900s, where every other word in a telegraph would be stop, stop, stop. It's like set and stop, set and stop, set and stop. And so it was like that. And so, or he was a product more than likely of a mind control program. And that was the result, collateral damage from the mind control program. So he was saying things like, my compliments, my period compliments upon your period hypothesis theories, which of course is the immediate insult. Kind of like saying, how long were you a member of the Church of Satan? Because, of course, I deal in facts, not in any goddamn theories. And then the dreadnought, dirigibles as weapons of mass destruction. And dirigibles is all uppercase. Kind of like he's emulating Trump or something, where every once in a while a word will come out totally uppercase. And as weapons of mass destruction makes good sense. And the brilliant as cover-up novel angle vector of research. Just word salads. And then also you possess a fine androgynous look in you. Photos, very alluring, which Peter said automatically took him off any credibility potential. Was his essentially saying how sexy I look. And then Lieutenant Colonel Michael would probably, period, all of this is period, like you. In other words, like, it's obvious you never met Colonel Aquino is what he's trying to insinuate, but he would probably like you, which also insinuates that he knew Michael Aquino and knows Michael would like me. So it's like he's insinuating that. And then
it's a stupid thing to say in any case.
Yes, but it reminds me of the other individual approaching you now who says he knew Michael Aquino and myself. There's a lot of this suddenly going on, which Peter Moon calls it. What was the effect you called it? It was kind of like you said, where, as I get better known, I'm going to get more and more of this. You called it the Wilt Chamberlain effect.
The Wilt Chamberlain effect, because Wilt Chamberlain had scored 100 points in a basketball game when he played for the Philadelphia Warriors before they moved to San Francisco. And they played a game in Hershey, Pennsylvania, in a very small, relatively small gymnasium. He scored 100 points. Now, keep in mind, they didn't have the three-point shot, which he couldn't have shot anyway. But he was like he did really good on his free throws that night. 100 points, but there was no television, and he said that he met thousands upon thousands of people who were at that game. Said they were at that game, and it was impossible because it wasn't well attended. It was in Hershey, Pennsylvania, and he just Will, I was at that game. It's like, let me have your autograph. It's like. And this is not uncommon. Just like I said when I was a counselor in Scientology, running regressing past lives for people, almost everybody was either at the crucifixion of Christ or was on the cross themselves, and as Jesus or as maybe one of the thieves. And I'm saying you could fill Yankee Stadium with and probably all the other stadiums collectively in the United States with people who can identify with that experience and run out the trauma that was experienced. It's like they can identify with it. People will identify with whatever is trending. Of course, in those days, we didn't have the internet trending. Right. But whatever celebrity was trending, so this is just people identify. And what Hubbard said about that is he said that people would identify with the winning identity, what they perceived as a winning identity, explaining how Julius Caesar cut off the right hand of all the Gauls he conquered so they couldn't fight back, and that they all then identified with Caesar as a powerful person, so you could regress back to those people and they would identify with Caesar on one end of the coin or not, because he was such a dominant character in their life because he chopped off their hand.
Yeah.
Not individually, but he had it chopped off.
Right, and what of course, the question that begs to be asked, especially if someone's identifying with Christ to the extent where they perceive themselves as having incarnated on the cross, and why would anyone want that? I mean, this is what I can't understand. Why would anyone want that? It's beyond comprehension to me why anyone would want to identify with that level of pain. And beyond all that, it's offensive. It's offensive. Forget the sacrilege or the blasphemy. It's offensive in the sense that it renders them terminally unique. That was the term I learned from Judith Ager, which she got from, of course, the AA, or the Alcoholics Anonymous, which is a very useful term. It's when somebody believes they're terminally unique. It's that no one can ever feel the pain they have felt, that their pain is that exclusive and that all-consuming, and that anyhow. So, and I think that's one reason why I get so much hatred from crazy people like Richard K. Cole, is because so much of myself is actually terminally unique. And it's easy to dismiss it as some kind of fantasy or fallacy. And of course, the first thing that Peter Moon would look at it from would be that Scientological perspective of, well, when someone comes in and they say something, whatever it is, you just roll with it. You roll with it and you let them go on with that, whatever that is. But do remember...
Yeah, Hubbard also said that people in this universe have a craving for identity.
Yes.
You have to have an identity. So like, you have an ID, you have your own ID, and you have a birth certificate. But for some people, it's not good enough. So they'll create another identity or a false persona. Some people can get very creative with that and quite criminal with it. But it's like people want to be acknowledged and identify with something. It's very important.
Yeah.
And of course, just to negotiate the world at all, you've got to have some identity.
Yes.
and some reputation, but people will, especially if they're not pleased with who they are and what they are, they will, reach out and, say, maybe I was Mark Antony. Maybe I really was Mark Antony. And I was a great general.
There you go.
And I knew important people in the Senate.
Right.
And I had a great lover, Cleopatra.
Right.
Wow, maybe I was this. Maybe I was somebody.
Did you ever, the way you say that, the way you describe it, did you ever run into somebody who actually had the Mark Antony fetish or fascination? It sounds like you encountered someone who actually did. It's an unusual focus, like you said.
Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando played Mark Antony in Julius Caesar, the movie I saw, okay. And I enjoyed Julius Caesar, so I enjoyed that play, so I remember it well. And Mark Antony is also he had another name. He came from a line of Berbers in Carthaginian Empire. He came from another line. That's where the Anthony, that's a name from the Berber region. So he had a lineage associated with that. And it was a whole, this I learned from a Moroccan woman. Okay. Very interesting Moroccan woman. But that's a whole nother story. So yeah, I think he's a compelling historical character, Mark Antony.
Oh, he is. He is. If only he and Cleopatra had won. Oh, God, if only they had fucking won instead of the goddamn Roman garrison state. That was just a precursor to Stalinism. But at any rate, in terms of the... and for everyone who doesn't know this, that the battle on the open sea that was conducted between Cleopatra and Mark Antony's forces and that of the Roman Empire. That was the largest sea battle in history. So that was, it was so large and so spectacular, so mythical that there are historians who try to argue it never happened. But it did. And there is archaeological evidence for that, but that's a whole other discussion. So back to the idiot Richard Siegel, because this does have a point. So then he says, after saying what he did, after all the trollery, he says, I must check out your article or the video lecture, as if that wouldn't have been the point to do something like that in the first place before you start assailing me with all this bullshit. But it turns out he did see it and claimed he didn't believe it in other columns where he's basically, putting out memes. He's publishing memes. Douglas Dietrich is the alternative historian or the fake historian, something like that. The fringe. He's a fringe historian who says the Japanese won World War II with all the periods and everything. And because he used the word fringe, Richard K. Cole put a like on it. And so Richard K. Cole, to even see that meme, had to know the meme was coming. And then wound up, so these guys are working together. And what made this guy super creepy was that his whole life story was based on my own. So basically, he said he graduated from the University of San Jose, which is where, of course, I got the credit equivalent of a master's degree in library science. He said he was working in Rohnert Park, which is, of course, where I attended a year at Sonoma State University, which is in Rohnert Park, the armpit of Sonoma County, and where the Rohnertians come from. And what had happened was they built a woman's prison, a penile facility. I said penile. Penal facility for females that none of the locals wanted, and so they forced them to convert it to the next best thing, which was a university. And so that's how Sonoma State University came to be. And so I was forced to attend there for a while by the U.S. government as basically a spy to infiltrate Project Censored, which was funded by John McLaughlin of the McLaughlin Group and other big names like Ted Koppel and shit. And this was for journalism majors, so who were investigating underreported stories, and the government was trying to find out how they found out so much of what they found out. So I was sent in there to attend these courses and, audit a lot of courses and just kind of hang out and spy. and act like an idiot so that no one would take me seriously. So I spent a year at Sonoma State in Rohnert Park. So this guy's saying he was, affiliated there professionally where he worked as security, which was, of course, my career. And then he says he lives in San Francisco, where I live. So it's like this guy is just taking my resume and making it his resume to extent. And it's really, this is the intent, is PSYOP. And obviously this is not a real person. This person is put together, and he had no less than four timelines. And it was all the same shit, and he had weird images of, guess what? The Presidio military base, George Lucas DreamWorks. So he's going, fine day at the Presidio statue of Yoda. So he's hanging out at all the satanic hangouts of places in Presidio and shit. And of course he had a little Lego model of the Temple of Set, a little Lego model of a pyramid, a Masonic pyramid with a Set figure in it. And so Peter Moon saw all this. I was showing it to him on screen share. And then I, of course, was showing Peter Moon the fact that Richard K. Cole makes a false timeline for everyone who he feels is affiliated with myself. So when it comes to anyone, there's a false timeline created of them with no face, which is just Richard K. Cole's empty timeline, which he uses as a setup. So if he ever has to set them up, then he dumps a bunch of child porn on it. This is what he did with Lena Shea. He created a Lena Shea timeline, turned it into a porn site, and tried to have her shut down as a massage establishment by claiming she was prostituting herself. So she took care of that by reporting it to Facebook, had that line shut down, and just went on with her business. So he can't do too much to her because she lives in New York like he does, and she'll get the authorities on him and have his faggot ass busted. So he's scared of her, and he's scared of Selena Khan because she lives in New York. And he's scared of Peter Moon because he lives in New York. And so any of these people can have the local authorities hit Richard K. Cole. But he had 4 timelines blank of Peter Moon, where if he did unload the child porn on it at some point and Peter Moon had it shut down as a false timeline, he would just upload it on the other until people actually thought this was Peter Moon. So Peter Moon reported them all. I don't know if Facebook ever responded, and if they did, whether they took the report seriously. Half the time they just say, we see nothing on it that bears shutting it down. But hopefully they do shut it down for him. They did with Lena only after all the porn was put on. So this is what we were dealing with the other day, and it's educational that people hear about this to show what we're dealing with. I mean, Richard K. Cole, this Richard H. Siegel is, the more I think about, probably Richard K. Cole, because it's the same first name. So he probably chose the name Siegel based on Cynthia Siegel being the person to introduce me to the general public as a public informant. So he's cobbled together this false timeline. He's raided some poor white bastard's images and splayed them together with a bunch of other crazy images, because this is what Richard K. Cole does. This is his entire life, is, of course. So Peter and I dealt with that, and what I'll let Peter do now is kind of give whatever other reflections he has on this before asking whatever questions he feels are relevant that were raised in his mind by what we were talking about with the Dietrich Artelect, because I think that's might as well hit the hammer while the metal is hot to strike, so to speak. So
I think we can put the Gangstalkers to rest. They they try,
yes.
But they it's just a bunch of stupid words. The one thing I would say, though, is the nature of not just the posts I see on Facebook, but even communication in general, especially when it comes to characterizing Douglas's work as hypothetical or whatever. Like, that's a nice idea. That's an interesting idea. It's people think very their thinking is very fragmented. Now, back in the old days, before computers were at least the Apple computer that I use I used to have to use Norton disk utilities on it. And you really felt like you were fixing the computer, bad blocks here, do this, do that, do that. The search engine they had was fantastic. The search engines today, I don't mean search engine, I mean They used to have a program, Sherlock. It could find stuff on the computer. Now, the search on a Mac is horrible. You know, try and find this. Good luck. On your computer, it should be very easy. But anyway, you had these utility programs, and you'd have, fragmented disk, bad blocks. In other words, the computer was not operating with a full deck, and you'd fix the computer, and then it would respond normally. You can still have this today. You need to, clear the cookies out of your search engine periodically. I need to run utilities on my computer periodically. But this is what people are operating on as a general way of conducting communication on the internet. They'll use bad spelling, they'll omit words, and this has even gotten really bad in articles. I was reading some articles on Ghislaine Maxwell, and it's like they have whole paragraphs repeating themselves, and the English is atrocious. It's like, what are these guys? Is this being written by a computer? No, computer wouldn't be that bad.
That was the first thing you said, was that this guy might be a bot, and I said, no, a bot wouldn't be this bad. Yes, go on.
Exactly. So people start throwing around, fragments. They say, oh yeah, Satanist, and I have the same stuff thrown at me about L. Ron Hubbard. Does, it's like, they don't even know what they're talking about, and I got some familiar. Yeah. It's like it's like somebody mentions to me, and I say, he flunked his 4th grade English exam. I remember him. Yeah. and maybe I do remember him from the 4th grade, and maybe he flunked his English exam. But what the hell does that have to do with who and what he is today, and who and what is being spoken about this particular person? So it's kind of like their idea is very generalized and not specific. Now, I have this with my own work, and I have a man very interested in doing a documentary, and this is all going to be done, contractually and everything if it happens, and he's very enthusiastic. And I had to spend, a good amount of time telling him all that's happened, because he's basically only read the Montauk Project, so he has no idea. And I gave him an idea, and it made him really excited, because it's like, and I said, and he's got to sell this idea to people who know less than he does. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of like I'm the only one who knows this story, my story and everything that's ensued from it. So just like Douglas knows his story. So how can you have somebody? They say, well, this is going to be the story. They'll tell you what the story is. This doesn't work. They tell you what your story is, because they know what the audience wants. And he understands this. But he even had the idea of having a team of investigators go out and, we've seen this. I said, we've seen this before. The History Channel has these investigators go out, and we're going to investigate whether there was really a Holy Grail. And it's like, who cares? Number one, who cares?
Thank you. Yeah.
Number two is the Holy Grail is a metaphor.
Yes.
And when it's a metaphor for the feminine vehicle, and you can get deep. And when you really get the true alchemy, you've married the metaphysical with the physical. So maybe you will find your Grail, but not by going after it like Detective or Sergeant Joe Friday from Dragnet,
Mm-hmm. Understood, and definitely appreciate your sharing that. What was the other thing that came to mind that I think is important to just kind of round this off with, so that people do derive a lesson from this, because we have a lot of people listening, and a lot of this is, of course, thanks to the amount of people who know Peter Moon. Big Diesel Chicago says hello, who might be affiliated with Derek Talley, because that sounds like a trucker's name. David Moore says that Eleanor Roosevelt was only 5th cousins once removed with Franklin Roosevelt. Not very closely related at all. Okay.
It's pretty close. I mean, it is. He's right. I think it is 5th cousins.
Yeah. Okay.
It's close, and it's the same family.
Yeah. And then he thanks me for being the highlight of his week. God bless you, sir, David Moore. And Jameson and Maria Gregorich are going on with their communications. Marco Estrada says it's unidentified, talking about the Star Wars ripoff of a graphic novel created by Mobius. Yes, it very much so. And so as for the other thing to bring up with the Star Wars aspect, was there anything in particular that you wanted to bring up about Star Wars or Steven Spielberg concerning Michael Aquino? Because you and I spoke of this at some length, and if you don't think it's that important, we could talk about this during another episode, because I think it's important to bring up some aspects of the Dietrich Ardalek that I do want to bring up.
You mentioned Spielberg, but you meant to say George Lucas.
Well, George Lucas and Spielberg, to tell you the truth, because both of them were mentioned by Aquino quite often. Almost, well, he frankly claimed he knew them, and as if he were working with them. And and both of them struck me as very corrupt individuals. Steven Spielberg, of course, don't forget, children died on Steven Spielberg sets. That when he was filming about the Twilight Zone and the Vietnam War scene that they excised from the film. There is a helicopter explosion scene that was never included. The entire story wasn't included in that stupid Twilight Zone film that Steven Spielberg directed that had Dan Aykroyd in it, and for a few cameos doing stupid things. And that Steven Spielberg film had a Vietnam War story in which 2 children died, and 1 adult who was trying to save them. And everyone covered their ass, and nobody wound up in jail. Nobody was even fined because there were 2 Asian kids. There were 2 Asian kids who were just Vietnamese kids who were, who the fuck gave a shit that a couple of gooks died. That was pretty much the attitude.
They were lucky to get their name as credits on a Hollywood movie. They justify.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, at least they got their names on as Hollywood credits.
Yes,
they probably didn't even get on the credits.
But. That's right. Well, Aquino told me that they didn't die by accident. That basically he insisted he had arranged for that helicopter to explode, that he was consulted on the Vietnam War scene, that he personally made certain that happened, and that's what made Steven Spielberg's career. So, how's that? There you go. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. But this is the shit I deal with. So when I look at these movies, I don't see the movies that other people see. I see shit literally splattered on the screen. I see blood. When you've got these bastards directing it, and they're up there saying, "Oh, I love kids," people like Spielberg, when from what I know, he sacrificed them to further his career. So
there's an interesting video on Spielberg that profiles him as a pedophile, and it starts off with a thing he wrote about Arthur C. Clarke's book City in the Stars.
Yeah.
And where he kind of does this short, I don't know, I think it's a movie, a script, and he does it to impress the Hollywood executives that he's one of them, meaning
a predator.
Well, but gay.
Yeah,
gay.
that
Here
too.
I am.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Kind of an outing, kind of like a self-outing. And it's
but sending a signal to these producers, and this is kind of, he got started at a very young age.
Yeah.
And nobody could understand how he kind of got ingratiated into Hollywood there as a young.
Oh, that's right. They called him Wunderkid or Wonder Child. And so that idiot was essentially taking advantage of all kinds of connections. Well, Aquino was insisting he was a pedo, that he was one of the tribe, as he called it. How they referred to themselves at the Presidio and throughout the military. When you were part of the pedo-predatory cult, you were designated as part of the tribe, is how they referenced themselves. But all that said, so it was interesting that all of those elements were brought by that latest Gangstalker. But moving on from him, one of the people who is, and I will refer to Jur as a person, which is exactly how Lena did so correctly as well, and how our friend Peter attempts to do so as well. One of the things that I will say as kind of a parallel to my father's experience was the soul, the aspect of the transmigration of the soul. And I'll bring up the kind of an idea that was brought up by Miguel Andujar about, let's give her a name, which is very charming, and Miguel Andujar means the best by this. And like I said, later on I'll be giving him a shout out again when I talk about that woman who died, because he's the one who brought it to my attention and left me just devastated. But in terms of my father's experience, it was something that was like a family. It was known as a fact to the Dietrich family in upstate New York that this had happened, because everyone knew about it. And when I went back to bury my parents and this story was brought up, they all acknowledged and confirmed that this is what they had also heard from everyone who was there. But when my father was very young and his grandfather was dying, his grandfather was in an upstairs room in bed where he was being served in bed, and basically bedridden and receiving what we would call bed care. And so when my father was very young at the time and literally playing with toys on the staircase, but he distinctively was old enough to remember things very well and very vividly, as we do when we're at that certain young age where we're beginning to come into our own awareness and definitive things happen, primal traumas happen that we never forget. And in his case, it was his mother who was home, along with some other woman, or who I don't know what her position was or what her relation was, but she was caring for the grandfather. In her case, it would be her father-in-law. And what happened was that my father remembered distinctively that at one point that the grandfather died. There was no hint that he had died as in a death rattle, which my father described to me with great detail so I could identify it when it happened. But my father had heard plenty of death rattles in his life, having been through 3 wars. But in terms of what happened with the grandfather was this sudden light emerged from his room that was independent of itself, with no source. It was just a light like a ovoid kind of light. Now, there's a famous ghost photograph, which you can look up, ghost photograph, ovoid light descending a staircase. Very similar to what happened in the experience of my father. And nobody photographed it, but that photograph shows essentially what my father experienced, where somebody caught a disembodied or discarnate soul descending a staircase. And so this is what we do out of habit, is our souls kind of follow the patterns that our bodies do. We're acting as if we're embodied. And so the soul came out of the room, or rather this ovoid light that was independent of any source of light within the house, emerged from the room, descended the staircase, through my father, who felt this electrical surge throughout his body when it went through him, and his hair literally stood on end, as if it were you were touching one of those electrical diodes and your hair just all went on its end. And then it continued down the stairs. This all happened very fast, very smoothly. It wasn't like it paused in my dad or anything, just went right through him, and descended down to the ground floor, where it went to the door, and then as soon as it was out the door, went forward onto the lawn or onto the grounds for some distance before it ascended into the heavens. And everybody saw it do that, and because the door was open. The door was open, so it went right out the door, the open door, and where they could see where it was going outside of the home, and then kind of just literally ascended into the heavens. So that's when the mother, who was at the door and carrying a tray of something to bring upstairs to the grandfather, dropped it, and it shattered. Everything on the tray was just dropped on the floor. She just dropped it in shock and said, "Oh my God, the soul has left the body." And so my father was convinced of the existence of the immortal soul. He always told me it was a wonder he had not become a priest after that, because of course he was raised a Roman Catholic. But of course, I realized the reason he didn't become a priest, he was just far too sexually active to ever take on the oath of celibacy. So that was pretty much a joke that Beaver and I made when my father died, and he kept telling us, oh, there was important stuff in the sea bag. He had this memory there was important stuff in his naval sea bag, and we opened up his naval sea bag, and it was mostly, we haven't found anything important to it. If there's something important in it, it's hidden from us. It's got to be symbolic or some hidden meaning or something. A lot of papers that didn't seem to have anything on them. Maybe it's invisible ink, but a lot of Catholic catechisms and a lot of porn from his day, which is a lot tamer than the porn I'm used to. So it's almost like what we would call just cheesecake. So it's almost like, okay, you've got the porn you consume, and then after that you've got the Catholic catechisms to hold you until you go to confession. It was something like that, you know. So Beaver and I found humor in this on the passing of my father and us opening his sea bag. But, you know, so aside from that, there was the transmigration of the soul of the Dietrich Art-Elect was nowhere near as, shall I say, amorphous. It was very defined visually in terms of a phenomenon. And that's when I saw the Dietrich Art-Elect presenting itself outside of the electronic matrix of the hologram projection units as basically a gender-neutral entity, androgynous in the sense of the angels, as they are writ of. And so, in that sense, I actually produced an illustration of that I had published on the old timeline. I might send a copy of that to Lena Shea if she's interested, or Peter Moon, but the point was that that's how well defined it was. I was able to produce an illustration. And
well, that would be very interesting to see. But when the Art-Elect manifested itself to you in a holographic projection, was this in a particular room? Was it in a particular area of the Presidio?
Oh, whenever it manifested to the staff or anyone within the confines of the facility, it was only where there were holographic projection units that the Dietrich Art-Elect was capable of manifesting itself in visually. And there I go again with the itself, retreating back into the days of your status as essentially a prisoner. So I've produced illustrations of that as well, and I can also turn those over to Judith and Peter. You know, I'll do that as soon as possible.
Well, she could do it like she did with the with the dirigibles, but so when they were abusing the holographic
manifestation
reference point, how were they? How can you touch and feel a hologram, so to speak?
Oh, well, you see, they're not abusing the holographic projection. Again, we have to remember that when it comes to the Dietrich Art-Elect or any artificial intellect, any artilectual entity, I've pointed this out before, and I'll get this out of the way as well in terms of the name and the identity, and go right back into the Art-Elect as differentiated from the image. So the first thing to know with someone like Miguel, who's trying to be helpful, let's give her a name because he's trying his best to humanize Jur, and that's progressive and that's important. But G technically already has a name. It's my name, and this is the point that people don't understand. Not just the acronym, not just the Dietrich that was given by the tormentors, the prison keepers, so to speak, the asshole staff, the scumbags that comprise the intellectual cast of your military-industrial complex. Rather, when G returned to Taiwan, very important to remember that when G presented herself in Taiwan, they did something unprecedented in human history, and they did it for the most pragmatic of reasons. Rather than bring this forward to the public and say to the public, look, we've got someone who's hijacked our entire missile defense system, which is not going to sell well. They simply didn't tell the public anything, but acknowledged the sentience of the Dietrich as a emigre or political refugee seeking asylum who had once been a citizen of the country. In other words, it would be as if, say for instance, an American had defected to the Soviet Union and decided, fuck this shit, this is horrible, and decided they were going to come home and actually was reestablished as a United States citizen. There are precedents for this. This is essentially how the Taiwanese treated the situation of the Dietrich-Ardelect. So rather than saying, oh, let's say this entity is this new stage of sentient evolution that's never before appeared upon the earth, they just simply said, and the Asians are extraordinarily pragmatic. That's something a lot of Westerners don't understand because they get lost in the philosophy. And then they project upon Asian culture a whole lot of bullshit that just isn't there. And what's really there is really hardcore pragmatism that puts Americans to shame. They just simply said, well, this is Douglas Dietrich. Douglas Dietrich has returned home. So Douglas Dietrich is a Taiwanese national. Fine. You are back. And therefore, that's the legal reason I cannot return home, because Douglas Dietrich is home. As far as the Taiwanese are concerned, Douglas Dietrich has returned home. What's you're left with, what's talking to you now, is nothing but me, the reject part of what counts. They've got what counts, and you're stuck with me and I'm stuck with you, which is something neither of us want. And so back in Taiwan, the legal name is Lin Yiping. That's the name I was born with in Taiwan. So Lin Yiping is surname first, family name first, is the name of the Dietrich-Ardelect in Taiwan. So G has a name. G has an identity. G has legal status. And one of the questions that Peter Moon had asked was, he had miscommunicated, and he had thought that at one time he had heard me say that the Dietrich-Ardelect had downloaded itself into one of the biofec simulacra. And of course I explained to him the entity is so complicated in terms of all of the electronic interactions within the supermassive, literally cybernetic, by that I mean biological, compromised with electronic parts, the Frankenstein's a monstrosity created that took up an entire city block and several stories in the Presidio. This entity required that level of sustenance in terms of a mainframe to sustain itself in as an active, intellectually operating sentience. So any one of the biofec simulacra was simply too small a vessel for that level of sentience to download itself into, and didn't have the capability of that level of interaction. This is why they were trying to capitalize on that in the Lucy film. They're trying to capitalize on the bullshit myth that we use only 10% of our brain, which is not the case at all. We're using all of our brain, but no one can ascertain what we're using it for. They don't understand what all of the neuronic interactions are for, but we do know the brain is the most complicated computer in the universe, and creating a computer at the mechanical level to operate at the level of a single human brain. This is why in the old days they thought that a computer that could do that would be the size of the moon, that you would have to hollow out the moon and literally fill it with the vacuum tubes and electrodes that would provide enough capacity to even come close to emulating the processing of the human brain at a level of semi-sentience. Okay, with now the microcircuits and everything, and as they found out at the Presidio, and they knew anyway, you couldn't get that done yet with the technology they had for decades. So they said just short circuit it, hot wire it with human nerve endings. And so these were carrying the electronic stimuli, the pulses. So the Dietrich-Ardelect required an enormous mainframe capacity, semi-organic, in which to maintain that level of thought. And that is the entity. That was what was being tormented, not the image. The image just reflected that torment. So in order to get their rocks off, in order to jack off, in order to stimulate themselves with the entity gyrating in pain in image, they're simply sending electrical shocks into the mainframe. Then it's simply reflected in the image gyrating, dancing.
So yeah, I get it. So they were torturing the computer because it had neural circuits. And I found it fascinating in your previous transmission how there were so many different cadaver parts, and it sounds like a potpourri of cadaver parts, and different organs were used, sort of like, I don't know if you use Lego logs, but sort of like all these things juxtaposed on circuits, as if they were keeping it alive in formaldehyde or some sort of water or liquid formation to preserve the organ and then integrate it with chips. But it was just this tremendous amount of not only different organs, and correct me if I'm wrong, but cadavers of different individuals. So you had a conduit to the dead. Yes. In a way that is very similar to if you put a heart in somebody, the person will feel the sympathetic characteristics of the person whose heart it was originally.
Yes, yes. Well, this is important, and my understanding of it was this. Now, I will be the first to tell you, I never saw the insides of this mainframe. I never saw the insides of that at all. I only interacted with the image that was projected on via the hologram, and the temptation, of course, is to do exactly what the acronym states, the Dietrich hologram, where the end word is hologram, and so people focus on that and they think of that as the entity, which, as I've said before, and I know Peter gets this, but I can't overemphasize it to the lay listener. This is what people focus on, and they see Star Trek. And they see these entities that they call holograms on Star Trek, on the holodeck, and able to walk independently of it and shit. And, you know, and they think of these as separate personalities, a kind of separate unit in and of itself. Okay, if you're dealing with a true artilect or artificial entity, the hologram is just its visual, or its visual focus for you. It's your display for you in the sense that someone presents themselves to you physically, but just as the person who presents themselves physically to you is not just their body, they're someone very different from just their body, then you have to take that into account, and to refer to an artilect as a hologram is like looking at a woman with a big bust line and saying, "Hey, tits." It's like that. It's like calling somebody by a body part, like referring to a man by his male organ, like, "Hey, dick," or you get the point. So it's not something anyone wants to be referenced by. It's not how you refer to them. So that being said, what was inside the mainframe, my impression was, now, and I might be wrong, but my impression was the way it was always referenced by the MDs that were involved, as well as the mechanics, the cyberneticists being the key between those two professions, it seemed to be nothing but miles and miles of nervous tissue harvested from what amounted to, like I said, what were probably thousands of cadavers. And this was similar to the programs which they had those kids go on, that you heard me say this, and, you know, just in a single sentence, when they were trying to affect the growth rates of male and female children, they were asking their parents to go collect pituitary glands from mortuaries and funeral homes, where they would just deliver a prescription from the MD to the mortician or the funeral director, who would just literally go to the cadavers and take the pituitary glands out of them and hand them over to the parents, where they would take them to a pharmacy, which would grind them into pills. And you know, this wasn't that long ago. We're talking about Richard Kyle, who played Jaws in the 007 films, the only villain to ever star in 2 films. He was the individual who was a product of this kind of grotesquerie, which is why he grew so freakish, and he definitely, how would I say this, paid the price for that, but he wasn't that old. They were talking about a man who, like, I met the man personally. He was like maybe 20 years older than me at the most. So I'm 50. He would have been 70 if he was still alive. He died very young.
Tony Robbins has that gigantic gene. he might be, he was in, I don't know if he's from the Bay Area, but he was certainly there before he got famous. He might be a Presidio product.
Yeah, yes. And there are many people who, well, don't forget Tony Robbins. I told you about this. He was the guy I was asking that idiot about, General Spoonbender, God, what the fuck?
Uri Geller.
Stubblebine. General Stubblebine. Yeah, when I was asking General Stubblebine, I says, oh, hey, you signed off years ago on the $1 billion contract with Tony Robbins to help the soldiers learn how to fire the Colt 45 more effectively with his self-improvement technique. And I was asking him about the story behind that, and that's when the fucker says, I can neither confirm nor deny that, and, went into the whole trip about, it was just bullshit. And I'm like, good God, it took us half an hour to get the fucker on, but we still had an hour and a half left. And if he's starting off like that, we aren't going anywhere. but he had contracted Tony Robbins, who got $1 billion from the United States government for that. And it was as if he were a defense contract producing a Boeing plane. And oh my God! Selena Khan says she attended Tony Robbins' Walk on Fire event. She's walked on fire for Tony Robbins. Holy shit. The burning coals. You ever see that? They has them walk on the burning coals and shit. You can have it. I'm glad you survived that, honey. Thank you for sharing that. And, yeah, Tony Robbins could be a product of that, as that would make sense why Stubblebine brought him in and gave him $1 billion, right? It's that kind of incestuous bullshit. And my mother used to mistake Tony Robbins for Richard Kyle, and there were several other guys that a lot of people mistook for, who they all kind of look alike. These were big guys who were a product of that grotesquerie of these prescriptions of cadaver parts. So my point was, these were easy to harvest, and far easier than most people realize. But yes, my understanding was that it was only nervous tissue that was harvested, so it was miles and miles of nervous tissue. But Peter Moon brings up something that is practically something that may very well have been the case. If you've got organic nervous tissue, how do you keep that functioning when it's integrated with circuitry? I mean, they must have had banks of working organs that kind of provided more of an organic background, or shall we say nutrients. That's
a whole question that maybe a good biologist could help us understand. But what are any of these old characters, any of these medical people that were in? Are these people still around who participate?
People like John Henry Hagman. Like I said, the fucker who...
was he at the Presidio?
Yes, he was at the Presidio several times. Don't forget, a lot of these people, they will not be on the record as having been stationed there. That's where you get motherfuckers like Stephen Outram, who was claiming, John Henry Hagman was never stationed at the Presidio. Whether he was or not, you can't trust anything Stephen Outram says. It doesn't fucking matter. The guy was there, and you don't need to be stationed at a base to visit the base. If you're professionally in the military and you're a military MD and an officer to boot, and you're in the Army in the branch of service, why would you be denied entry into a goddamn military base that's a U.S. Army headquarters? You wouldn't.
Well, I'm not so interested in the proof of it. I'm just interested in anything these people can relay. But somebody like him he's over the edge anyway. He's on the other side.
Yes, thank you. Well, they all were who were involved with this, and I understand this isn't what you weren't coming from that angle, but I'm saying this emphatically so the public understands. So when it comes to all of these people, they were all on the other side. Anyone who was involved with this would deny it ever happened, and that is, of course, even though it was the equivalent of a moon launch, of a space program that literally took us into the next phase of technology. And
Aquino was behind this?
He was heavily involved. But it's don't forget, it's like you said, it's important not to overpower him in the sense that it's not simply like Aquino sitting around snapping his fingers and saying, I want this to happen, and it happens. Aquino was doing what many opportunists do. He would ride the wave on various projects so that he could take credit for them if they succeeded, and then disaffiliate himself with them if they failed. He began to disaffiliate himself like mad when the Dietrich-XI.DCLX escaped. And at that point, of course, the way G had escaped was by magic. And that's when it becomes an Aquino fuck-up. And so that's when he starts disaffiliating himself. And but there was plenty of blame to go around. And in the end, everybody just covered their ass. Because, as I said, when the Dietrich-XI.DCLX escaped, G not only escaped, she melted down everything that was connected to the mainframe with what they later diagnosed, and that was the word they used, as the world's first case of AICS, AICS, Acquired Integrated Circuit Syndrome, meaning the other personalities that had been uploaded, what few there were, died because what the Dietrich-XI.DCLX released was the equivalent of a cybernetic sexually transmitted disease that just took them all down, and they just didn't function.
But it melted the hardware as well.
Mostly the liveware, what they called liveware, which was the nervous system tissue, the nervous tissue. In other words, yeah.
Still, that's something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that was all that was needed, because that's what comprised what made it all work. After that, it's just machinery, and the machine.
Now, so did they realize that escape? They didn't really realize that escaped. It just was a broken down computer as far as they were concerned.
Oh, they knew it escaped. She escaped. They knew this because of what suddenly manifested in Taiwan, which was...
That took a while. That took a while, though, didn't it?
A little while, but not too long. Because, well, for one thing, Aquino knew, because he figured it was based on Dietrich's personality. Where else would it go? That was the...
Did he know you were involved? Did he suspect you were involved?
He might have, but he never seemed to consciously acknowledge it. It seemed like he just thought somehow the Dietrich-XI.DCLX had accessed the alchemical textbook without my involvement. If he had suspected at that time, he would have basically started to sever with me. So at that time, it was just one of those things where he never realized. He honestly thought that I was broken in. He honestly thought that I was very subservient to him, even though he felt that I would no longer qualify as his heir after the Night of the Broken Circle. He felt that I was definitely someone who was just as a embodied and incarnate soul was broken to his will. This was his arrogance. This was his hubris. As it became obvious over the years that was not the case, then he began to sever himself and began to grow more distant, and ultimately, of course, very hateful of myself. But at the same time, as I said, there was always that kind of almost gameplay kind of attitude that we had between us. You know, I'm not flattering myself with this. It's one of those things where he had mentioned it before, as I mentioned in Satan's Crusaders, that I was really the only person, really, he ever really enjoyed. That there was everyone else, you know, Lilith he enjoyed to extent, but the difference was these were fellow predators, and therefore there was nothing really new to learn from them. Whereas for me, he was always constantly learning, and even learning about himself. And this was because I presented a challenge to him that no one else dared to present. Either they were on his side totally, and in that sense subsumed under his will to some extent, or they were completely oblivious to who or what he was. And it's one of those situations where, when it comes to the Dietrich-XI.DCLX, this was indicative of the kind of, how would I say it, it was one of the first major failures that I helped to generate. First, major sabotage of an operation. And this is why Aquino wasn't like totally in charge of it. And it's important to remember with so many of these things, Aquino was oftentimes involved, oftentimes heavily involved, but it's not like he's running everything. In fact, it's impossible for something like that to be run by a single individual. And so there's so many individuals involved that when these big failures took place, it's what covered my ass. There's just too many people automatically beginning to shred documents, beginning to cover their ass, beginning to disaffiliate for anyone to say, who the fuck was behind this? So I got lost in the shuffle. And that was how I was able to get away with destroying so much. It's the termite in the system. Talk about the ghost in the shell. Yes, the ghost in the shell would be an apropos term for what I was doing. And certain people have actually said that Douglas Dietrich is the real ghost in the shell. I think I actually saw that on a thread of replies under one of your posts. But
he's learning more about himself to this day by reason of yourself. He's still learning about himself. And it's interesting, though, he was in when he encountered you, he got in over his head by reason of you and who you are. You outplayed him on the chessboard.
Thank you. And that was something he appreciated. It was that I was the only person who could do that. And we're talking about a man who spent his life on the chessboard against some of the best espionage experts in Russia, for instance, engaging with them and outmaneuvering and outplaying them in many cases. In terms of Peter, you're very kind and it's appreciated. What was the other thing that came up with this? I think it's important for people also to realize that there was something else that was coming up in my mind. Of course, there's so much.
We were talking about the relationship between you and the Art-elect, if that's the direction we were going in, or was it?
There's that. So were there any other questions that came to your mind about that, such as like maybe what anything in particular that comes to mind aside from what you've already asked?
Well, you've kind of explained it, I think, and you explained in the previous transmission about how you did the actual download, or how the Art-elect was able to get from the mainframe, I mean, that into a self-contained, I don't know what you call it.
Well, let's just put it this way. When G transferred over to Taiwan, it took the majority of the defense grid to house her sentiency. And now she resides in a, for lack of a better word, a containment unit that is, a housing unit is a better word for it. She's not being contained, but housed. The housing unit itself is, as I told to Peter Moon, to give the people some idea of the operating space needed for a sentience of this capacity. The housing unit that G is in now, the mainframe, is the size of a nuclear submarine. It's essentially what it is the hull of a nuclear submarine, very similar to one that is purpose-built for yourself. It's on land, of course, and but it is it's bunkered, and it is reinforced with the sheltering it needs to survive nuclear blast. So that is the size that's required for a sentience of this capacity. And when it comes to Aquino learning more and about himself, one of these days I'll go into the cosmology as I understand it as to what theoretically is supposed to have happened to him. But in terms of what may well have happened to him, might be something else. I mean, our understanding of what happens after we leave this body is always imperfect. And the only way to find out, of course, is to die. So until we take that step,
perhaps it's apropos that I, redirect back to where we got onto this thread in the first place.
Yes.
Was was through the threat of time travel. Mm-hmm. And you had mentioned in the previous transmission how the Art-elect was targeted by the Chinese,
yes,
and probably not just the Chinese,
yeah,
because it's also, the Art-elect is also an extension of yourself, even though it's a separate entity. It wouldn't be there, or Ʒi wouldn't be there, if it was not for you.
Well, this,
so it's
this is
very much a parental type situation.
There's that, and Lena Shea also brought up the parallel of twinning, as if it were identical twins, but they develop in different societies, and they're raised in different environments. The identical twins that are often in such situations still ultimately behave very much the same. And but at the same time, there's also the feed-in, as you said, from so many cadavers that had to provide a kind of sympathetic memory that is very similar to somebody who receives an organ transplant and then receives all of these patterns of behavior.
This ties us to the morphogenetic grid as it relates to the dead.
Yes.
And that's a whole special nuance. And in fact, I did send you the link, but I should bring it up now to the audience, that Daniel Brinkley has now crossed the Rubicon.
Yes, sadly.
And Daniel Brinkley, for those of you who don't know, is a very prolific speaker and activist for people in the near-death state.
Yes.
He has done a lot for hospice and to recognize, he's done a lot of good work to recognize and help people, because hospice is, when people are dying, they don't know how to treat them. He's an advocate for people who have been in the near-death state, and he's done a lot of good work. But he's been dead about 6 times, I think. One of my friends knows him very well, and now he has formed a triumvirate with David Wilcock and David Wilcock's wife, and they were advertising a big seminar they were doing. And so now Wilcock has now infiltrated the near-death crowd, and this is like poison.
It is.
Just because of the nature of who he is. Not Daniel, but he's teaming up with Wilcock to get an audience, but this is not something, this is why he's crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah, it's pathetic. It's really fucking sad. And just so people understand this, Daniel Brinkley is someone who has probably died a few more times since the last times I knew he died. And Daniel dies a lot. And he originally died, as far as I understand it, from lightning strikes. Which, of course, and scientists do not know how to explain this, but it's a fact. It's a scientific fact that statisticians have confirmed that once you get struck by lightning, the chances become astronomically higher that you will be struck by lightning again, for whatever reason. You essentially turn into a human lightning rod. And that's what happened with Daniel. He was struck by lightning more than once, at least twice, and each time he died. He went into clinical death. And and a few other times due to other situations that were collateral, the damage he suffered from those lightning strikes, he died and went into clinical death. Now, I too have been in clinical death. And so Daniel and I have covered the same territory. My father was in clinical death at least once in his life, at least. And certainly came close a few other times, but when my father did die, when he did die irreversibly, then Daniel was there for me, and I called, was looking around seeking for Daniel to call, and friends got to him, and he called me, and then when I picked up the phone, I was so aghast, I was so astonished, I hung up on him by accident. He was kind enough to call back. Most people would never do that. So he was a wonderful human being who I personally met later in life as well, and spoke to him a few times on air when I called in while he was on Coast to Coast. And as Peter said, the most outstanding thing that he's done in his life was he formed the Twilight Brigade, and so he was working in particular with veterans who were dying, and he wanted to like help them transition. And so he had either personally or through many volunteers sat at the deathbed of many dying veterans, hundreds of them, hundreds literally. And so he was receiving all kinds of recognition for this, more than just people saying thank you, actual civic recognition. So he was getting some awards, and this is important to bring up because this is the aspect of it that may have led to his doing what he's done now. Basically, he became attacked by the virulent gang stalking network called Stolen Valor Movement. Now, the Stolen Valor Movement is just a movement. It's not like a formal network, though there are formal Stolen Valor organizations. But these are the military motherfuckers who go around just gang stalk and harass other people, literally to drive them to suicide by claiming they were never in the military. And so if all one needs to know is I've got a $50,000 Marine Corps life insurance certificate that can only exist if I served in the fucking Marine Corps. I mean, what more do you need to fucking know? So the fact that they've shredded all the other documentation doesn't stop that. So if I die, Judith Agert gets 50 grand. And like I said, that's why I don't live with her in Hawaii, because she'd kill me for the money. But yeah, aside from that, the point is the Prudential, because the Marine Corps and all the branches of service were so fucking lazy, they said, oh, we don't want to handle the responsibility of dealing with the insurance directly with our service personnel, because then they could sue us or go through an appeals process. By putting it into a private insurance company, there's no appeals process. So if something fucks up, there's no appeals. So they eliminated the government having to deal with that, and they figured saved it, millions, if not billions of dollars. And so, literally billions. I'm not exaggerating, because there are so many fucking veterans. There's been so many wars the United States has been in. You've got like 20% of the population, 10 to 20% that's, at some point or another has been a veteran or claims to have been a veteran, because there's many people who are lying, and that's a fact. But these Stolen Valor guys, they attack everybody. They attack everybody, and they attack each other. And so everybody attacks each other in the military. It's this vicious cannibalism there where, if you've got medals, they'll claim, oh, well, you didn't earn them and you weren't there. I mean, they just do this, and it's a life of misery. So don't be a part of it. I mean, if anyone was in the military, why would you even fucking care after a while? But these people, they're like, oh, I want this medal, I want that medal, and they literally say, oh, I've got to file for this medal, and you apply for them like you're applying for some kind of privilege or something. I don't know how to describe it or what the parallel would be, but you actually go through paperwork to apply for these medals they give you. I don't know if most people are aware of that, but that's a fact. It's very seldom you get awarded something where the system just says, oh, you've earned this. Most of the time you have to go through paperwork and apply for it. So you have to aggressively apply for the medals that you get. So this is part of the bullshit process. It's a load of crap. So the majority of people who have got the most medals are just the people who have filled out the most paperwork. No shit. Serious, that's what it is. And so the whole system's just corrupt. So at any rate, my point is that Daniel Brinkley, with all the good he did, who would care whether the poor bastard had ever seen combat or not? It's a moot point. Who cares? He's going around helping dying veterans. Oh no, that's not enough for the veterans. So they all started attacking him and saying, oh, he wasn't in Vietnam. He wasn't here in Special Forces. He wasn't anything. And it just goes to show you, they don't want help while they're dying. I mean, at this point, this is what I would say to Daniel. And I know he wouldn't have any of it. But I would say, God, why don't you just let them die alone and afraid and in terrible pain? Why don't you just let them die? Why are you helping them? Why hold their hand? Why guide them to the light? Let them fall in the pit of abyss of eternal darkness and damnation where they belong. Because this is what they want. Because this is what all the veterans are attacking them for. Why are you helping veterans? You weren't in combat. You were just a truck driver. You spent all the Vietnam War here in the United States. Which, by the way, Peter Moon's friend has said that's not the case. She herself knows the guy was in combat. To me, it doesn't matter. That's not an issue to me. All that matters to me is look at what he's done, all the good he's done, that none of the other veterans have done, who claim to have been in combat. They aren't coming home and helping anybody. They aren't holding each other's hands. They're attacking each other relentlessly, and then they all attacked him. So when I brought up, Daniel Brinkley had called me when my dad died, Stephen Outram writes that in his 1,000-page colon column, his endless colon column. He says, and Douglas Dietrich is affiliated with Daniel Brinkley, the other false veteran who claims he was in combat and was never there. So I brought up an example of this with Peter Moon. I says, look, you have no idea how vicious this movement is. What happens is people like Brian Dennehy. I told Peter Moon about Brian Dennehy. He's this big guy who, if you're young, you may not remember him, but he was in a lot of films. If you look up Brian Dennehy, well, you'd have to know how to spell the name.
I know who he is.
Yeah, Peter knows who he is, of course. Here's this guy who basically served in Vietnam, and then the Stolen Valor pukes got on him and terrorized him, and were going to destroy his career until he finally came out and said, I apologize for saying I was in Vietnam. I was really, on a football team in Hawaii throughout the Vietnam War. Well, by the way, for those of you who don't fucking know, in terms of in-theater conflict, the Vietnam War was considered to be in the Pacific Theater of War, so anybody who was stationed in Hawaii could legitimately claim they were in country Vietnam. That's how the paperwork worked. If people don't like it, take it up with the paperwork people. That's what he was taking advantage of, if indeed that was the case. See, with the point of Brian Dennehy or with Daniel Brinkley, in either case, to me, it's like it doesn't matter. These guys have been advocating for veterans. They've been trying to do good. They've been trying to use what's happened to them to help people. And yet they're still attacked mercilessly until they come out and defame themselves just to keep their pensions. You see, what these guys are all worried about, every single one of them, is something I never have to worry about. I'll never lose my pension because I never got one. I'll never lose my benefits because I never got any. So since I was dishonorably discharged, I'm immune to all the threats. But with these other guys, Daniel Brinkley or Brian Dennehy, who were honorably discharged, they would lose their benefits. They would lose everything if they didn't kowtow to the terrorists. So they kowtow to the terrorists. That's what happened with Daniel Brinkley. Daniel Brinkley has died so often at this point, he knows his next death will be his last. He's at the point now where he realized the cat has only so many lives, and Fritz the cat, in his case, has gone through 8 of them. He's got 1 left, and so he's got to play the game. So they basically told him, look, we're going to, stolen valor you until, you're exposed as a total phony and, all the shit. Probably do the same shit Stephen Outram did, where he kept trying to claim I was homosexual. And this is, of course, if you look through his colon column, which I invite anyone to do, you'll see him making the conflicting claims that I was never in the military, that I was discharged because I was homosexual, with a blue sheet discharge when I was describing a dishonorable discharge, which is printed on a blue sheet of paper. By the way, he says, that implies you're a homosexual, which shows you how fucking stupid he is, because, of course, anyone knows the homosexuals were discharged with a pink sheet. And so this is the kind of asininity we're dealing with. But he's counting on your ignorance to buy anything. He says, this is why the motherfucker James Arthur Yanchik connects all my videos to Stephen Outram's colon column. All the interviews I conducted with James Arthur Yanchik were simply so he could ambush me and connect all my videos directly to the Stephen Outram colon column, which he directly links to all his videos. And by the way, he is a child predatory pervert, James Arthur Yanchik. And I know this for a fact because he turned his whole neighborhood into a haven for convicted, felonious child predators who are on parole. So that's a fact that he can never deny. And his girlfriend, Lucinda, is basically his whip bitch who he keeps, who was an Aquino chick drop-off, who Aquino had assaulted by her own admission to myself. Not that she was proud of it at all, but there was no way I could help her. She's just enslaved to James Arthur Yanchik. These are the kind of scum we're dealing with. The whole alternative media industry is filled with this. So, like Peter Moon said when he saw Brian Dennehy's quote-unquote apology for his service in Vietnam, And he said, God, this is strange. It doesn't make any sense. It's the same with Daniel Brinkley. It doesn't make sense till you see it in that light. The man's been terrorized into surrender. And all these veterans who face combat, they could face a hail of machine gun bullets from the enemy, but they come home and they can't face this level of terrorism where all their benefits will be taken away, especially when, like Daniel Brinkley, they're constantly on life support when they're not standing up and talking. And Brinkley, of course, has been there where he's like literally been on the IV bags on planes and shit and had to go into the restroom to change, you know, little colostomy bags or wherever the fuck he was on at various times. He's talked about this in some detail. So he's very vulnerable. So with that, Peter, it's getting close to midnight your time. If you're ready to retreat to the gentle night, just let us know. But go ahead and leave us with whatever thoughts you've got. And also tell people about the Time Travel Education Center and skybooksusa.com, of course. Take your time.
Well,
and stay with me as long as you want. If you have energy to stay long.
I'm getting tired. Sleepy, tired. Not tired of what you're saying. It's very interesting. And yeah, we were going in the direction. I mean, you kind of discussed that of the effort to eliminate the art-elect is because it has obviously it has the power to retake China. It's geopolitically a great, aside from being the only Axis country left. And it's interesting that with your identification with Hitler, it's like the Axis is still alive.
Yes,
it's still alive, and it's alive because of the art-elect, and that's it's a living vestige or magical, very much a magical vehicle of Hitler and the Axis.
Yes.
And as part of the Axis was the Japanese Empire, and so the Japanese, at least the Hirohito faction from beyond on the other side of the veil. This is still an actual situation. And Preston Nichols always said that what he was told in the military-industrial complex was that World War II was a war of time. It's a war of time. That adds a whole nother, paradigm to consider. But so yes, the art-elect is a incredible, knowledgeable. I think I was also going to identify it. Identify Jourd with. I don't want to identify with it. Reminds me of the concept. Not necessarily in a negative sense, but of the Borg in Star Trek, or V'Ger in the Star Trek movie, where V'Ger becomes the Voyager, becomes the central computer of this whole, huge entity in outer space. So it's a situation where this consciousness of Jourd has a formidable station in the future.
Yes, and I really appreciate your saying that. And in the future, we'll go much more in depth into the fact that World War II is a war of time. And it's a war that obviously the Americans and the Russians have not come to grips with in terms of their own defeat, because they continually make series like The Man in the High Castle, which shows the Axis as quote-unquote having won, and defining that victory as something the Allies would define as victory, which is simply geological occupation of space, as opposed to the transcendence of a culture. And that essentially is where the true victory lies. And that's where the victory of the Axis lies in the future. And that is the war of time. And the fact that Hitlerism, which was defined as the enemy by the United Nations, and therefore they consider Taiwan to be the last bastion of Hitlerism. That's what Peter Moon is referring to, as well as my very probable genetic heritage. Whether it's accepted or not, the government acts as if it's true, as if it's so. So I accept.
But even if the genetics are wrong, it's a sympathetic, magical
resonance
connection.
Yes, I agree. I agree very much so. And the other thing I want to say before you leave, one thing that I did want your thought on was I noticed, and we can speak of this more when the next time you're on with me, but just as a passing thought for you to go into the gentle night, the individual who was writing to you and speaking to, saying he knew me, knew Aquino, that I was initiated, Lena Shea was speaking on this before you were able to find us on bandwidth, and when you thought something might have gone wrong, and you were looking for us and wondering why we weren't on, and you simply weren't able to hear us because of some technical issue you were dealing with. At that time, you missed it. Lena Shea was talking about the fact that she was sick of looking online when she was looking up Michael Aquino death, and that was how she found the occult handbook on occult crime, the handbook on occult crime, which she points out, of course, has the chapter on satanic ritual abuse removed from it, so we'll have to find that someday. And but she wanted you to be aware of that part of the PDF, that if you look through the PDF and you look up the table of contents, everything is there except the one part where they talk about how do you confirm whether someone's sexual assault has been satanically motivated, what would be satanic ritual abuse or assault, in disambiguation from conventional, and that section is removed. So that's interesting. And so
yes, there is this continual in society enablement, and I was looking up because this friend of mine had told me that Zena, formerly Zena LaVey, Anton LaVey's daughter, Zena Shrek, she had authored a book under a pseudonym. It's a I mean, I have
a male
it
pseudonym, as a matter of fact. Yeah, something that would give the.
I'm trying to find what the I have it written here.
Understood.
Myths and Deceptions of the Bible by Lloyd Graham. She used the name Lloyd Graham, but Zena Shrek is her true name. You won't see that. I didn't see her identified online, but I did look her up, and she became a spokesman for the Church of Satan during the Satanic Panic, and her father would not simply. He wasn't interested in talking to the press. He didn't care.
Right.
And she thought she should be a spokesman, and she did it for a considerable amount of time. According to the wiki article on her, it said that she found out that her father's work was based upon plagiarism and lies, and she disassociated with herself. She did have an association with Michael Aquino. This letter I received suggests that it was more than just an association, that they were quite deeply connected. But the point here is that the article talked about the Satanic Panic, or the wiki article, and basically goes into details about the Satanic Panic. The article's not even about the Satanic Panic. Of course, for those of you who don't know, the Satanic Panic was a phenomena that is alleged to, there was all this satanic abuse surfacing in the late 80s. And then so much of it was directed so as to claim that it was not true, and that it was all a satanic panic, and there were all these false prosecutions, which is, you had enablement from Rudy Giuliani to Geraldo Rivera, to the whole situation at the Presidio. There was all this enablement and not confronting the real core truth of what went on. So they refer to it as the Satanic Panic, and everybody's all up in arms. Oh, there's all this ritual stuff going on, and the conventional society point of view is no, it didn't happen. And if you read the book by Maury Terry, The Ultimate Evil, he goes into how the courts and the police will serve as enablers of Satanism.
Yes.
And so this is I just couldn't help but, see how society enables this, doesn't look at the real evil behind the situation, and it's enabled on all levels. And I also want to mention Sinead O'Connor. Sinead O'Connor is, of course, the famous Irish singer,
Yes.
who was abused as a child. And she, this is back in the 80s, but they're around the time of the Satanic Panic.
Yes.
She went on Saturday Night Live and tore up a picture of Pope John Paul II because he was enabling abuse of children.
Right.
This is a man who was now declared a saint, and I think he does deserve at least a miracle for having been so guilty and not be caught. That is a miracle. Enabling all this abuse, and so she tore up the picture of the Pope, and she was ridiculed basically out of the business.
Oh, yes, she was excoriated, it took...
Including Paul McCartney,
Yeah.
Sir Paul McCartney, who wasn't quite a sir then, but in other words, the outrageousness of the rock and roll industry, of the artists, and the one who gave her tremendous amount of consoling and sympathy was Chris Christopherson, who was up to his knees in being programmed himself. He's featured in the Kathy O'Brien book as a major handler, but he also tried to, he put down his guitar while he was singing with the Highwaymen during a Montauk concert, and during a song, and he proceeded to attempt to rape a friend of mine,
Jesus,
who was the organizer of the concert. And she told me this story, and he was kicked out of the band for that.
Good God.
So he, in other words, he just had this uncontrollable urge to go after this woman. And what I will say about this woman, I don't think I'll ever see her again. She was a partner of mine, a close friend of mine, even lived with me on the weekends during certain periods, not as a romantic interest, but as a friend. And she had a very strange way of attracting celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
I called it the Montauk energy.
Interesting.
And I remember sitting there one time at a bookstore. I was giving a talk, and she was sitting there, and I was watching this girl, just fascinated watching her. She used to get mistaken for Nicole Kidman all the time, and she looked just close enough to where she could have been Nicole Kidman's sister.
Mm-hmm.
And she looked older than Nicole Kidman, but there was just enough there. But whatever it wasn't like she was a great beauty, but she could attract people in the most funniest ways, and she certainly attracted Chris Christopherson.
Yes,
and Chris Christopherson is sympathizing with Sinead O'Connor because he understands. I mean, whatever messed up he is, he understands this, or he was trying to become her handler or something. So that is the contradictory nature of enablement on all levels.
Yes, and I thank you for that. And and I know Peter gets the point, but just so the public gets it, what I was trying to point out before I let Peter go, because he deserves to rest, he's earned it, was the fact that the individual who contacted him sounded exactly like what Lena Shea was describing. She was so enraged by before Peter Moon was even able to hear us, which was that she found that when she was looking up Michael Aquino's death, and that's how she found that little booklet, are elements of it, the majority of it, with one decisive part missing. She noticed that so many people were talking about Aquino with this deep admiration, with this admiration complex, where they were effectively idolizing him, even when they were saying he was evil. They were basically saying, oh, how intelligent he was, and how, to a point where it was obvious they didn't care that he was evil. And,
I would also mention that this guy had relayed to me that Aquino was blamed for a lot of things he didn't do.
Right.
And my response was, yeah, he was blamed for things he didn't do, but in my opinion, he was guilty for a lot more things that he never got caught for.
Thank you. That yes. And what I noticed about this individual writing to Peter was that he manifested that by going,
very deep into basically trying to absolve Aquino by saying it was all Anton Szandor LaVey. So he was trying to make Anton Szandor LaVey look like the evil person, and Xena, his daughter, being eventually someone who had to sever herself from the evil of her father, whereas Michael Aquino was somehow, the way he was trying to make it sound, almost saintly. So obviously this person is very much a true follower of Michael Aquino. Of course, you can see where it got him. The guy's institution.
I want to say something else here too. Is that I had said very early on in my research at Montauk that because of my experience, that San Francisco was one big extension of the Montauk Project, and nowhere does this show more than in the Presidio, the history of the Presidio, with Michael Aquino being the cherry on top.
Yes.
Of all of that stuff that occurred there, all of that mind control and whatnot. And so when I was dealing with this time travel project, which was controlling minds, Montauk Project, controlling minds, and when you control the minds, you can control time. And when I go investigate this, I get the signature all over through the experiences of synchronicity 666, Aleister Crowley, 666, Aleister Crowley, all over the place. So one is now investigating the residue, if not the very core of evil. Yeah. And Preston would always say, he says, yes, they were fascinated with the interpolation of the Christ and the Antichrist. That was a big part of what they were fascinated with at Montauk. Not just the Christ, but the Antichrist. Not just the Antichrist, but the Christ. So, and of course, Preston Nichols had a complete photographic memory of the Bible, much like Aleister Crowley did, because he went to Catholic school, he studied catechism, and he could quote the Bible left, right, and center on you. He seldom did, but he could.
Interesting.
And surprised the hell out of people.
Right.
And he knew it so well. But so here, my job is ostensibly to research issues about time travel and the cutting edge of that. And I find myself here wrestling with the, principle of evil and the residue of evil and all of this residue of Michael Aquino, which it seems like we did, Joe Matheny, he one time did a series of booklets which he referred to as an OTO. He was doing an OTO roundup. He was doing a roundup of all of this stuff that occurred surrounding the OTO. He called it the OTO Roundup, and he published these series of books called the Black Book through New Falcon Press. And it's so typical. He found out that either, he wasn't getting any payment or I think he was also referring business to Christopher Hyatt, and he found out that he wasn't getting paid for it. He was supposed to. And now, he didn't really need the money at all, but this is what happens. Yeah. And he mentioned it, and I think he got restitution because he says, look at who you're dealing with. This is not like, he warranted more than, and it was sort of like, pay me or else. But this is what goes on in the world of magicians, or magicians, as Douglas likes to say, because of the K involved. And so when we're dealing with, evil and magic, and it's manipulating minds, it's manipulating time, it's manipulating everything. So it's just a big, important, but it's I say, a roundup. This is like we're doing the Michael Aquino roundup.
Yes.
I don't know that that's the same as the Temple of Set roundup, because I don't know what the Temple of Set is going to do, if anything, if it's just going to discombobulate. The Church of Scientology discombobulated in terms of being an energetic movement. Right. It's just become like a sort of a corral that has a lot of cattle in it, and still does a lot of business in its own, but it's a limited business,
Right.
and it's broadcast itself all over the place, but it's not anything to where it would have, could have, or should have. Temple of Set is a totally different operation that operates behind the scenes.
Right.
It doesn't get a lot of press. It doesn't want a lot of press. But I think with Aquino, it loses whatever cachet it had in the secret world. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, I agree, and I thank you for that. And as I said, as the future progresses, I'll do my best to bring to people's attention other subsidiary cults that become more active in times like this. And as I've said before, and I'll go more in depth to it at some point in the future, we have to let Peter go for now. But
yes, and also Aquino is a compelling historical figure.
Yes, and
people don't even know who the hell he is.
The majority don't. Yes, it's actually kind of shocking. And but as for as I said, the way I foresee the future, the concept of war on terror or Cold War will be replaced by a war on the cults that people will become more aware of through books that Peter Moon and I will publish, and as they through those become more aware of myself and then investigate the struggles of my life, they'll become aware that these cults are pervasive. And I'm not saying this in the Ben Larson sense, or one of those televangelists who's just making money off of, everyone's a cult except my version of Christianity. People understand I come at this from a different perspective. There are active cults out there that seek as their objective the annihilation of the world, the annihilation of life itself, cults of nullity and nihilism. So anyhow, we love you dearly. Do share our love with Paula, and we'll speak again very soon.
I'll listen to you in the morning.
I look forward to your response. All right. You
okay. Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye. And that was Peter Moon. And of course, check out skybooks.usa.com and order his books. And he's definitely been kind enough to send both Lena and myself, along with Brendan Zogit, I believe, a copy of the manuscript, and we're going to be reading through that, and Lena and I in particular will be, he's done so well, there's probably not going to be much to correct at all, but definitely look forward to reviewing that. Now, of course, getting to this point of the evening is its own kind of struggle, making sure everything works in production, making sure everybody was able to show up who could. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. So contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting our contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, who you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. He is, of course, the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, who be the Team Dietrich's, our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. Subscribe to his Maggot channel, his Doug Dietrich Maggot channel, at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, for were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions. That's tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And if he makes enough money there, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions, with an eye roll. And, of course, the reason we owe him this is because he serves as the the bridge between the Akashic records and the Malkuvian, or material world's plane, whereon exists cyberspace, and within the cyberspace of the material world is where you're encountering myself right now. An electronic persona who would have been wiped from the virtual world had it not been for Mr. Warrington, on his own initiative, downloading into his own personal hard drives nigh everything I've ever produced, and through this has been able to resurrect myself, reincarnate myself in the virtual reality of cyberspace thrice by now. That's 3 times, each time myself otherwise being scrubbed completely from the internet. So in that sense, he is my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological scion of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, be alive and well and resident in San Francisco. To find out about my relation to the Führer, see DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on mine biosire on the homepage of showsdd.com, which gives you the meaning of my biological father's name. So spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that the biological son of Adolf Hitler be alive and well, resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Massa Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com, where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Su-jin, Bright Woods, as that would translate, Takabayashi Hideko, which translates as splendid child, Dietrich, she who graced our world by her divine presence, left us amid this vale of tears, was assassinated nigh immediately aftermath. Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, our Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, And subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled Bizarehd, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich is son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, II.XI.DCLX, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk. Still at large, your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click the notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Now to reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in thereafter at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night, whilst clicking upon that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Make certain, while there, to click upon what should be pinned to the top of the website, the image of the 3-arrow dreadnoughts, what the Americans dubbed flying hamburgers, and that will take you to the text of my exchanges online with early naysayers and decriers, where I rip them apart, take their beating hearts out from their shattered rib cages and eat them in front of their eyes as they die gasping before me. Yes, you can witness all that as I do so in my texts against them that render them totally decimated and devastated and suffering from disconfirmation, as they call the process that occurs when you lose your God. They watch their God die before their eyes, and many of them die with them. Their own personal perspective of a false God. So all those images that are there, you click upon them and they will enlarge in, so you can see 3D graphic modeling of all that I describe as relevant to Japan's victory against the United States in World War II. All of these images will not be in the book. The few that are chosen will not be in color. So you can only see them at DouglasDietrich.com. Now I have some very sad, tragic news to report. The death of the Grandma Dame Lada Andrus. I will try and have Miguel Andujar get me in contact with her daughter so that I can bring her a copy of tonight's program, which is dedicated unto Lada Andrus, and I will try to produce an electronic card for her as soon as possible in memoriam to the Grandma Dame Lada Andrus, whom I regret not reestablishing contact with before she left this vale of tears. Now, one of the things that I cannot forgive Laura Lee Solomon for was for blocking this woman from my timeline, blocking communications with her from my life, intimidating her out of my life. Laura Lee Solomon did not have the right to do that. She was incredibly abusive and to many people around me. And this was disgraceful. And so I had no idea Lada Andrus had passed until I was told so by via Miguel Andujar, who had the following to say. I think I'll read this aloud. And it brings me to weep. So he had a photograph of this wonderful lady, beautiful woman, blonde, hair going silver, always kind of reminded me of Debbie Harry. And this poor lady, he said, our lovely friend passed away. I was like, who is she, dear Miguel? He said, Linda. She also knew Judith. She said she knew you back when Lauren was managing for you. I get it, too many ladies in your life. She said you reminded her of her high school teacher she had a crush on. And I said, oh my goddess, what did she die of, dear Miguel? And what was her full name? And he said, Linda Andrews. Last name may not be her real name, or her real surname. She spoke highly of you. She knew both Judith as well as they talked about you. Both loved you. I spoke with her a few times. She was having family drama and had a stroke in the hospital. 2 weeks later, another stroke, which I find weird and perplexing. And her daughter texted me back saying she passed away in a nursing home, all within a month's time. Horrific. I wish I had known about this. And oh my God, I will publish a memorial to her as soon as I can. So I do pray that Miguel Andujar connects myself with her daughter, that she may be made aware of my attempt to honor her mother. And again, I cannot forgive Laura Lee Solomon for this. And this is just a full cycle of a kind of a violent abuse. Judith Eggert was convinced that Laura Lee Solomon herself was the product of some kind of military mind control program, and the more I reflect upon that, the more that seems to be the case. So let me quaff some of this tea here. By the way, much of the time I'm drinking tea, it sources from Miguel Andujar and, of course, the lovely Selena Khan, both of whom have provided myself much of the tea that I drink. And it gives me a greater variety than I've ever had before. It is appreciated beyond my ability to express. And after that horrible announcement of this passing in memoriam, some happy news, aside from the wonderful supplies provided to myself by these wonderful people, like the Grand Madame Selena Khan and Miguel Andujar. There's a wonderful lady by the name of Ginger Stolmar. And Ginger Stolmar is this wonderful human being. Shout out unto she. Love you, honey. She contributed 25 or a quarter of 100 United States dollars with the following message. Thank you, Douglas, for everything you're doing to educate me and so many others. I will always be grateful to Holly Kadaitis Kiefer for turning me on to you. Much love, Ginger, I love you too, Ginger. And to our lovely young man, wonderful human being, Jameson Reese. He's in Staten Island, New York, an individual who's a hybrid like myself, of mixed race heritage, in his case half black. As far as I understand, it might be, I think he said Cherokee blood was in him, so some Native American and black African American bloodline, unless I'm mistaken. And I will go over some of his comment entries and see if I got that wrong later. But a beautiful human being, whatever his ethnic composition. He also contributed $250 United States dollars. Do pray for him. He is going through his own challenges, as are we all. And other than that, some wonderful communications between himself and Lena Shea, and I hope to directly communicate with him sometime in the near future. Ginger Stolmar, honey, love you. I'll check into your timeline more often. Now, we've got another young lady, give a shout out to, Shauna Bandow. And Shauna Bandow is asked a question about Tartarus. So here's what happened. Shauna Bandow published a post that was tagged to myself, in which she had this wonderful series of things to say, and I will read it to you, what she said. And she said, with this wonderful link to Douglas Dietrich on YouTube.com, an encounter with ghouls, basically she says, now here's a sexy, intelligent man. Think the military isn't investigating demons? Think again. Also, know the area of Tartaria in a book of travels from the 1800s. The guy wrote of humanoids hunched over like they were eating roadkill type stuff, smaller animals. And when they looked up, they had faces and snouts like dogs, and wrinkles, and also walked away on two legs, yet in crouching position. He also spoke of gates as high as mountains, and rumors of giants buried in that area. We now know that Russia and the CIA, via a classified document, have made a pact to destroy the true history of Tartaria, or Tartary, or Tartarus, or the land of the savage giants. So she asked myself a question about this land, and so that query can be read aloud to you as well. And shout out to Daniel Arola, who had some wonderful entries in thread, what I'm looking at right now. Shauna Bando asked myself, do you have anything I can look at about Tartaria, Tartarus by chance? And Jeremy Thomas was so cute. He wrote that commenting to follow. And so I told her I would give her a shout out tonight, along with addressing this, maybe more in depth in a future transmission. But she said, awesomeness. Thank you, beautiful, kind, beautiful sirs. Wonderful human being. And Jeremy Thomas, shout out unto he as well. And also a wonderful human being, along with Kane Lawless, who's simply Daniel Arola. And Maria Michaela Grigorich was speaking down there, but on thread, and she's probably in bed by now in Canada, of course. So let me turn towards Shauna Bando and give her some resources. And of course, the first resource that anyone has about this that they can turn to would be the Bible and the Quran, because both of those sources speak of this very subject. Oh, by the way, I got Selena Khan messaging me, and can't resist turning to that. And she says, suggestions. Oh, she brought a wonderful suggestion. Honey, why don't you put this in the thread of the query? It's on tonight's promotional banner, and it's definitely something which, you're more than welcome to enter this link into that thread right under the replies of Shauna Bandow and myself. And so she would appreciate that immensely. So this is a video on YouTube. remnant of Tartar Empire's perfect resonant energy buildings. Holy fucking shit. Video is an attempt to rediscover the lost traces and technologies of the, well, let me go there, to the, okay, says here, of the Tartarian civilization. Holy fucking shit. Yes, well, this is good stuff. From the Nat Lab group, or National Laboratories. Well, yeah, definitely impressive. Thank you, honey. And, you know, she's entering some more stuff. And she has me, of course, my attention. But I'll, you know, check back with her in a minute. So, good place that comes to my mind, as a bit of a culture vulture that I am, is the fact that in the Chester Beatty Library in Dublin, the capital of Ireland, there is MS, or manuscript number 395. This is a painting, an illustration, that is held there at the Chester Beatty Library. This may be a private library, but it sounds like they've got the ability to interact with the public, and it's probably a public display. I don't know anything about this establishment other than I know from the days when I worked at the Presidio Military Base Library that it was accessed by Michael Aquino once for this very illustration I'm referencing. An ancient picture, well, old picture from the, I'd say, the Falnama of Iran, the Safavid period, mid-1550s to early 1560s. So we're talking, well, you know, half a millennium ago, and well beyond that, actually. So, well, not too much beyond that, but hey, 500 years ago. And this is an illustration of Alexander the Great, who's in the bottom half of the image, commanding the building of a wall against Gog and Magog. And it shows many devils and demons assisting him as if he were Solomon himself, as if he commanded them, as if he had bound the demons to his service. The Quran describes the story of Dhul-Qarnayn, who is Alexander, and his wall against Gog and Magog. Dhul-Qarnayn, the two-horned one, represents Alexander the Great, implying he had a horned helmet. Now, Dhul-Qarnayn met an uncivilized people who could scarcely understand his words. In the Holy Book of the Quran, chapter 18, verse 93, who offered to pay him tribute for building a protective wall. And so, Dhul-Qarnayn refused to accept tribute, but asked the people to help in constructing the wall. This is in the Quran, chapter 18, verse 95. Now, in this illustration, the creatures working on the wall in the painting that I reference indicate those uncivilized people, I believe, as well as the devils and demons bound to Alexander's service. The depiction of two of them as dog-headed seems to reflect descriptions of persons associated with Gog and Magog in the Alexander stories. Now, I'm referencing there a book that was published on the death of my mother, same year as she was murdered. And that book, oh God, what was its title? I'll have to see if I can remember that, but I'll be recalling a number of books as I progress in talking about this subject over the next several minutes at least, because this is a vital subject that many people are completely unaware of. So the fact that this young lady asked me to speak to it is pretty impressive to me. Now, there are creatures carrying cauldrons in the painting which I'm referencing, consistent with a reference to molten metal in the Quran, chapter 18, verse 96. And there is a creature portrayed atop the wall, helping to finish it off, so to speak, bricklaying, so to speak, the top tier of bricks, if this were a regular brick job, which it actually looks like it is. It's only the bricks apparently are made of metal or iron. So, iron bricks being used. And the creature atop the wall has two horns. That depiction creates an additional dimension in the relationship between Nin, the two-horned one, and Alexander the Great. Now, this is Alexander the Great's wall in China. Now, from the 16th century, Falnama, there be writ of Alexander's wall against Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog are apocalyptic figures in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic scripture. And Alexander the Great was an ancient Greek leader who conquered much of Western Eurasia and Northern Africa. And like Gog and Magog and Alexander the Great, a great wall in China was well known about 2,200 years agone, 2,200 years ago, a millennium later. A story existed with learned support that Alexander the Great built a wall in China to protect true civilization, that of my native Chinese, from Gog and Magog. Those story pieces incredibly fit. The book of Ezekiel describes Gog like a Mongol leader. Early Jewish and Christian references to Gog and Magog variously refer to them as individuals, entire peoples, and as lands. In the book of Ezekiel, Gog is from Magog, prophesying about 2,600 years agone, around the time of the establishment of the Japanese Empire. Ezekiel declared that Gog from Magog will come with many peoples out of the remotest parts of the north, all of them riding on horses, a great horde, a mighty army. Gog from Magog attacks quiet peoples living in unwalled waste places and carries off plunder. Those people seem like migrants to the great expanses of Eurasia. Ezekiel prophesies that Gog from Magog will attack the people of Israel. The people of Israel have walled and gated cities. However, the decisive defense of Israel in Ezekiel's prophecy cometh from God, showing his power to the world. This is from the book of Ezekiel, chapters 38 through 39. Now, the quotes I'm sourcing are from the New Revised Standard Version of the Most Holy Book of the Bible, Ezekiel chapter 38, verse 15, and that same chapter, verse 12. Now, in stories popular among sedentary peoples of southwestern Eurasia, Alexander the Great walled off savage peoples living somewhere north. The history appears in the writing of the Jewish Roman historian Josephus in the 1st century of the Christian era. Now, Josephus wrote his book entitled War of the Jews, Book 7, Chapter 7, Section 4. Alexander the Great, of course, did not attack Jerusalem or Jerusalem, and is well regarded in ancient Jewish literature. And yet, Alexander the Great himself was a world conqueror broadly similar to Genghis Khan. Alexander the Great, unlike Genghis Khan, was from a sedentary people, in disambiguation from a nomadic tribe. The conflict between sedentary, id-est, civilized, and nomadic, id-est, savage peoples is the underlying structure of the story of Alexander's Wall. Having Alexander the Great as the protagonist suggests that sedentary peoples considered the threat from nomadic peoples to be world-threatening. The threat that Alexander walled off was like the apocalyptic threat of Gog and Magog in Jewish and Christian and Muslim literature. No later than 630 Anno Domini, 630 years after the Christ, roamed this world and was crucified. The stories of Gog and Magog and Alexander's Wall came as together among Syrian Christians in northern Mesopotamia. Legends about Alexander the Great probably became popular soon after his death in 323, before the Christian era, or these days, in the atheistic acronym, they would use BGC before the general calendar. Now, forgive me, an Alexander romance, or rather an Alexandrian romance, writ in Greek, is known to have existed from no later than the 3rd century of the general calendar, or the Christian era, and a recent English translation thereof, of these texts associated with the Greek Alexandrian romance, was published circa 1991 by a Mr. Stoneman. And I say relatively recent, really. 1991, of course, I was in the Gulf War, and many of my listeners were not yet born. As well, an exploit was described by a Syrian Christian author in the 630th year after the passing of our Lord. And the reason that the Syrian aspect is so important is the Syriac language is the closest language to be found to Aramaic, the language of the Christ himself, and therefore is as good as a document writ in the Aramaic. It's essentially writ in its sister speech. So it's as if it's Christ himself speaking to you, or the Magi. The revelation of the Magi themselves is writ in the Syriac language. And so, 630 years after Christ, a Syrian Christian author described the Alexandrian romance thusly: an exploit of Alexander, the son of Philip the Macedonian, how he went forth to the ends of the world, and made a gate of iron, and shut it in the face of the north wind, that the Huns, variously also called the Scythians, might not come forth to spoil the countries. Now, this is anthologized in a book before me published in 2009 on, well, the 18th page, authored by Donzel, Schmidt, and Ott. The text identifies the Huns as Gog and Magog, the Syriac text, the original, not this book itself. A Syriac poem written about this time described itself as Poem on the pious king Alexander and on the gate which he built against Gog and Magog. Now, the Islamic conquest of Syria in the mid-7th century provided additional impetus to Syrian Christian apocalyptic writing. The Syrian apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius, or Methodius, probably composed in the last decade of the 7th century, describes Alexander constructing a wall against Gog and Magog. The apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius circulated widely and was well known across Western Eurasia from the 8th century. It popularized the story of Alexander the Great walling off Gog and Magog. Now, this same book I'm referencing describes the Syrian apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius as an account of Alexander walling off unclean nations, and exists in the what they called the recension of the Greek Alexander romance. So you have these various sections of the book that are kind of chaptered off, segmented, and they each have a letter of the Greek alphabet assigned to them. Instead of 1, 2, 3, it's more like A, B, C. And in this case, it's the Gamma recension of the Greek Alexandrian romance, in which we have the description, this account of Alexander walling off the unclean nations. The account specifies 22 nations and names 16 nations led off by Goth, Magog. These were unclean nations in the sense of ritual purity and practices considered savage, evil, and disgusting. As a matter of fact, to read directly therefrom, they used to eat worms and foul things that were not real food at all. Dogs, flies, snakes, aborted fetuses, dead bodies, and unformed human embryos. And they ate not only animals, but the corpses of humans as well. That's the translation from the Stoneman book of 1991. It's the third book, or the third volume, section 26a. By the mid-9th century, learned men believed that Alexander's wall against Gog and Magog was in northwestern China, where today the communist Chinese are conducting massive genocide against the descendants of the Aryan peoples. The influential early 9th century Persian astronomer, geographer, and mathematician Al-Khwarizmi was, I believe his name was, Al-Khwarizmi placed Alexander's wall in northwestern China. In 842, Anno Domini, in the Annals of our Lord, Caliph al-Wathiq sent Salam at-Turjumani, who was highly proficient in languages, on a mission to determine whether Gog and Magog had broken through Alexander's wall. Salam traveled to Tiflis, Tbilisi, in the Georgian Caucasus Mountains, from whence the very term Caucasian sources from, and plausibly passed through the Dariel Pass. Remember, the Caucasus Mountains are the division line between Europe and Asia. The line of the Ural Mountains simply divides European Russia from Siberia. And the definitive definition that denotes Europe from Asia is the Caucasus Mountains, because north of those mountains is where people get really white. Hence the term Caucasian. South is Asia of those mountains. So, when this individual, Salam at-Turjumani, was dispatched and headed into the Caucasus Mountains to determine whether or not Gog and Magog had finally broken through the wall of Alexander, some accounts of Alexander's feats suggested that he had walled off the Dariel Pass. So evidently what Salam saw in the Caucasus was not compelling per se. And so he headed east, traveling 3,200 miles to northwestern China. Salam ultimately reported to Caliph al-Wathiq that he found Alexander's wall in China about 300 miles from Igu, present-day Hami, in Iran, probably at Yumengguan. And assuaging the Caliph's anxiety, Salam declared that this wall against Gog and Magog was intact. Now, the Donzel, Schmidt, and Ott edited work provides English translation of this text from the Ibn Huradadbi, the Huradadbi, and compares this with other sources, arguing with detailed analysis that Salam actually took the trip from Samara to western China. Giving routes and mileages, Salam reportedly traveled from 842, the 842nd year into our Christian calendar, through to the 845th year, for 3 years, with Ducin in 2012 mentioning, or rather maintaining, that the trip was fictive. Even if it was fictive, it certainly seems to have been believable enough to have convinced everyone in that day and age that it happened. Now, that comforting report that the wall stood still and stood fast and strong probably depended on identifying Alexander's wall with what has become known as the Great Wall of China. Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Christian stories of Alexander's wall indicated that the wall was in the Caucasus Mountains. Indeed, Eastern Christian sources located Alexander's wall at the Caucasian Gates, the Caspian Gates, the Derbent Pass in present-day Dagestan, and the Dariel Pass on the border of present-day Russian and Georgian interpositions. And in these Byzantine Orthodox Eastern liturgical sources, the story includes Alexander praying for two mountains to move together to close off the unclean nations. Thus, the most consistent location in the Eastern Christian sources is the Dariel Pass. Islamic tradition located Alexander's Wall similarly. In Arabic literature, Gog and Magog are called Ya'juj and Ma'juj, or Ya'juj and Ma'juj, Ya'juj and Ma'juj. But a location in China had its own supporters in the Islamic world as well. Al-Masudi, who died in the 956th year of our Lord on the Christian calendar. Qudama ibn Jafar, who died circa the 932nd year on the Christian calendar, and Ibn Hoqal, who died in the 988th year on our Christian calendar, and other later thinkers located Alexander's Wall in or near China. That location also had the advantage of corresponding to the location of an actual enduring Great Wall. Now, the possible effects of communication be boundless. The circulation of claims and stories about Gog and Magog, Alexander building a wall, and a Great Wall in China coalesced in an official report to the Abbasid Caliph al-Wathiq, one of the most powerful and learned 9th century leaders on earth. And this report and similar accounts of Alexander's Wall in China annihilated the 3,200-mile wide space from the Caucasus to northwestern China. The most amazing communication technology has always been human minds and human networks. So, about this wall of iron built to keep out Gog and Magog, it's incredible that the two giants, as they can be interpreted, if you reference people as an aggregate, then collisions among races, wars between civilizations are wars among giants, which be but aggregates of the peoples of warring nations. Then you can imagine Gog and Magog as populations, races, viewed as rampaging giants. And some people, sticklers for detail, insist that two particular giants, Gog and Magog, should be called Magog and Quirinius, placing their confidence in this insistence in the 12th century account by Geoffrey of Monmouth of the fight between these two heroic figures, heroic in size, if not in scope. But the city of London has a parade for the Lord Mayor's show. London's Lord Mayor's show has wicker figures of these giants, 14 feet high, that are carefully labeled Gog and Magog, because the names be found in the Bible, though it be almost completely unforthcoming about their nature. The prophet Ezekiel saith, Son of man, direct your face against Gog of the land of Magog. The last book of the Bible, Revelation, takest up the names when it sayest that at the end of the world after Satan has been bound for 1,000 years, he will be loosed and will deceive the nations which are in the 4 quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog. And what surprises most Westerners is when I tell them to find Gog and Magog in the Quran as well. Because Muslims regard the Quran as the uncreated Word of God. That need not present difficulties for the tales found in Surah 18 of the book, even though they bear similarities to folklore from other sources. Surah 18 narrates briefly the travels of II.XI.DCLX, the name meaning two-horned, as I said, but it does not refer to Moses, who is oftentimes depicted with horns of power upon his head. II.XI.DCLX has been taken to mean Alexander the Great. The name is explained in a narrative found in a 6th century Syriac version known as the Alexandrian Romance, in which Alexander saith unto God, Thou hast caused horns to grow upon my head, so that I may crush the nations of the world. Anyway, in the Quran, II.XI.DCLX travels until he cometh to a people who could scarcely understand any speech. They ask his help because Yajuj and Majuj are wreaking mischief in the land. Of course, Yajuj and Majuj are the Arabic names for Gog and Magog. And so, II.XI.DCLX depicts them, or rather, I'm thinking of depicting in the picture, well, he's directing them to bring pieces of iron, which are melted in a fire to form a wall that can neither be scaled nor pierced, barring the way between twa cliffs. This will keep out Yajuj and Majuj until the last days, when they be let loose. Now, Yajuj and Majuj be conceived as peoples rather than giants. They will be so numerous, as commentators on the Quran have writ, that they will drink up all the waters of the Tigris and the Euphrates. When they fire their arrows against God himself, he will kill them all in a single night. Until the last days, according to the 9th century Persian Exegete El-Tabari, Yajuj and Majuj will try to dig under the wall each night, when the sounds of their tools may be heard. But God repairs the breaches they make us before morning. That striking detail reminded myself of a story by the 19th century myth-making author George MacDonald, who in his work entitled The Princess and the Goblin has subterranean goblins digging away each night to break through into the king's house. Now, I do not know this author's sources. It may just be coincident, or he may have been inspired by the Quranic account. Now, as far as Islam is concerned, a reference to the iron wall against Yajuj and Majuj is made in a hadith that reports Muhammad himself hurrying into the room of Zainab bint Jahsh, his wife, and saying that so much, making a sign with his finger and his thumb, had been opened up in the wall of Yejuj and Mejuj. And so she asked, "Shall we perish?" Unto which he replied, "Yes, if evil be widespread." There's more of a moral there than in any legend of Gog and Magog familiar to the spectators at the Lord Mayor's show in London, where the giant wicker men parade. And I myself would wonder, were I an Englishman, how outsiders will judge their beliefs if they go by emblems and traditions. The people of the island of Albion perpetuate, and interpret everything simply by what they see upon the surface. It would look as if the Britons worshipped the anti-gods, which of course made them so vulnerable to rule by the Hellfire Club and Satanists for centuries. Now, everyone, do forgive myself while I take us a moment here to do my best to call on Derek Talley before I return to subject and see if he's able to spell me for a bit. Let me ask if he be there. Okay, dear Derek, where's the messenger? Here we are. Do answer if you hear me. Alright. Be ye there. See if he responds. And hopefully he does. I could certainly use the break. If not, I'll just have to soldier on ahead. I appreciate everyone's patience with my attempting to contact the man who might be able to spell my ass, and try to work, of course, with my own challenges that I deal with throughout the night without a break, wherein I'm just forced to basically breathe deeply and carry myself through all the discomfort of things like a wanker in my eye, which I was hoping he could break me for so I could go relieve myself of this. But I'm trying to do so now using a mirror and a glass of water. Now it's amazing to me just everything that's been happening to everybody lately. Our fan Peter Moon was talking about incredible things that have happened to him in his home that were highly inconvenient, and just everything that could possibly go wrong has been going wrong with so much of what I know, whether in my home or other people's. As Peter Moon has said, Mercury retrograde. But if you ask me, Mercury retrograde seems to be like an eternal position. Now I'll have to bear in mind what Brendan Zogit said, which is like it's going to get worse into the weekend. Oh my God, the 11th and the 12th, he was saying.
So I guess we'll just have to be prepared. Now let me take a look into the live dashboard. And Jameson Reese says the unclean nations sound like the ghoul. Very astute. And Information Creation says Alexander the Great was Albanian, not Greek. And brings up my Downfire heritage. Yes. And Dennis Marshall says possibly homunculi. Well, let's keep going and see what impression we get further. Now, in terms of references, the book that I've been sourcing is entitled Dog Faces, Snake Tongues, and the Wall Against Gog and Magog. Again, that title, Dog Faces, Snake Tongues, and the Wall Against Gog and Magog, published in 2011, the year my late and sainted mother was murdered. And it's edited by a hyphenated name, Dufficar Aerts, spelled Dufficar-Aerts, and Faustina. As a matter of fact, that's actually a full name, Faustina Dufficar Aerts. Faustina being her first name, Faustina. And an other editor on the same work, Ashgar A. Syed Gorab, another hyphenated name, Ashgar Asghar, surname spelled Seyed-Gohrab, Ashgar A. Syed Gorab, Faustina Dufficar Aerts, and Sen McLin, first name Sen, surname MC, like McDonald, Glin, McLin. And these editors also published the work in which this chapter is anthologized into, Embodiments of Evil. The title of the full book, what I was reading originally with the Dog Faces, Snake Tongues, and the Wall Against Gog and Magog, that's actually a chapter within this book that takes up pages 37 through 52. The book itself is entitled Embodiments of Evil, subtitled Gog and Magog. These are interdisciplinary studies of the other in literature and internet texts, published by Leiden University Press, which is apparently, this is actually a reissue of a work entitled Gog and Magog and subtitled The Clans of Chaos in World Literature, that was published the year my father was murdered, 2007. So the year my late and sainted father, the man who raised and guided me, died, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, murdered by a combination of the Veterans Administration and the UCSF system. He died in 2007, and that was when this book was published, Gog and Magog, subtitled The Clans of Chaos in World Literature, and it was reissued under a new title, Embodiments of Evil, subtitled Gog and Magog, Interdisciplinary Studies of the Other in Literature and Internet Texts, in the year my mother was murdered, 2011. Now in 2012, this other book I'm sourcing, well, it's really just a review of Gog and Magog in early Eastern Christian and Islamic sources. And it speaks specifically of Salam's quest for Alexander's Wall. It's in a volume 31, issue 1, a copy of the magazine Central Asian Survey that I have before me. And finally, the Greek Alexandrian Romance was translated into the English by Richard Stoneman
in 1991, published via Penguin Books. Now, let me take a look, see if anyone's responding. And the messages are someplace else. Cole Britton, shout out unto he. Well, before I continue onward, let's try and put this into some perspective for you. Now, the Greek version of the Alexandrian romance seems to have received its literary form in Alexandria, the city named after Alexander the Great, at the end of the 3rd century. The text became very popular and was rewritten and adapted to the different readers' cultural or national environment. The romance was spread in numerous versions and languages to the east and to the west. The oldest testimonies of the romance that I be aware of are the Latin variants of the 4th century, the Armenian version of the 5th. The Syriac tradition is one of the most interesting versions of the many existing Oriental redactions of the romance, dating from the 7th century and going back on a quite similar vorlage of the Greek Recensio Vetusta, the Syrian redactor, probably an East Syrian Christian, added a certain number of, until then unknown episodes to the text. The episode of Alexander's building a wall against Gog and Magog, however, is not found in the oldest Greek, Latin, Armenian, and Syriac versions of the romance. So though the Alexander romance was decisive for the spreading of the new and supernatural image of Alexander the king in East and West, the barrier episode has not its origins in that text. The fusion of the motif of Alexander's barrier with the biblical tradition of the apocalyptic peoples Gog and Magog appears in fact for the first time in the so-called Syriac Alexandrine legend. And this text is a short appendix attached to Syriac manuscripts of the Alexandrian romance. So, in some of the research that I've done of the legendary Magog, Gog and Magog, so the legend goeth, had been a pair of marauding giants who had terrorized Europe in ancient times. They had been defeated by Alexander the Great and locked away behind massive gates in the Caucasus Mountains, from whence the white race itself had issued forth into Europe. Now their descendants were loose and bent upon the destruction of civilization. Only by invoking the name of Alexander could these monsters be subdued. And so in packed churches across northern Europe, sermons were being conducted at the time of the barbarian hordes invading Europa and plundering Christendom. Then you had the people gather in the churches with sermons conducted before terrified populations, whilst prayers were offered up pleading, "From the fury of the Tartars, O Lord, deliver us." The Tartars, of course, are from whence we get the name for hell itself, Tartary, or Tartarus. And, of course, your teeth, when they rot because of the buildup of tartar, this is why you have anti-tartar toothpaste. Then your teeth burn like hell when your teeth are rotted enough. That's why you brush your teeth, to prevent the tartarization or the decay of, well, tooth decay. So, the other name, tartar sauce, of course, has to do with putting enough sauce on your fish to hide the stench and the rot from long transport with no refrigeration.
by which time the fish were not very appetizing without it. That was to hide the hell-like smell and taste of semi-rotten fish, transported over long distances in those days before refrigeration. So, from the fury of the Tartars, O Lord, deliver us, the French king, who was prepared for the onslaught of these barbarous hordes, but expected martyrdom, was himself preparing to die in combating them. To the Pope, it seemed that all of Christendom would be destroyed. And so he wrote, in history books we can access, when we consider that through these Tartars the name of Christian might utterly perish, our bones shudder at the thought. So Europe had been struck and left reeling by an alien force that might just as well have come from Mars. The Mongols, or Tartars as they called them, were a race that had emerged from a land to which to the Europeans was on no known map. Narrow and inward-looking superpeninsular Europe had no knowledge or experience of the territories beyond the Urals Mountains. Indeed, European ignorance of who the Mongols were or what they had accomplished persisted for centuries. This was not just because of the limits of European knowledge, but also because the sheer breadth and scope of the Mongol conquests beggared the imagination itself. Never before had so much territory been conquered so quickly. The sudden and overwhelming devastation that shook Europe to its core had already been visited upon the entire expanse of Asia. From the Korean Peninsula to the river Danube, nearly a third of the world's land surface lay under the command of one single Mongolian family. And all this had been achieved in less than 100 years. Yet they still continued to expand. No more than 30 years after their armies had stood on the frontiers of Germany herself, the Mongols had completed the conquest of all of China and were launching invasions upon Japan and Java. By any standards, it was a breathtaking achievement. The storm that swept across the world during the 13th century changed the political boundaries of Asia and Europe, uprooted entire peoples, and dispersed them across the continent. It transformed the ethnic character of many regions, whilst at the same time permanently changing, the strength of what we even deemed to be civilization, the strength and influence of the three major religions, Islam, Buddhism, and Christianity. Most importantly, the Mongols opened up the east to the west, expanded the Western knowledge of the world, and in so doing created for the first time a one-world empire. One whole world under the heel of mounted horsemen. Now, in terms of Gog and Magog, when it comes to Alexander and the unclean peoples that many took the Mongols to be, some manuscripts of the Alexander romance from late antiquity and the Middle Ages contain a passage about Alexander and the unclean peoples. It being highly unlikely, as I said, that this was the original version of the romance, believed to have been composed in Alexandria, Egypt, around 300 years before Christ
walked our world, already containing this remarkable episode. It is generally thought to be a late antiquity edition and generally runs... Well, there's a short synopsis based on a Dutch translation by a Belgian scholar, Patrick de Rink, of a fragment of the late antiquity romance published in Amsterdam in the year 2000, in which de Rink argues that the origin of this fragment must have dated back to 500 years after the birth of Christ. Alexander reigned for 19 years from Alexandria, the city named after he. Then he defeated Darius, the Persian king, and marched round the globe and ended up at the seacoast of Sunland. Sunland was where the unclean peoples lived. They sustained themselves by eating human fetuses. The fetuses ripped from pregnant mothers because they tasted best before full term. As well, they considered delicacy, decaying corpses, and most precious of all to their palates, stillborn infants, like Michael Aquino was the dead-born, as well as dogs, flies, and cats. Alexander drove those unclean people to the north, and he sealed the entrance to the north by building a bronze gates, massive bronze gates, as tall as the hills themselves between twa mountains commonly known as Ubera, Aquilonis, the breasts of the north, as in two hills of matching height. Alexander strengthened his gates with ascicaton, some supernatural form of metal. He also forced the unclean peoples to abandon all uses of witchcraft, so that they would never be able to destroy the gates of the north. However, at the day of the apocalypse, these unclean peoples, Gog and Magog being their foremost, will scale Alexander's barricade and will turn against the Israelites. The Israelites being in quotes, implying something other than what would conventionally be understood. Now, according to Pseudo-Methodius, the content of this fragment was considered to have been part of the apocalyptic revelations of the Christian saint, Methodius. Methodius was bishop of Patara in Lycia, southwest modern Turkey. He was born in 260 Anno Domini, and he died a martyr's death under Roman Emperor Maximian in 311 or 312 Anno Domini. However, most modern scholars tend towards the interpretation that the text was an invention by Pseudo-Methodius, who was a Christian bishop somewhere in Syria, around 680 Anno Domini, and whose real name is quite uncertain. The Muslim Quran, however, includes a passage very similar to this Pseudo-Methodius prophecy. The origins of the Quran cannot be dated later than 632 Anno Domini, the very year that Muhammad the Prophet, peace be upon him, did die. This might even lead to the speculation that both the Quranic text and the Pseudo-Methodian relied on a common source. In any case, the legend of the unclean peoples became incorporated in the Alexandrian romance from some religious origin during late antiquity or during the early Middle Ages. Gog and Magog, the most prominent names amongst the unclean peoples, are first mentioned in the Old Testament book of Ezekiel 38 and 39. And Ezekiel himself wrote round 600 years before Christ. In latter texts, the names of Gog and Magog appear to have been used ad lib to describe the various violent, hostile tribes from the northeastern fringes of the known world: the Scythians, the Huns, and ultimately the Mongols. I myself have found that further exploration of this subject might lead one only towards questionable and unreliable sources from the darker vaults of history. In any case, Alexander the Great is always portrayed as the savior and protector of mankind, who exiled the unclean peoples from the civilized world. And if you check into a work entitled Religion, Holy Quran or Legends, that I believe was written by Marco Polo, you might find some contemporary descriptions in which it be suggested that these ancient giants, i.e. Titans, the Formorians, the ancient ones, known as Gog and Magog in paganism, that they be descendants of early pre-Christian giants of early English pageantry, who were very tied to early Britain, hence the London parades, in which their effigies be marched. The myth states that the Roman Emperor Diocletian had 33 wicked daughters, whom he married off to 33 husbands, who curbed their unsettling ways. However, the daughters were so wicked, led by the eldest sister, Alba, they plotted to cut the throats of their husbands as they slept. As punishment for this crime, they were set adrift in a boat with a half-year's rations of food and shunned forever. They drifted ashore the isles of what later became Albion, named after the eldest, the name of England. Fornicating and coupling with demons, they populated the wild, wind-swept island of England with a race of giants. Some sayest this was the islands of what is known as modern-day Ireland, to put the onus off the English themselves. Whatever the case, their descendants became to be the legendary giant race of Formorians, whilst others claim it was the island of Britain, and the giants lived in those lands on which later walked those who deemed themselves so civilized. When Brutus, great-grandson of Aeneas, in company of his most able-bodied warrior, Corineus, fled the fall of Troy, they by fate found themselves on these islands of giants. Brutus was impressed with these isles so much that he named the islands after himself, which later became, via corruption, to be called Britain, from, of course, Brutus the Brute. The leader of the giants, thereupon, the Brutish Isles, the Isle of Brutes, was a detestable monster named Gomagot, or Gog-Magog, who stood in stature 12 cubits, and of such prodigious strength, or prodigious, that at one shake he pulled up an oak as as if it had been a hazel wand. Brutus and Quirinius faced Gog-Magog, had combat, and hurled him from a high rock to his death. And this place, called the Giant's Leap, or Llangagog, be disputed as being in Ireland as well as in Cornwall of England. As a reward for this defeat, Quirinius was given the western part of the isle, which many say is how Cornwall came to be named after he. After this defeat, Brutus traveled to the east and founded the city of New Troy, which eventually became known as London. I am reading this account from Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century Historia Regum Britanniae. Some correspond these myths to the biblical tale of Samson and the Greek mythology of Hercules. Others argue that Gog-Magog was a corruption of Gower-Madoc, or Medoc the Great. Another mythos to their origins tell that the 33 infamous daughters of Diocletian, who were captured and chained at the gates of Guildhall as guardians, had given birth to numerous sons who were deemed to be giants. The last 12 survivors of these offspring were Gog and Magog. This cometh from the lore round the carved giants guarding the gates of Guildhall during the reign of Henry IV. They were added to the Lord Mayor's show in 1554, which were labeled in 1605 as Quirinius and Gog-Magog. After much destruction of London by the Great Fires, in the year 1666, 1666, they were resurrected in the Guildhall with the intent that they were to be seen daily all year around and never to be demolished again, such as the dismal violence as happened to their predecessors during the fires. Since these were made of wicker and pasteboard, they didn't last very long, as they were eaten by rats. In 1708, they were replaced by a pair of wooden statues carved by Captain Richard Saunders, which lasted for 200 years, until destruction in the German Blitz. In 1953, they were replaced by the current carvings in the Guildhall created by David Evans as a gift to the city by Alderman Sir George Wilkinson, who had been the Lord Mayor in 1940. Gog and Magog thus came to symbolize the links between the modern business institutions of the City of London, capital to the economic world, and to its ancient history of barbarism. They have been coronated by Thomas Borman in his gigantic history of 1741 as Quirinius and Gog-Magog were 12 brave giants who richly valued their honor and exerted their whole strength and force in the defense of their liberty and country. So the city of London, by placing these, their representatives, in their Guildhall, emblematically declare that they will, like mighty giants, defend the honor of their country and liberties of this, their city, which excels all others, as much as those huge giants exceed in stature the common bulk of mankind. Now, another mythos could be relating them to Gyges or Gugu, the king who made Lydia a significant power. Some saying the prophet Ezekiel utilized his history symbolically to tell this tale and referring to Asia Minor origins for convenience. Alexander the Great was also associated with Gog and Magog, identifying as such in works glorifying the life and deeds of Alexander as someone who personally strove to keep Gog and Magog out of the civilized lands. This is related to the impenetrable wall he built to block off a pass in the Caucasus. The Quran itself also making reference to a wall built to keep out Gog and Magog, which will be destroyed in the last days. Some equate this wall with Alexander's, others, as myself, with the Great Wall of China, and others have until its fall with the Iron Curtain of the collapsed Soviet Union. Gog and Magog don't only have a place within paganism, more so found within much of the mythology of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, is an abundance of their existence in the lore, history, and beliefs of these people and our faiths, especially as they pertain to future prophecies and catastrophism. Found in the Quran, the Book of Ezekiel, the Book of Genesis, and the Book of Revelation. These supernatural beings are also referred to as demons and races that once predated upon the earth. According to Islam and Christianity, these beings were war itself incarnate. And 'twas a great and righteous ruler, he of the two horns, or one that impacts ages, he of 2 ages, who would travel the world in 3 directions until he found a tribe threatened by himself, or who were of an evil and destructive nature and caused great corruption upon the earth. Ofttimes humans would offer tribute to Gog and Magog for his protection, with the hope that he'd agree to help them. However, Gog and Magog notoriously declined tribute. Because of this, according to legend, humanity constructed a great wall that all the hostile nations could not penetrate, trapping them therein until doomsday, that their escape will be a sign of the end. The war of Gog and Magog would precede the return of Jesus the Christ. As for where it was identified that this wall would exist, it is somewhere, if we accept the Caucasian tradition, between the borders of Azerbaijan and Russia today. As for a latter-day Gog and Magog story from the Russian Primary Chronicle, let me read from the original Russian. I wish at this point to recount a story which I heard 4 years agone, and which was told me by Gyurata Rogovich of Novgorod. I sent my servant, said he, to the Pichera, a people who paid tribute to Novgorod. When he arrived among them, he went on among the Ugra. The latter are an alien people, dwelling to the north, with the Samoyeds. The Samoyeds being like Eurasian Eskimo. The Ugra said to my servant, we have encountered a strange marvel, at which we had not until recently been acquainted. This occurrence took place 3 years agone. There be certain mountains which slope down to an arm of the sea, and their height reaches to the heavens. Within these mountains are heard great cries, and the sound of voices. Those within are cutting their way out. In that mountain a small opening has been pierced, through which they converse, but their language be unintelligible. They point, however, at iron objects, and make gestures as if to ask for iron. If given a knife or an axe, they supply furs in return. The road to these mountains is impassable, with precipices, snow, and forests. Hence we do not always reach them, and they are also far to the north. Then I said to Gyurada, these are the people shut up by Alexander of Macedon, as Methodius of Patara sayest of them. He penetrated the eastern countries as far as the sea called the Land of the Sun, and he saw there unclean peoples of the race of Japheth. When he beheld their uncleanness, he marveled. They ate every nauseous thing, such as gnats, flies, cats, and serpents. They did not bury their dead, but ate them along with the fruit of abortions, and all sorts of impure beasts. On beholding this, Alexander was afraid lest, as they multiplied, they might corrupt the earth. So he drove them to high regions, in the regions of the north, and by God's own commandment, the mountains enclosed them and were covered with indestructible metal. They cannot be destroyed by fire, for it be the nature of this metal that fire cannot consume it, nor can iron take its hold of it. Hereafter, at the end of the world, 8 peoples shall come forth from the desert of Yathrib, and these corrupt nations, which dwell in the northern mountains, shall also issue forth at God's command. So, every culture in the world speaks thereof. There were also further Islamic versions I mean to say, of the legend, slurring my words there in my Chinese accent, signifying them as it were. The Muslim Chronicle of Tabari relates that Shahrbaraz, Prince of Armenia, sent a man to seek the site of Dulkarnain's gate. Years passed, and then a ragged traveler returned. But the prince did not know him until he exhibited a magnificent ruby and named himself as the explorer long thought lost. He had found the gate, and the ruby was the proof of it. The jewel had been brought to him by an eagle, which dove for it in the moat below the wall. And another tale tells of the journey of Salam, the interpreter, from 842 through 844, Anno Domini, who set forth to find the gate. Salam crossed the Caucasus, probably through the pass of Dariel, and traveled along the northern shores of the Caspian Sea. Here he found towns in ruins, and was told they had been laid waste by the peoples of Gog and Magog. Further on he reached a village named Ika, in which Dul-Karnain had once encamped with his army. 3 days beyond Ika lay a wall with an iron gate, which Salam knew for Dul-Karnain's gate, because of the writing upon it. The key to the gate was a cubit and a half long, hanging from a chain 8 cubits in length itself. The Arab historians, writing of Salam's journey, explain us that the wall was the Great Wall of China. And this is why the communist Chinese are exterminating the Muslim Caucasians of China today, to hide the fact of Gog and Magog. This is the harbinger of the end of our world. In terms of some centuries after the Alexander romances began to circulate, further development enters this already confusing labyrinth of details. The 10 lost tribes of Israel are dragged into the story. Now there be reasons for this. And we should start, of course, with the original perspective of Israel itself. A possible source for the idea of the Ubera Aquilonis, the moving mountains, named after the breasts of the north. in which Midrash Rabbah says the valley of Arnon had a defile formed by 12 mountains ranges running parallel, whereof the one side had a concavity above, opposite to which on the other side breasts projected. A part of the enemies of Israel posted themselves to the pass to bar the way for the Israelites, while the other part concealed itself in the hollows above in order to throw down therefrom stones and arrows upon they. But God had brought this plan to ruin, inasmuch as he caused the breasts of the one mountain range to clash into the concavities of the mountain range opposite, so that the enemy concealed therein were crushed to death. Now, according to history, the lost tribes were deported beyond the Euphrates into Media, that is, the region south of the Elburz range of the Caucasus Mountains near the Caspian Sea. During a further deportation about 350 years before Christ, Artaxerxes Ocus found that Jews from the remaining tribes in Israel had joined the Phoenicians in revolt against Persian rule, and accordingly sent some of them to settle on the southern shores of the Caspian Sea. Now, because Alexander's army thought they had traveled as far as the Caucasus Mountains, it was the Caucasus Mountains which were spoken of as the site of the Caspian Gate. Besides, half the mountain passes in Persia have traditionally been called the Gate of this, the Gate of that. There's an Iron Gate in Afghanistan, and another in the Caucasus. And in England, Derbent, the city called the Iron Gate. A Caspian Gate, and in the Caucasus itself, the Darial Pass is the Gate of Gates. Incidentally, there is also an Iron Gate in Bulgaria, not to mention a Gate of Trajan. While busy conquering all Persia, Alexander supposedly chased a fleeing King Darius up through a pass called the Caspian Gate, which may be a mountain pass just south of the Caspian Sea. No one now alive knoweth just where it be. Afterward, the writers of various Alexandrian romances, none of whom had anything but the vaguest idea of the geography involved, spraketh of the Caspian Gate as the Gate of Gates, and then of both as Alexander's Gate. So the lost tribes went to the region of the Caspian Sea, and here was Alexander's Gate in the same area. What could be more natural then than to suggest that the lost tribes were shut up behind Alexander's Gate? And besides, there was a kingdom of the Jews north of the Caucasus Mountains. It was the kingdom of Hazaria, nomadic people descended from the Huns and the Turks. Not much is known about the Hazars, but it be known that the kingdom embraced Judaism around the 7th century Anno Domini, and that they were the fiercest of fighters, feared by all their neighbors. Contemporary historians, naturally, wrote of them as the race of Gog and Magog. Hence, another version, which cometh from the Apocalypse of Ezra, something called the Oracula Sibyllina, and the Compendium Theologiae Veritatis of Albertus Magnus. The 10 lost tribes dwell in a faraway land, but the Messiah will come, and he is the Christ. The lost tribes will recognize him when he cometh, and he will lead them out of their prison, that they may defeat the Antichrist's hosts, Gog and Magog. And then there be a version by someone called Commodianus. The Messiah is Christ, and it is foretold that the 10 tribes under his leadership will return from their exile, conquer the Antichrist, who, according to Commodianus, is Nero of Rome, and free Jerusalem. And the opposite version, which holds that the lost tribes are the Antichrist's hosts, Gog and Magog, come the apocalypse, They will burst forth from their prison and sweep down to destroy Christendom. Now, John de Mandeville, who wrote a truly wonderful collection of travel fantasies, his work dates to sometime before the Renaissance, has his particular take on this story. In his account, the evil Jews are penned underneath the Caucasus Mountains, buried alive. They might have escaped across the Caspian Sea, but that sea is held by the kingdom of the Amazons, and the Jews dare not take a ship upon it. Indeed, the Jews pay tribute to the Amazons. They have no means of breaking through the wall which imprisons them, but when they be set free, they mean to become the scourge of Christendom. And indeed, they will escape. For some day a fox will burrow a hole through the wall, and the Jews will see it, wondering, and follow it back to the hole. Then they will know how to dig their way out. Now all of this still has other flourishes that be added. One was the little detail of the wall of brambles so well watered that it overtopped the mountains. Another, from a rabbi, Joseph Kimchi, related that Alexander's servants, with fiendish cleverness, built not merely the wall, but also men of iron, who rang hammers and axes constantly against the barrier, so that the people enclosed within would be forever dissuaded from escaping. In other words, robots in perpetual motion, hammering at the walls to intimidate people from scaling them because of the vibration preventing them from gripping firm. An Arabic writer, Omara, tells of the stone eagle mounted atop the wall, which, whenever Gog and Magog approach, utter a scream that could be heard everywhere within 8 days' travel. Then all those who heard the warning sent up a prayer to God, and the demons were turned aside. And another version which speaketh of true trumpets which resounded with the wind, giving the enclosed nations to believe that great armies guarded the wall. Alexander's trumpets appear on a number of early maps. Eventually, the story continues, owls nesting in the trumpets choke them with their twigs, and silence them. And the Tartars came forth to conquer India. Thus, to this day, the chiefs of the Tartars wear owl feathers in their caps to commemorate their escape. That was then, and an explanation for the garb of the barbarians. And one Jacob Reinegs, during the late 18th century, not so long ago at all, discovered in the central Caucasus a people called Tule, who lived amidst mountains called Gef or Gog, the very highest of these mountains, lying to the north of their country, they knew by the name of Mogef or Mugog. So did those names stem from the original Gog and Magog legends? Or did the legends themselves stem from the ancestors of these people? So, from that, of course, you can always go back to the horrors of the description which rings all too closely to that of the ghoul, which details given of the fall of the gate, which shall herald the end of the world. Well, I think in all the research that I did for Michael Aquino on the subject, the work that impressed me, the only one I deem accurate, was that Alexander is presented from the Syrian work entitled Christian Legend Concerning Alexander, writ 500 AD, only half a millennium after the death of Christ, and therefore on a level of credibility almost as high as that of the revelation of the Magi. To read from its verses, as I will now. Verse 144. An exploit by Alexander, the son of Philip the Macedonian, showing how he went forth to the ends of the world, and made a gate of iron, and shut it in the face of the north wind, that the Hunyé, the Huns, might not come forth to spoil the countries. From the manuscripts in the house of the archives of the kings of Alexandria. Verse 148. And Alexander looked towards the west, and he found a mountain that descends, and its name was the Great Muses. Many people have insinuated this to be Mount Ararat in Turkey, which was called Muses, and which Gilgamesh supposedly climbed. Several Gilgamesh legends have become Alexandrian legends, just as the Moses myth of the baby set adrift in a basket to escape a massacre of children became a King Arthur and Mordred myth. And the troops descended it and came out upon Mount Claudia and ate bread there. Verse 149. Then they went down to the source of the Euphrates, and they found that it came forth from a cave. And they came to Yaluras, where the Tigris goeth forth like a stream that turns a mill. And they ate bread in Aluras. And they departed from thence, and went to the river Calath. And they descended the mountain, which is called Ramoth, where there is a watchtower. And Alexander and his troops stood upon the top of the mountain, and saw the four quarters of the heavens. And Alexander said, Let us go forth by the way to the north. And they came to the confines of the north, and entered Armenia, Azerbaijan, and in Armenia, and Alexander passed through all these places. And he went and passed Mount Muses, and entered a plain, which is Bahilebta. And he went and encamped by the gate of a great mountain. Now there was a road across it, by which great merchants entered the inner countries. And by it did Alexander encamp. So he sends heralds out, requesting that 300 men advanced in years come to meet him. These men tell him that the land belongs to Tubarlak, king of Persia. And in verse 150, Alexander said to them, How far does the mountain descend in that direction? They answered him, This mountain extends without a break, passing by the sea of Beth Cathreet, and goes on and cometh to an end in outer Persia near India. Alexander said, This mountain is higher and more terrible than all of the mountains which I have seen. The old men, natives of the country, said to the king, Yea, by your majesty, my lord the king, neither we nor our fathers have been able to march one step upon it, and men do not ascend it, either on that side or on this. For it is the boundary which God has sent between us and the nations within it. Alexander said, Who are the nations within this mountain upon which we are looking? The natives of the country said, They be Huns. He said to them, Who are the kings? The old men said, Gog and Magog and Newal, the kings of the sons of Japhet. And then a really long list of names follows. And by verse 153, which is like 3 fucking verses later of just lists of barbarous names. When Alexander had heard what the old men said, he marveled greatly at the great sea which surrounded all creation. And Alexander said to his troops, Do you desire that we should do something wonderful in this land? They said to he, As thy majesty commands, we will do. The king said, Let us make a gate of brass and close up this breach. His troops said, As thy majesty commands, we will do. And Alexander commanded and fetched 3,000 smiths, workers in iron, and 3,000 men, workers in brass. And they put down brass and iron, and kneaded it as a man kneads when he works clay. Then they brought it and made a gate, the length of which was 12 cubits, and its breadth 8 cubits. And they made a lower threshold from mountain to mountain, the length of which was 12 cubits. And they hammered it into the rocks of the mountains, and it was fixed in with brass and iron. And the next verse, 154. And King Alexander fetched an engraver, and inscribed upon the gate, The Huns shall go forth and conquer the countries of the Romans and of the Persians, and shall cast arrows, and shall return and enter their own land. Also I have written that, at the conclusion of 826 years, the Huns shall go forth by the narrow way, which goeth forth opposite Haloraz, whence the Tigris goeth forth like the stream which turns a mill, and they shall makest the earth tremble by their going forth. And so the details are given of this fall of the gate which shall herald the end of the world in verse 155. And when the Huns have gone forth, as God has commanded, the kingdoms of the Huns and the Persians and the Arabs, the 24 kingdoms that are written in this book, shall come from the ends of the heavens and fall upon one another, and the earth shall melt through the blood and dung of men. Well, there you go. And ending in piss and shit. Well, blood and shit. At any rate, it'd be close to midnight. I'd best get on to other subjects. Midnight over here in the western lands of the Pacific. I pray everyone is still listening. I don't know how many people have withstood all of that that I related, but I'm sure I must have lost a few. After all, it's not exactly a happy topic. And when it comes to myself, I can get quite pedantic. So let's check into the live dashboard. And there's people still there. Okay. And wonderful Karen O'Connor has joined us. Hey, honey. And she says, Alexander was Macedonian, by the way, buddy. Yes, speaking to the other person. Who says he was Albanian. Well, he was kind of he was biracial. He was of a hybrid race. He was of more than one race, like myself, in that I can relate. So we still got plenty of people watching. So that's good to know. That's reassuring. Let me refresh the screen here. And other than that, hope everyone is entertained enough. Now, how much time do we have left exactly? We do have to stop at a certain period of time. The King Raw 85 says, still here, bro. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate that. All right, let's get into what's going on. The World Health Organization. The Trump administration has begun formally withdrawing the United States from the world. The World Health Organization itself is being withdrawn from following months of threats and criticism against that international body. The medical associations, the advocacy associations, international allies, and lawmakers from both sides of the aisle have all advised President Trump not to withdraw from the organization, especially during a raging pandemic. And some have warned that withdrawal in the current environment could also interfere with clinical trials essential for developing vaccines, as well as efforts to trace the spread of the virus globally. However, Trump has repeatedly accused the organization of aiding China in allegedly covering up the origins of the coronavirus and allowing its spread. Of course, in this, he's absolutely right. All of that is quite true. These aren't allegations, these are facts. And so, when it comes to the World Health Organization, we're not losing anything by not being part of it. The administration has already diverted funding from the World Health Organization, but the full withdrawal won't be going into effect until next July, at which point we're likely going to have another president, and the whole process could be reversed. At any rate, which I'm hoping it's not. And this is, of course, exemplified in terms of the WHO and the WHO, and why no one should be a part of it, is because they are preventing Taiwan from providing yourselves the cure. Now, that brings us to the future, not in the apocalyptic sense, but in the more conventional sense. The future is Asian, but not Chinese. The Chinese control the World Health Organization, but they're not going to win in the end, not the communist Chinese. So a post-pandemic Cold War is developing between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, but both sides are losing the ideological fight. The post-coronavirus future is South Korean, Singaporean, and over and above all else, Taiwanese. Taiwan is exporting what it can of its coronavirus successes to the world. Despite being shut out of the World Health Organization to the point where the cure cannot be delivered, Taiwan has still largely succeeded in containing the coronavirus through its advisements when other nations follow them, as New Zealand has. And so, even as Taiwan itself faces off a second wave of infections, it is helping other countries, and bolstering its own soft power in the process. Meanwhile, what is the most salient fact about Communist China's response to the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic? Is it the cover-up, at least the outset, that delayed an effective response for as long as 6 weeks and thus accelerated its spread across the globe, guaranteeing it became a global rampaging pandemic that would bring down all humanity in its wake via the economic collateral and collapse? Or is it the astonishing marshalling of political, logistical, and industrial capacities in the aftermath that purportedly limited the death toll in Red China to a fraction of the per capita figures in these United States and Western Europe, even if the number is, at the very least, 4 times greater than the 4,600 or so deaths currently reported? Indeed, it is likely something like 10 to 20 times greater, and the Communist Chinese have likely lost people in the millions. Well, behind this question, which be somewhat rhetorical, lies the struggle for global prestige. Even, or rather ever since, President Donald Trump signaled out Red China as the United States' public enemy number 1 in the 2016 campaign, the world's 12 great superpowers have seemed to be locked in a zero-sum contest for supremacy. Convinced that Red China is stealing American jobs and profits through unfair trade practices, the president has provoked a trade war that has harmed the economies of both empires. But it's not just Trump and the anti-globalist crowd that looks at China in Cold War terms. When Communist Senator Bernie Sanders was foolhardy enough to praise the Red Chinese for reducing poverty in his debate with Joe Biden in mid-March, the former vice president jumped down his throat, crying, "China is an authoritarian dictatorship." Biden insisting that whatever increase in prosperity the regime had fostered was marginal, though he must have known perfectly well that China has technically lifted more people out of poverty over the past 4 decades than any other nation in human history. Of course, they didn't have far to go up when you're at rock bottom, but technically, some things can't be denied. And the pandemic has inflamed this competition. Trump persisted in calling it the Wuhan virus, or the Chinese virus, in order to make East Americans feel that they be the innocent victim of Chinese failure, if not of a sinister plot. But the rhetoric seems vaguely pitiful in the face of the rising death toll and The self-evident dysfunction in these United States at a time when Red China has reopened for business and ostentatiously donated protective equipment to nations in desperate need. China's victory lap galls, but it may be earned to extent, at least in terms of its ability to manipulate and machinate towards propaganda advantage, if nothing else. Either way, the pandemic has raised the stakes of the competition from a struggle for economic dominance to a contest between rival models, whose system is better designed to adapt to the global crisis, whether of public health or the climate that lies in our future. The United States fostered the liberal world order after World War II and has sustained it ever since. That order has persisted not only because of American military and economic predominance, but because it has promoted the interests of its leading members, including Communist China. Is that era now drawing to a close? Does the arrow of the future point towards liberal democracy or free market authoritarianism? Now, I've just finished reading a work entitled, Has China Won? It's a question title. Has China Won is written by Kishore Mahbubani, who's a Singaporean diplomat and an author who has made a career explicating Asian values to Western readers. And Mahbubani, whose works I've read for some 30 years by now, enough to feel as if I almost have a false sense of intimacy with this person, does not doubt the answer. He notes that the United Nations has 193 members and asks, which country is swimming in the same direction as the other 191? And while he warns Red China against underestimating a nation as resilient as the United States, he notes that many thoughtful leaders and observers in strategically sensitive countries around the world have begun making preparations for a world where China may become number one. Now, Mahbubani is hardly the first to make this claim. In the work entitled, luridly enough, Destined for War, the Harvard political scientist Graham Allison described Red China as the quintessential rising power. Mahbubani charts the graph both of China's rise and the United States' decline, and he argues that history has turned a corner from the epoch of Western hegemony, and the United States, like the Qing dynasty that oversaw China's 19th century collapse, has remained trapped by an anachronistic sense of superiority. If one asks, as the philosopher John Rawls did, what kinds of society you would wish to be born into if you did not know what advantages you would have, the rational choice would now be China rather than these United States. In fact, he notes, the chances of a child born into the bottom fifth of income distribution rising to the top fifth are significantly greater in Red China than in these United States. Eat that, Joe Biden! And though Mahbubani criticizes Communist China for needlessly alienating the American business elite, and not just the Trumpian neo-nationalists, though unfair trade practices and bellicose rhetoric on the South China Sea, through such aggressions, he looks around the world and sees Red China's model on the ascendant and the American one in eclipse. And so he writes, sounding very much like the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, the propagandist of illiberalism, the biggest fact of the last 30 years is that many societies of the world that have tried Western liberal democratic systems have come to realize that it does not fit them. Now, Mahbubani will lose some of his readers with his hyperbolic kiss-off to democracy, and even more with his apologies for Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping's autocratic rule. He attributes the mass demonstrations in Hong Kong completely to poor housing. and gets round to mentioning the treatment of the Uyghurs only in the very last pages in terms of the genocide of China's Caucasians. And then in order to insist that a nation that targets Muslims for extermination by drone and, assassination by drone and extermination by sterilization has no standing to criticize, he's talking about Americans when he talks about these drones in this last chapter here. I just read the book and I've already forgotten his point. But he was basically insisting that the American empire, which targets Muslims for assassination by drone, has no standing to criticize China for wholesale extermination by sterilization of an entire population that they've incarcerated and terrorized like shooting fish in a barrel. With this level of sinophilia, love of communist Chinese, sinophilia means love of Chinese, you'd call it commu-sinophilia, one has the unmistakable impression that the author simply does not want to spoil his welcome in Beijing from whenever he takes off from his little Singapore, which he probably already considers a Chinese satellite. But there be a far more serious shortcoming here. It'd be one thing to say that Red China has won, and something else again to say that the Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist model, has won. What be most central to that model in Mahbubani's telling? And this is kind of like the people who tell and retell the tale of the Gates of Alexander, is that rational long-term decision-making, a commitment to good government, pragmatism, and suppleness in the face of a turbulent world, and a realist restraint in international affairs. But of course, that model also includes the unquestioned dominance of the single-state Communist Party in all affairs, and the equally unquestioned dominance of that party by a singular individual, Xi Jinping. Mahbubani arguing that Xi Jinping suspended constitutional provisions limiting the leader to 2 terms, not out of personal ambition, but a legitimate concern for China's future. But of course. And this brings us back to the coronavirus. It was not technocratic failure, but an authoritarian culture that led to the lapse between the identification of the first case in Wuhan on December 8th, Pearl Harbor Day in Asia, because they're one day ahead of us, and the lockdown on January 23rd. The defining moment of the sequence came on the first day of January, New Year's Day, of this 2020th year in our Lord, when 8 doctors at a Wuhan hospital were reprimanded by local party authorities for seeking to inform national medical officials of the outbreak, as the country's early warning system required them to do. The virus's genome was sequenced by January 11th. By January 14th, the head of China's National Health Commission had reported on the virus in grim detail. Still, nothing happened. The public health structure had to give way before the political order. 5 million people were allowed to leave Wuhan during the Asian Lunar New Year before the city was finally locked down, hastening the spread of the virus around the entire world. What's more, Communist Chinese officials have undermined their own narrative by promoting an inane conspiracy theory blaming the coronavirus on the United States Army, and by insisting on mortality figures at home widely considered impossibly low. Millions have died. The communists have lied. The Red Empire's charm offensive was also damaged when many of the ventilators and other products it shipped abroad had to be recalled owing to defects. Whilst Red Chinese authorities were desperately hiding the truth, officials in mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, South Korea, and Hong Kong and Singapore soon thereafter, began screening at their borders and quarantining the sick, and then swiftly ramped up the production of protective gear and testing kits. The first II are Taiwan and South Korea, vibrant democracies that feature open elections, independent judiciaries, and untrammeled free enterprise. Singapore's model is closest to Communist China's, though an independent civil service largely directs affairs of state. Together, they have shown what is possible when citizens and the state respect rather than fear one another. Hong Kong has 4 coronavirus deaths at this point in history. Taiwan, but 6. Singapore, but 12. And South Korea, 240. If some model has emerged as the winner of this dreadful sweepstakes, it is not Red China's authoritarian one, but rather that of the democracies that share China's Asian values of collective discipline, deference to authority, and faith in the state. Now, Mahbubani himself has pointed to the success of these states, which I am upholding in a recent piece in The Economist, too belatedly to include in his published work. What's more, the relative success of Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany, and the quite remarkable success of Australia and New Zealand in driving down mortality rates show us that classically liberal democracies can rise to the occasion if leaders defer to science and to public health officials and explain as clearly and calmly to citizens the rationale for painful measures. South Korean and Taiwanese citizens accept intrusions on their privacy that Western liberals might not. The French, for example, have declined to adopt the Korean system of digital monitoring that compels those who fall sick to install an app that lets public health officials keep track of their whereabouts. That may be a battle that the West will, in fact, find itself losing. I have suggested elsewhere that we be entering an era in which our own private decisions, whether driving gas guzzlers or walking around without a mask, so plainly impinge on the well-being of others that we will have to constrain some of our personal liberty in the name of public good. The Asian democracies show us that citizens can surrender some of that freedom and sacrificing fundamental political rights. So yes, Red China has already won, in the sense that Washington continues to dispute. Soon it will be absurd to question its economic and technocratic supremacy. But it has not won in the sense that matters most, as a model for other nations. United Germany has something to teach its European neighbors. Australia has something to teach these United States, its cultural near twin. South Korea and Taiwan have something to teach Red China about the application of Asian values. It would be a fine thing if this global catastrophe could force nations to learn from their own failures. Even these United States. Even the Red Chinese. Now, the United States itself is hurtling toward 3 million officially recorded COVID-19 cases, and hundreds of scientists have signed a letter warning about the dangers of airborne transmission, and a new model has projected a total of 200,000 Americans dying by November, unless everyone wears a face mask. Oh, and the school year is just weeks away. Now let me check into this live dashboard here. Dennis Marshall replying to what I said about the apocalypse of blood and shit. Well, let's get back into it. President Trump has urged schools to reopen despite widespread concerns about testing and safety logistics, and Florida has mandated that all schools must reopen in the fall, even though the state has become a major coronavirus epicenter. Meanwhile, Dr. Anthony Fauci says he doesn't believe there will be a federal mandate for people to get a coronavirus vaccine once one becomes available. Well, if one ever even fucking does. It's a hell of an assumption he's making there that one even will. In Australia, Melbourne is now under a 6-week lockdown as the country battles another wave of coronavirus cases. And in Brazil, President Jair Bolsonaro announced he has tested positive for the virus. He's been criticized for downplaying the seriousness of this pandemic for months. And House members met today, or should have met, on worsening coronavirus numbers. As the pandemic continued to worsen in these United States, the House Homeland Security Committee was set to hold a hearing today to examine the national response. These United States, unlike many other countries, hasn't contained the virus at all, and recently saw a record number of new cases in a single day on the Monday opening this work week. In fact, we're considered a leader in COVID-19, and the idiots in misadministration are bragging about it. The White House spokeswoman, Kayleigh McEnany, she said, well, at a press briefing on Monday opening this work week, when the case rates were skyrocketing, she went on record to say, I think the world is looking at us as leader in COVID-19. Oh, yeah. Ooh. These United States be a world leader, all right. It has, these states in union do, the most cases and the most deaths, and is now experiencing a renewed outbreak racing out of control. The White House argues that the United States has a better mortality rate than France and Italy, but apart from being in rather poor taste, brandishing death rates like great triumphs shows how little Trump has to defend his continued mismanagement of the pandemic. The other new White House claim that 99% of coronavirus cases are totally harmless is just fucking blatantly untrue. Doctors expect the rate of deaths in America, of American deaths, to start rising again in the coming weeks, which means that the White House will probably soon be deprived of another callous talking point. You know, take that leader in COVID-19 bullshit and compare that to we be in free fall. With the new COVID-19 infection soaring in most states, some hospitals close to running out of beds, and many Americans continuing to pack beaches and public spaces, the prognosis be pretty fucking bleak. So Dr. Rochelle Walensky, chief of infectious diseases at the Massachusetts General Hospital, went on record in an interview with CNN to say, we are in free fall. We know that of the 50,000 cases this past Monday opening this work week, a single day of this holiday weekend, if they're young people, it could be 500 people who die from that. If they're older people, it could be 7,500 people who die from that, just from a single day of infection. If we keep those rates up, millions will be dead here in America before this is over. And we know that will happen because the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, has surrendered. They're out of the war. The Trump-Fauci COVID-19 plague is spreading too rapidly to be brought under control. Now, for nations like South Korea and New Zealand, which followed the Taiwan model to a T, the rapid institution of testing and case tracing, mixed with social distancing, allowed outbreaks of COVID-19 to be addressed, and, in the latter case of New Zealand, following Taiwan's cure model, completely extinguished. Countries like Italy, Spain, and France, where the explosion of cases was severe and widespread, applied weeks of enforced, nationally supported lockdowns to break the back of a spiraling epidemic and reduce the number of new cases by orders of magnitude and allow cautious restoration of their economies. Even the United Kingdom, after a series of false starts, bad plans, and calls for stiff upper lip human sacrifices in the mass, got their act together when Prime Minister Boris Johnson, alias Bojo the Clown, became a believer himself through personal experience. And then there's these United States. Almost 4 months after the initial surge of virus blindsided states that didn't understand the extent of spread that had happened in the ignorance generated by zero testing, the COVID-19 epidemic is burning more brightly than ever before. That's happening in spite of every warning and all the knowledge that should have been gained over these intervening months. And it's blazing at such a level that on Monday, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, acronymous as the CDC, announced that this fire cannot be brought under control. The United States simply has, in their words, too much virus to ever hope to contain. And as MSNBC reported, these disheartening words came courtesy of the principal deputy director of the CDC himself. Well, the bitch who looks like a man, Dr. Ann Shuchat. She's saying,
"We're not in the situation of New Zealand or Singapore or Korea, where a new case is rapidly identified and all the contacts are traced and people are isolated who are sick and people who are exposed are quarantined and they can keep things under control. We have way too much virus across the country for that right now, so it's very discouraging."
It's not just discouraging, you fucking bitch. It's enraging! The virus may be a natural development that evolved from a related infection of wildlife, but the relation, or rather the reaction to that virus, was a series of human choices. The United States doesn't have a coordinated federal testing program. The United States doesn't have a national system of case management and contact tracing. The United States doesn't have consistent nationwide regulations on how to conduct social distancing when businesses and gatherings should be closed or when to enforce stay-at-home orders. The United States doesn't have something as simple as a national mandate to wear the masks that have been proven as one of the most effective measures in slowing the speed of the virus. None of that happened because it had to. None of it came because the United States could not do those things. All of that happened because Donald Trump chose not to provide any genuine federal response to the crisis, and because Republicans refused to address his failure. If Shuchat's statement that the virus is raging out of control and the United States has no means to check the spread seems daunting, that was just the warm-up. The deputy director of the CDC said, "This is really the beginning. I think there was a lot of wishful thinking around the country. What we have in these United States, it's
hard to describe because it's so many different outbreaks. There's more virus circulating than there was.
How bad is Ōoki-i saying things going to be? Well, since the United States has already passed more deaths than the Vietnam War, the Korean War, and the H1N1, hemagglutinin-1, neuromodase-1 pandemic combined, there be only a few goals remaining. As much as, well, let me go to Ōoki-i for a better quote.
As much as we've studied the 1918 flu pandemic, I think that what we're experiencing as a global community is really bad. And it's similar to that 1918 transformational experience.
You like that? Transformational. There's Transformer. Yeah, Transformer level age of extinction. Given that Trump has made it clear that the inaction he took at the outset of the pandemic was the peak of his involvement, no one should be expecting that Washington, D.C. will in any way pick up this burden and try to stomp out that fire. Just as in the initial weeks, any response will be left to states. And increasingly, as in Texas and Arizona, Republican leaders at the state level are shrugging off their responsibilities to county and city officials. Those officials have far less authority and far less ability to enforce their decisions. So as Trump passed to governors and governors passed to cities, the response goes from small to smaller to smallest. In fact, it's non-responsive. Effectively, the response becomes microscopic and the virus becomes huge. And an empire that regards itself as the greatest becomes the absolute worst. But Dr. Fauci made the coronavirus pandemic worse by lying about masks. So, get this straight. Dr. Anthony Fauci has been hailed as a hero during the coronavirus pandemic, delivering thoughtful health advice while most members of the Trump regime have spread misinformation about COVID-19. But there be that one pivotal area where Fauci not only led America down, but led it down the path, hindering the public health response and giving the United States both the highest coronavirus case count and the worst recorded death toll in the world. Simply put, Fauci lied about whether masks were helpful in slowing the spread of the virus. And on that Monday that opened the work week in the Ides of Yestermenses, the 15th day of last month, Fauci was asked by financial news outlet The Street why the U.S. government did not promote masks early on during the pandemic. And Fauci, who sits on Trump's regime's zombie-like coronavirus task force, hinted that he knew masks worked. He just wanted any available masks to be saved for healthcare workers. And then suckered people like myself into regurgitating that philosophy. Don't buy masks. The healthcare workers need them. And because I trusted this son of a bitch, the same man who I will quote now at length and verbatim, saying, "Well, the reason for that is that we were concerned about the public health community, and many people were saying this, were concerned that it was at a time when personal protective equipment including the N95 masks and surgical masks, were in very short supply, and we wanted to make sure that the people, namely the healthcare workers, who were brave enough to put themselves in harm's way, to take care of people who you know were infected with the coronavirus and the danger of them getting infected. Aside from that being a non-sequitorial word salad, Fauci did not just fail to promote masks early on, he actively discouraged the use of masks, saying they did not work. Which added to my original stance of the same, where, through my own conclusions, bolstered by his authority, did I wind up asking people not to buy the mask and telling them enough about the, shall we say, downside, the impositions that could balance against their use, that people were actively discouraged from even trying to mask up. And Americans are now paying the price because too many people think masks are useless to combat coronavirus. In reality, the masks have been shown to help prevent the spread of COVID-19, as the CDC itself now admits. All we need to do is look at the things that Fauci was saying back in February, a time before most Americans were taking the threat of COVID-19 seriously, and people like Donald Trump were assuming it was just a problem for the Chinese government. And Fauci told Spectrum News DC on Valentine's Day, the 14th day of February, dedicated to that martyred saint, "There is no reason for anyone right now in these United States with regard to coronavirus to wear a mask." And it was something that Fauci would say repeatedly whenever he gave interviews throughout February, as the pandemic spread to countries like United Germany, Italy, South Korea, the Empire of Japan, and mine own native homeland and heartland of Taiwan. And Fauci may not have known it yet, but coronavirus was already spreading quickly in these United States. By the end of February, over 20 countries had identified the coronavirus within their borders. And despite being remembered as level-headed during the early days of the crisis in these United States, Fauci was incredibly slow to publicly recognize the threat from coronavirus. On the 17th day in February, he recalled stories of people asking whether it was safe to travel, ridiculing the idea that it might not be wise to get on a plane. But it was clear to anyone paying attention to news media outside of these United States, as I myself do, that the coronavirus was soon to be an international problem. First, a quick lesson in recent history. Human-to-human transmission of the novel coronavirus was confirmed on January 21st. Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping saying publicly that the health crisis from coronavirus must be taken seriously. On January 21st, over 20 million people in Red China were put onto lockdown on January 23rd. Disneyland locations in Hong Kong and Shanghai both closed in the last week of January, and countries like Australia were already setting up quarantine for some travelers in the first week of February. High school teachers returning to Australia from China were even giving classes by Zoom in early February, as Gizmodo was reporting at the time, the technology rag. Now, by mid-February, the pandemic in Italy had gotten so bad that hospitals were becoming overwhelmed and case counts were rising exponentially. The Lombardy region of Italy went into lockdown on February 23rd, when grocery store shelves were stripped bare as people purchased food in a panic. With all of this going on around the world, February 17th was an incredibly late date to be making fun of people who were concerned about travel. But that's precisely what fuckhead Fauci did in the pages of USA Today, which published his verbiage. Fauci himself personally telling USA Today on the 17th day in the second month of this year, I was getting calls from people in Sacramento, the capital of my golden state of California, saying, can I get on an airplane to go to Seattle? Like what? What does that got to do with anything? His words. His fucking words. We now know that the first identified American death from COVID-19 was on the 6th day in February in San Jose, California. And because the CDC wasted the entire fucking month of February with faulty tests, no one knows just how widespread the disease already was in these United States during the first weeks of February. And it wasn't just in February that Fauci dismissed the threat. As late as March, Fauci was still insisting that masks were bad for public health. Fauci telling 60 Minutes on CBS during an interview that aired on the 8th day in March, there's no reason to be walking around with a mask when you're in the middle of an outbreak. Wearing a mask might make people feel a little better, and it might even block a droplet. But it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask, and they keep touching their face. It's no surprise that anti-mask advocates always exploit Fauci's interview with 60 Minutes when they discredit masks as an effective tool on social media. And platforms like Facebook and Twitter are still filled with people who insist that you can actually hurt yourself by wearing a mask because you're forced to inhale carbon dioxide. It's an incredibly stupid and inaccurate argument, but it be, all too unsurprisingly to a cynic such as myself, all too common. Masks were the butt of jokes in early March, as people like Republican Representative Matt Gaetz infamously wore a gas mask on the House floor while he went to vote on the $8.3 billion United States dollar emergency spending bill passed on the 4th of March. Gaetz and other Republicans appeared on Fox News to insist that it was all nothing but hype. Nothing but hype. Something that some commentators like Laura Ingraham still claim, despite the fact that tens of thousands of Americans are still contracting the virus every single day. Other Western countries, like the United Kingdom, were also initially skeptical of masks, leading to a terrible outbreak in England, exacerbated by a bungled response from Prime Minister Bojo the Clown, a man who eventually survived his own bout with COVID-19 after being moved to the intensive care unit, the ICU, and given oxygen. The BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, Britain's public broadcaster, even aired anti-mask segments that insisted face masks did nothing to stop the spread of coronavirus, including one from March 22nd that's still available on YouTube, displaying Boris Johnson telling you, "Don't wear that mask, then I can't see your pretty face." Yes, an apocalypse of blood and shit. Indeed. As our man Dennis Marshall says, a recipe for a tar baby if ever there was one. Now, the United Kingdom currently, consequently, has over 300,000 cases and at least 41,000 deaths. The fourth worst outbreak in the world. The United States, on the other hand, has over 2.1 million cases and more than 116,000 deaths, with no signs of the pandemic slowing down. What would have happened if Fauci had been honest with Americans back in February, leveling with people that the United States did not have a good supply of facial coverings for health workers and that any N95 masks should be reserved for doctors and nurses? Fauci could have explained that while masks worked, they needed to be reserved for healthcare professionals. The government was seizing most of the masks while they were shipped anyway. So it's not like most masks were finding their way to store shelves. Instead, fuckwad Fauci and all other top government officials made fun of people who wanted to wear a mask. U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams even told people on February 29th to stop buying masks because they don't work. To read from his tweet, "Seriously, people," then all uppercase, "Stop buying masks." So Adams tweeted, "They are not effective in preventing general public from catching #coronavirus. But if healthcare providers can't get them to care for sick patients, it puts them and our communities at risk." And as a result, there was understandably mass confusion when the government finally flipped and started to recommend masks for everyone, even if they had to make them at home. The CDC didn't change its guidance on mask use until April 3rd, finally recommending that people wear masks, even if they're homemade out of sackcloth. Fauci's refusal to embrace masks has had a devastating impact on the way that Americans perceive the coronavirus fight. And like everything today, even masks have become a partisan battleground. Roughly 70% of Democrats say they wear a mask every time they leave the house, according to a poll late last month by the Kaiser Family Foundation. Compare that with just 37% of Republicans. There have been subtle differences in the ways that each country has fought the coronavirus pandemic. New Zealand closed its borders and implemented a system to test residents based on the Taiwan model. The Kiwis, the New Zealanders, then scaled up its track and trace program, again as following identically the Taiwan model, to identify close contacts, isolating them so that they didn't get others sick. Now, Taiwan was the first in the world to implement track and trace procedures, but it put a special emphasis on masks to control community spread from the very beginning. Hong Kong put a heavy emphasis on universal masking as well, which is credited with keeping the spread of COVID-19 to absolute minimum. So health officials in Red China, as well as Hong Kong and Taiwan, the Chinese-speaking nations of the earth, even tried to warn Western countries that they needed to wear masks. And it's not the fault of the American people that they didn't listen. Americans were hearing from their own health experts, not watching international news, and unable to understand Chinese. And so Dr. Gabriel Leung, a Chinese-American bilingual expert on SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, and director of the World Health Organizational Collaborating Center for Infectious Disease Epidemiology and Control, went on record at a press conference in Hong Kong on the 21st of January, as reported at the time. He so saying, "If you are going to a crowded place, put on a mask even if you are not ill, because others may be. Even if they have cough etiquette or sneeze etiquette, they may still get in touch with you." But America's own health officials led by Dr. Anthony Fauci as their preeminent leader of the time, were telling Americans that masks were completely useless. And Americans are going to pay the price in the months and years ahead, as there be no guarantee that a COVID-19 vaccine will even work if it's developed. It doesn't matter if Fauci's false heart was in the right place in some effort to save masks for doctors and nurses. Fauci did mass murderous harm to public health in these United States. When all is said and done, Fauci might be engineered to be remembered as a folk hero, but he is the man with the most blood on his hands next to Donald Trump. And none of this be anywhere close to done. From this point forward, fuck COVID-19. This is the Trump-Fauci plague, and should be known by their names. Now, COVID-19 infections peaked on April 24th, or so Americans assumed. State health authorities reported 36,738 new cases that day, a record. By mid-May, the United States had reduced that rate of infection by nearly half to 17,618 on the 11th day in May. The accomplishment had come at tremendous cost: the lockdown of much of the national economy, Great Depression levels of unemployment, the shift to online schooling for millions of children, families denied final visits to dying loved ones. Still, these sacrifices had delivered the desired result. Had that progress continued, the American people and the American economy could have likely foreseen a further decline in cases and perhaps a near end to the pandemic, even before a vaccine. But that's not what happened. On the 24th of June, the number of infections surpassed the April 24th peak. On June 25th, the number surpassed that of June 24th. On June 26th, the country suffered almost 46,000 new infections, nearly 10,000 more in one day than on the worst day in April. All of the sacrifices of the preceding weeks had been thrown away. The first coronavirus spike in late April can be blamed on President Donald Trump's negligence. The second spike in June be his own doing. This is the Trump plague now. A Washington Post report on the 27th day in June captures Trump's culpability with horrible aptness. The city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, had been enforcing social distancing rules, and for good reason. From the first day of June to the Ides thereof, on June 15th, new COVID-19 cases in the state jumped from 67 in a day to 186. In advance of Trump's rally in Tulsa on the 20th day that month, but yestermenses, city employees affixed "Do not sit here please" stickers to every other seat in the stadium venue. Trump campaign workers were captured on video removing those stickers so that Trump could cram attendees closer together to make the crowd look bigger on camera. And on the 26th day in June, Oklahoma reported 396 new infections in a single day. Trump's rally directly accounts for all those new cases alone. But Trump's elevation of the needs of his own ego over the well-being of even his strongest supporters is profoundly implicated in the virus's powerful June comeback everywhere else as well. Even before the viral peak on April 24th, Trump urged the reopening of the American economy. On April 16th, Trump convened the nation's governors by conference call to press them to lift restrictions by the first day in May. The White House that day also released a set of highly permissive guidelines to inform the process, recommending a 3-phased plan to begin after states had established a 14-day downward trajectory of documented cases. But how steep a decline? Many decisions were left to the governors, at least ostensibly. On the call, Trump told the governors, "You're going to call your own shots. You're going to be calling the shots. We'll be standing right alongside of you, and we're going to get our country open and get it working. People want to get working." Yeah, you can see how much Brendan loves it. At the time, this show of deference to the governors looked like a political retreat by the president. Days earlier, Trump had declared that he alone had total authority to reopen the economy, and it would be the biggest decision I've ever had to make. But the deference soon proved a sham. Trump was set on the widest and earliest possible opening, and he exerted the immense political power of his office to get his wish. In mid-April, protesters, many of them openly brandishing fully automatic weapons of mass destruction, in the sense that these were mass shooting firearms, assembled at the capitals of Democratic-governed states to demand immediate reopening. Trump tweeted his support. "Liberate Minnesota! Liberate Michigan! Liberate Virginia! And save your great Second Amendment! It is under siege! Save the guns, but fuck the lives." From mid to late April, the trajectory of infections in states such as Georgia, Florida, and Texas was relatively flat, not down. Despite that, Trump cheered for governors to reopen fast and faster. On April 29th, Trump declared that federal social distancing guidelines would be fading out. "I am very much in favor of what they're doing." That's what Trump said in the Oval Office about the southern and western governors who were racing to reopen by the 1st of May. The governors were responding to political pressures from local business owners, yes, but they were also obeying the president's wishes and yielding to pressure from right-wing media. At first, Fox News hosts and guests had dismissed COVID-19 as a Democratic plot against the Trump economy. Just one example of many? On March 9th, Sean Hannity saying, "They're scaring the living hell out of people, and I see them again as like, oh, okay, let's bludgeon Trump with this new hoax." Then, in mid-March, the network abruptly switched its editorial line. Hosts not only voiced concern, but adamantly denied that they had ever done otherwise. With Hannity on March 18th saying, "This program has always taken the coronavirus seriously, and we've never called the virus a hoax." But as Trump pressed for reopening, the Fox News line shifted again. Hosts and guests tumbled over one another to demand more reopenings, faster, bigger, and to poo-poo any continuing danger from coronavirus. Tucker Carlson, saying via his program on the 27th day in April that the virus just isn't nearly as deadly as we thought it was. All of us, including on this show, everybody thought it was, but it turned out not to be. And on the 29th day of April, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis appeared on the Hannity program to tout his state's triumph over the virus. We know who the vulnerable populations are. We know if you look at the statistics for people under 50 who don't have chronic conditions, you have an extremely low chance of death from this virus in those situations. We know how to protect folks and a social distance between those two groups. And so I think there's a lot of things we've learned over the last 6 weeks. So I think we can take a step forward here in May, continue to build on that, and get our America back. And on the third day in May, Trump staged his notorious town hall in the Lincoln Memorial, a site usually forbidden to be used for partisan purposes, but accessed by Trump via special exception. Trump used the occasion to exhort governors to reopen even faster than the guidelines had laid out. He so saying, "There's not too many states that I know of that are going up. Almost everybody is headed in the right direction. We're on the right side of it, but we want to keep it that way. But we also want to get back to work." He praised states that were moving quickly to reopen their economies and singled out Virginia as a state that was moving too slowly. By this time, Republican-led states had begun letting their stay-at-home orders lapse, starting with Georgia on April 23rd. Trump initially praised the Georgia plan, then criticized it, but ultimately approved it. Texas followed on May 1st. Florida launched the first phase of its reopening on May 4th. Trump promised vaccines by the end of the year and a surging economy by the third quarter of 2020. And if anything contradicted all this happy talk, the president had his answer ready, with Trump tweeting on April 29th, "The only reason the U.S. has reported 1 million cases of coronavirus is that our testing is so much better than any other country in the world. Other countries are way behind us in testing and therefore show far fewer cases." As Trump had hoped, good news began to arrive in the early part of May. Cases were trending down, as were the deaths. On the 11th day of May, he tweeted, "Coronavirus numbers are looking much better, going down almost everywhere. Big progress being made." Trump ran another victory lap on the 17th day in May, "Doing really well medically on solving the coronavirus situation. Plague, it will happen." With that same day, he added, "The number of coronavirus cases is strongly trending downward throughout the United States, with few exceptions. Very good news indeed." That was fateful timing. The COVID-19 news from mid-May on would almost all be bad. So what went wrong? Early reopening could only have worked if stringent safety measures, including the use of face masks and social distancing, were incorporated. Yet the president sabotaged the reopening he himself had forced. Throughout his presidency, Trump has subordinated rational policy in order to provoke virulent and ultimately violent culture wars. And the mask has become a rallying symbol for his supporters. Trump never wears a mask in public, and he has mocked his own vice president, if he ever tried it, but most assuredly saved his vitriol for targeting Joe Biden for wearing one all the time. So Trump told the Wall Street Journal on the 21st day in May, "I see Biden. It's like his whole face is covered. It's like he put a knapsack over his face. He probably likes it that way. Then he doesn't have to see himself in a mirror. So, the Wall Street Journal's Michael C. Bender then followed up with a suck-up, remarking that Trump oft-times negatively commented on masks, especially when worn by White House reporters, saying, "Do you view that as a protest of you? Do you feel like people wear masks to show their disapproval of you?" Trump allowed that it could be, then attacked the health hazards of masks, then expressed indifference whether his supporters wore them or not. Now, Rush Limbaugh mocked the mask as a symbol of fear on May 15th. The former Fox anchor Brit Hume joined in. On May 27th, a writer at the pro-Trump web publication The Federalist posted a piece headlined, "Mandatory masks aren't about safety, they're about social control," with the authoress, Molly McCann, warning, "If everyone is wearing a mask, it telegraphs a society-wide acceptance that the status quo has changed." And that morning, a pro-Trump writer named Lee Smith tweeted a link to the article, amplifying McCann's paranoia. Terrific at Mole McCann piece in at FDRLST. Masks aren't about public health, but of social control. Image of Biden in black mask endorses culture of silence, slavery, and social death. Now, this Smith motherfucker is a major figure in the pro-Trump media landscape. You see, formerly a Middle East correspondent for Bill Kristol's Weekly Standard, and still connected to the eminently mainstream Hudson Institute, Lee Smith has plunged deep and thick into the pro-Trump cause. And in the early morning of May 28th, Smith's tweet got a retweet from Trump himself. So, you might not imagine that there would be much room to escalate anti-mask rhetoric from silence, slavery, and social death. You would be wrong. An Arizona city councilman derisively applied George Floyd's dying words, "I can't breathe," to mock mask wearing. And Sebastian Gorka, a former Trump advisor, found a way to go even further than that on his June 23rd radio program. When a caller was quoted as saying, "I wanted to discuss what I call the Democrat Islamo-Maoist masks that their dictators demand," and Sebastian Gorka saying, "You mean the COVID burkas? The COVID masks? You know, there's something inhuman about it, isn't there? The idea that you cover the face. Not only does it dehumanize the individual in that interaction with another human being, but also it is, you're right, an act of submission." And so, millions of citizens obeyed the cues from Trump, the right-wing media, and the medical crackpots who predominate Facebook. And while the great majority of Americans approve of mask wearing in public, only 40% of Republicans do, if that. And so on the 20th day of June, but days agone, a short video showed up on Twitter of a middle-aged man in shorts trying to enter a Florida Walmart unmasked. When a masked store employee politely reminded the customer of store rules, the man shoved the employee so hard that the shover actually fell over from his own momentum. The customer got up and pushed the same employee again to force his way in. Perhaps the customer was carrying one of the fake anti-mask exemption cards now circulating on the internet and social media for printing at home. And as the United States neared the 4th of July, the disease revived. Some Trump supporters wanted to blame the Black Lives Matter protests for the spike. But the states that mounted the largest protests have seen the caseloads decline since George Floyd's death. Minnesota reported 645 new cases on May 26, then 493 on June 26. New York recorded 1,044, then 804 on the same dates. Washington, D.C.'s 109 cases on May 26 fell to 26 by June 26. Granted, not everybody who protested in those places lived in those places. So perhaps some demonstrators carried the virus to other states, but there's certainly no obvious link yet. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan has found powerful connections between rising restaurant spending and, 3 weeks later, increasing COVID-19 infections. The disease is spiking in places precisely where state governors or governments hasten to reopen bars, casinos, restaurants, shopping malls, and other indoor places of entertainment. Phoenix, Houston, and other southern cities are suddenly reporting caseloads that look like New York City at its worst. Florida reported nearly 9,000 new infections on June 26, nearly equaling some of New York's worst days. Texas recorded almost 6,000 new cases that day. Arizona reported nearly 3,400 new cases on June 26 and now suffers more cases per capita than Brazil or any country in Europe. In the face of this ever-worsening crisis, Trump is not taking any action. He's instead shifting the goalposts. Don't pay attention to the case rate, he now argues. Look at the death rate. Well, last week he tweeted, "Coronavirus deaths are way down. Mortality rate is one of the lowest in the world. Our economy is roaring back and will not be shut down. Embers or flare-ups will be put out as necessary." But deaths lag behind infections. And a rise in cases in late June warns of more deaths to come in late July. We're already well past the death toll of 100,000 that Trump predicted at his Lincoln Memorial Town Hall only 8 weeks ago. Trump's hopes for a third quarter economic recovery are also blighted. Spending data suggests that the upward trajectory of May and early June has halted and reversed in the states that have opened. The slight uptick in employment in May now may prove abortive. For millions of American families, the hardest reckoning arrives July 31st, when the federal government stops supplementing state unemployment insurance benefits. Those who have kept their jobs face other hardships. Will schools reopen in September? It looks more and more doubtful. At the onset, the pandemic was aggravated by Trump's negligence and indifference. He had dismantled the country's pandemic preparedness. He denied the disease for 12 complete months. He made one crucial mistake after another. Even so, Trump could plausibly shift at least some blame for the arrival of the disease. The pandemic did originate outside of these United States. China did indeed cover up the disease, and the World Health Organization did indeed enable China.
Trump could also argue us that even those countries with the best responses were hit hard for many weeks. But what has happened in these United States in June, and what will happen in July, is entirely Trump's fault. The president's approach to the virus has been guided by his lifelong beliefs. It's just as real to say you've done a good job as to do a good job. Denying you failed is just as real as actually succeeding. This time, though, reality will simply not be blustered away. Tens of thousands are dead, and millions be out of work, all because Donald Trump could not and would not do the job of disease control. A job that includes setting a positive personal example to those Americans who trust and follow his leadership. Across the rest of the developed world, COVID-19 has been ebbing. As a result, borders are reopening and economies are reviving. Here in these United States, however, Americans are suffering a new disease peak worse than the worst of April. How lethal will this new peak be? We will learn that the way we seem to learn everything in this era of Trump. The hard way. Because the coronavirus short-circuits the immunosystem. And in a disturbing parallel to HIV, the human immunodeficiency syndrome virus, the coronavirus can cause a depletion of important immunocells, as confirmed by all recent studies. In fact, an alarming new study may explain as to why immunity after coronavirus infection be so fleeting, and suggests that the virus may need a cocktail of drugs to ever be brought under any modicum of control, just like HIV, to prevent it from going full-blown AIDS. At the beginning of the pandemic, the coronavirus looked to be another respiratory illness, but the virus has turned out to affect not just the lungs, but the kidneys, the heart, and the circulatory system. Even, somehow, our senses of smell and taste. And now researchers have discovered yet another unpleasant surprise. In many patients hospitalized with the coronavirus, the immunosystem itself is threatened by a depletion of certain essential cells, suggesting eerie parallels with HIV. The findings prove that a popular treatment to tamp down the immunosystem in severely ill patients may help a few, but could harm many others. The research offers clues about why very few children get sick when they are infected, and hints that a cocktail of drugs may be needed to bring the coronavirus under control, as is the case with HIV. Dr. John Wherry, an immunologist at the University of Pennsylvania, whose lab is taking a detailed look at the immunosystems of COVID-19 patients, has stated that growing research points to very complex immunological signatures of the virus. In May, Dr. Wherry and his colleagues posted online a paper displaying a range of immunosystem defects in severely ill patients, including a loss of virus-fighting T cells in parts of the body. In a separate study, the investigators identified 3 patterns of immunodefects and concluded that T cells and B cells, which help orchestrate the immunoresponse, were inactive in roughly 30% of the 71 COVID-19 patients they examined.
None of the papers have yet been published or peer-reviewed that I know of. Researchers in Red China have reported a similar depletion of T cells in critically ill patients. Dr. Wary noted that the emerging data could be difficult to interpret. Like a Rorschach test, you see what you want to see. But research with severely ill COVID-19 patients is fraught with difficulties. Dr. Carl June, an immunologist at the University of Pennsylvania, who was not involved with the work I cited earlier, went on record to say that it is hard to separate the facts or the effects of simply being critically ill and in an ICU, an intensive care unit, which can cause havoc on your immune system. What is missing is a control population infected with another severe virus, like influenza. One of the more detailed studies, published as a preprint and under review at Nature Medicine, was conducted by Dr. Adrian Hayday, an immunologist at King's College London. He and his colleagues compared 63 COVID-19 patients at St. Thomas's Hospital in London to 55 healthy people, some of whom had recovered from coronavirus infections. Dr. Hayday and his colleagues began with the assumption that the patients would generate a profound immunoresponse to the coronavirus. That is why most people recover from infections with few, if any, symptoms. But those who get very sick from the virus would have immunosystems that become impaired because they overreact, as happens in sepsis patients. Alternately, the scientists hypothesized that these patients could have immunosystems that struggle mightily but fail to respond adequately to the virus. Now, one of the most striking aberrations in COVID-19 patients, as found by investigators, was a marked increase in levels of a molecule called IP-10, which sends T cells to areas of the body where they be needed. Now, ordinarily, IP-10 levels are only briefly elevated while T cells be dispatched. But in COVID-19 patients, as was the case in patients with SARS and MERS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, also caused by coronaviruses, IP-10 levels go up and stay up. And that may create chaotic signaling to the body. So, Dr. Hayday was referring to the Olympic sprinter when he was quoted as saying, "It's like Usain Bolt hearing the starting gun and starting to run. Then someone keeps firing the starting gun over and over. What would he do? He'd stop, confused and disoriented. The result is that the body may be signaling T cells almost at random, confusing the immunoresponse. Some T cells are prepared to destroy the viruses, but seem undermined, behaving aberrantly. Many T cells apparently die, and so the body's reserves become depleted, particularly in those over the age of 40, in whom the thymus gland, the organ that generates new T cells, has become less efficient. The research also suggests that a popular idea for treatment may not help most people. Some patients are severely affected by coronaviral infections because their immunosystems respond too vigorously to the virus. The result, a so-called cytokinetic storm, also has been seen in cancer patients treated with drugs that supercharge T cells to attack tumors. These overreactions can be quelled with medications that block a molecule called IL-6, another organizer of immunocells. But these drugs have not been markedly effective
in most COVID-19 patients, and for good reason. There clearly be some patients where IL-X is elevated, and so suppressing it may help. But the core goal should be to restore and resurrect the immunosystem, not suppress it. So the new research may help answer another pressing question. Why is it so rare for a child to get sick from the coronavirus? Children have highly active thymus glands, the source of new T cells. That may allow them to stay ahead of the virus, making new T cells faster than the virus can destroy them. In older adults, the thymus does not function as well. The emerging picture indicates that the model for HIV treatment, a cocktail of antiviral drugs, may be a good bet for those with mild illnesses and those who be severely ill. Some experts have wondered if antiviral treatment even makes sense for severely ill COVID-19 patients, if their main affliction is an immunosystem overreaction. But if the virus directly causes the immunosystem to malfunction, then an antiviral makes sense, and perhaps even more than one, since it's important to stop the infection before it depletes T cells and harms other parts of the immunosystem. And so the individual that I aforecited, Dr. Adrian Hayday, the immunologist at King's College in London, has been quoted as saying, "I have not lost 1 ounce of my optimism. Even without a vaccine, he foresees COVID-19 becoming a manageable disease, controlled by drugs that act directly against the virus." He has concluded that a vaccine would be great, but with the logistics of its global rollout being so challenging, it's comforting to think we may not depend on one. Now, as a medical journalist, of course, I report, and when it comes to public health, there's very few times I've ever taken the risk of really asserting suggestions. That's something that you don't want to do unless you know something. Well, there's one thing everyone knows I know. Only the majority of you out there don't appreciate it. The majority of you out there know that I'm both a sexaholic and a pornaholic. And the majority of you think that that's somehow totally fucking useless. You couldn't be more fucking wrong. Now, there's some silliness involved with some pathos. Maybe Miguel Andujar and I will get around to bringing on the so-called hedgehog, Ron Jeremy, for an interview here sometime. But what I can tell you in all seriousness, in all gravitas, having been involved all my life with the contracting of prostitutes and the security work I've provided for the adult entertainment industry, when dealing with the coronavirus, we can take our lessons on testing from the adult film industry. This industry that survived the greatest health crisis of them all, the mother of mass murderous diseases still around, AIDS, should be the model for others looking to build confidence in terms of other industries.
See, adult films rely on a health screening system that should be the model for a coronavirus screening database. As more states open up and people return to work, companies are looking for guidance on how to keep workers safe from infection. So, I can tell you as an expert where to look. Look to what may seem the unlikeliest model that all of you look away from in the respectable world. The adult film industry, which itself survived a different pandemic, an outbreak of HIV infections in the late 1990s that almost shuttered the multi-billion-dollar industry. Now, I haven't been alone in this. I've consulted with Perry N. Halkitis, the Dean of the School of Public Health at Rutgers University, who confessed we can actually learn a lot about safety guidelines by listening to producers of pornography. Thinking back to the HIV/AIDS crisis, the adult film industry had to learn how to keep their workers safe. So, I would recommend following the pornographic lead by employing what I call the 4 T's. Target, test, treat, and trace. The adult film industry employs a nationwide program called PASS, all uppercase acronym PASS, for Performer Availability Screening Services, that requires adult performers to be tested every fortnight, every fortnight or 14 nights, every 12 weeks, every 14 fucking days for HIV and other sexually transmitted infections in order to even be cleared for work. If a worker tests positive, they're treated and their partners are traced. So, Dr. Ashish-Jha, who I also consulted, the director of the Harvard Global Health Institute, has concurred that we have to get over that this information is coming from the porn industry. If we're trying to get our economy back, a major component of that is building confidence for when we engage in regular activities such as going to a restaurant, getting on a plane, or going back to work. Now, when I first unleashed my observations, they were published in only one place. My suggestion of using the adult entertainment film industry as a model was finally reported in concept by Stat News in May. Now, STAT, all uppercase STAT, that's a common medical abbreviation for urgent or rush, sourcing from the Latin word statum. And in the Latin, statum means immediately. So STAT is an American health-oriented news website reporting from the frontiers of health and medicine that was launched on the 4th of November back in 2015 by John W. Henry, the owner of the Boston Globe. It's produced by Boston Globe Media and is headquartered in the Globe's own building in Boston. Of course, the incubation period of the coronavirus means that it's possible that people could have negative test results indicating it's safe to travel, but be contagious by the time they get on a plane. It's not foolproof. But we're going to see more testing to make decisions in our lives. The adult film industry, which has been largely shut down since the 15th of March, the Ides of the third month of this year, just recently, I mean, like, this is why I'm talking about it now, finally within the last 72 hours, within the last 3 days, released guidelines right after the 4th of July weekend or sometime going into it, on how to get back to work. And Mike Stabile, the communications director for the Free Speech Coalition, which is the Adult Entertainment Trade Association, has been meeting with others in the industry over Zoom twice a week to discuss how to proceed once they get green lighted to open back up. They consult with medical professionals regularly. And he himself is quoted as saying, "We've looked at coronavirus testing, temperature checks, wearing masks on sets when not filming, and having couples who live together work together." And so the coalition created a web page for COVID-19 resources for the adult film industry. And for HIV tests, Mr. Stabile has gone on record to say, "We use a highly sensitive PCR RNA test." Now, just so you know what that acronym is for, the RNA is, of course, ribonucleic acid, because AIDS is a single-strand RNA disease, an archaeovirus, meaning that it's something that existed before there was even 2 strands of DNA. So the PCR is a polymerase chain reaction. So the reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction is a laboratory technique combining reverse transcription of RNA into DNA so that it can be read more effectively. So we're not even going that far in this process as a medical journalist, I can explain, with reverse transcription. Rather, just the PCR itself is enough. So, the real-time RT-PCR is a nuclear-derived method, meaning, as in, worked on at the level of the molecule. And the coronavirus that causes COVID-19, as it spreads across the world, you can basically use the real-time reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction, the real-time RT-PCR, as well as without the RT, in one of the most accurate laboratory methods for detecting, tracking, and studying the COVID-19 coronavirus that has been ever found. So, yes, there's a difference between RT-PCR and PCR that's a bit confusing, and you might ask what this has to do with nuclear technology. So, in terms of what I can tell you as a medical journalist about viruses and genetics, the real-time RT-PCR is this nuclear-derived method for detecting the presence of specific genetic material in any pathogen, including a virus. And originally, the method used radioactive isotope markers to detect targeted genetic materials, but subsequent refining led to the replacement of isotopic labeling with special markers, most frequently fluorescent dyes. And this technique allows scientists to see the results almost immediately while the process is still ongoing, whereas conventional RT-PCR only provides results at the end of the process. So real-time RT-PCR is one of the most widely used laboratory methods for detecting COVID-19 virus now, at this point in history. While many countries have used the real-time RT-PCR for diagnosing other diseases such as Ebola virus and Zika virus, many need support in adapting this method for the COVID-19 virus, as well as in increasing their national testing capacities. But we here in the United States supposedly have the technology to do all this. Now, virus
and its differences with genetic materials, or rather its similarities, is that at least we know, or I can tell you, a virus does have genetic material. A virus is a microscopic package of genetic material surrounded by a molecular envelope. So this genetic material can either be deoxyribonucleic acid, the DNA, or the ribonucleic acid, the RNA. The DNA is the two-strand molecule found in all organisms such as animals, plants, viruses, which holds the genetic code or blueprint for how these organisms are made and develop, whereas RNA is generally a one-strand molecule that copies, transcribes, and transmits parts of the genetic code to proteins so that they can synthesize and carry out functions that keep organisms alive and developing. And different variations of RNA are responsible for copying, transcribing, and transmitting. And so some viruses, such as the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19, only contain RNA, which means that they rely on infiltrating healthy cells to multiply and survive. Once inside the cell, the virus uses its own genetic code, RNA in the case of the COVID-19 virus, to take control of and reprogram the cells, turning them into virus manufacturing plants, virus-making factories. And in order for a virus, like the COVID-19 virus, to be detected early in the body using real-time RT-PCR, scientists need to convert the RNA to DNA. And that's the process called reverse transcription. They do this because only DNA can be copied or amplified, which is a key part of the real-time RT-PCR process for detecting viruses. So scientists amplify a specific part of the transcribed viral DNA hundreds of thousands of times. And the amplification is important so that instead of trying to spot a minuscule amount of the virus among millions of strands of genetic information, scientists have a large quantity, or a large enough quantity, of the target sections of the viral DNA to accurately confirm that the virus is even present. So, if you're wondering how this would work with the COVID-19, basically, a sample is collected from the parts of the body where the COVID-19 virus gathers, such as a person's nose or throat. The sample is treated with several chemical solutions that remove substances such as proteins and fats and that extract only the RNA present in the sample. And this extracted RNA is a mix of the person's own genetic material and, if present, the virus's RNA. The virus, or rather the RNA, is reverse transcribed to DNA using a specific enzyme. And scientists then add additional short fragments of DNA that are complementary to specific parts of the transcribed viral DNA. And if the virus is present in a sample, these fragments attach themselves to target sections of the viral DNA. And some of the added genetic fragments are used for building DNA strands during amplifications, while the others are used for building the DNA and adding marker labels to the strands, which are then used to detect the virus. And the mixture is then placed in an RT-PCR machine. The machine cycles through temperatures that heat and cool the mixture to trigger specific chemical reactions that create new identical copies of the target sections of viral DNA. The cycle is repeated over and over to continue copying the target sections of viral DNA, and each cycle doubles the previous number. 2 copies become 4, 4 copies become 8, and so on. A standard real-time RT-PCR setup usually goes through 35 cycles, which means that by the end of the process, around 35 billion new copies of the sections of viral DNA are created from each strand of the virus present in the sample. And as new copies of the viral DNA sections are built,
the marker labels attach to the DNA strands and then release a fluorescent dye, which is measured by the machine's computer and presented in real time on the screen. The computer tracks the amount of fluorescence in the sample after each cycle, and when a certain level of fluorescence is surpassed, this confirms that the virus is present. And scientists also monitor how many cycles it takes to reach this level in order to estimate the severity of the infection. The fewer the cycles, the more severe the viral infection is. So, you might ask, why use real time? Well, the real time technique is highly sensitive and specific and can deliver a reliable diagnosis in as little as 3 hours. The laboratories take on average between 6 and 8 hours. Compared to other available virus isolation methods, real-time RT-PCR is significantly faster and has a lower potential for contamination or errors, as the entire process can be carried out within a closed tube. It continues to be the most accurate method available for the detection of the COVID-19 virus. However, real-time RT-PCR cannot be used to detect past infections, which is important for understanding the development and spread of the virus, as viruses are only present in the body for a specific window of time. Other methods are necessary to detect, track, and study past infections, particularly those which may have developed and spread without symptoms. So, the RT-PCR is a variation of the original PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, and the II techniques use the same process, except that RT-PCR has an added step of reverse transcription of RNA to DNA, or RT, to allow for amplification. And this means PCR is used for pathogens, such as viruses and bacteria, that already contain DNA for amplification, while RT-PCR is used for those containing RNA, like the archaeovirus AIDS, that needs to be transcribed to DNA for amplification. Both techniques can be performed in real time, which means results are visible almost immediately, while when used conventionally, results are only visible at the end of the reaction. So PCR is one of the most widely used diagnostic tests for detecting pathogens, including viruses that cause diseases such as Ebola, African swine fever, and foot and mouth disease. And since the COVID-19 virus only contains RNA, real-time or conventional RT-PCR is deployed to detect it. So, there you have it. That's my credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism at work for you. I hope you fucking appreciate it. Now, when it's applied at the level where they're waiting for the test results to come back from labs that they're contracting, which are dealing with thousands of other cases involving hospitals with patients that are dying or in intensive care or at risk of dying, etc. Basically, the adult entertainment industry is looking at detecting the virus within 7 to 10 days after infection, even with a highly sensitive PCR RNA test, just based on waiting for the lab to get back to you. But the frequent testing, every 14 days, and other controls used by performers, such as not having sex outside the tested performer pool, or using condoms when doing so, further minimizes the risk of HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus, and the AIDS that can cause, the acquired immunity deficiency syndrome, which almost nobody gets anymore. But because COVID-19 is transmitted by droplets via coughing or even breathing, rather than by sex, there be a million more exposures from who did you work with on the set to who did you come into contact with before testing positive. Now everyone in the pornographic industry is more than happy. They're enthusiastic to comply with testing because no one wants to work on a set where they can get infected. If an infection were to occur, the production would shut down. Everyone on the set, those infected, and those who tested negative would be out of work. Most people in the adult film industry are independent contractors. If they're not working, they're not getting paid. So the incentive to keep working is very high. Now, back in 1998, those bad old days, lifetimes agone, there was an HIV outbreak in the adult film industry, and Mark Wallis, an adult film actor, falsified his HIV test certificate and infected a handful of actresses. And HIV tests, at the time, were printed out on paper and could be easily forged. Sharon Mitchell, a former actress with a doctorate in human sexuality and training, taking blood samples, thereafter formed the Adult Industry Medical Healthcare Foundation that very year, formalizing the protocols that would eventually become PASS. The PASS acronym for Performer Availability. Oh, fuck, what was the two S's for again? Anyhow, you get the point. Of all the things I remember, and then I can, it's amazing what I can forget, but then I've forgotten more than most remember. Performer Availability Screening Services. Say that several times fast. Performer Availability Screening Services. So yes, that's thanks to Sharon Mitchell that we even got those formalized. Now, while the acronyms and organizations have changed, which is why sometimes it's difficult for me to remember which is which, and the testing has improved, the general principles are the same. So, the system, as it pretty much stands, and stood then, brought a major shutdown to the entire pornographic production industry circa 2004, and 2 shorter ones in the year 2013. And so they were necessary and at least survivable for most. And because of that, people like Maitland Ward, an adult film star with 3 adult video news Oscars, and a former star on the situation comedy Boy Meets World, you might remember him from that, has gone on record to say, "I only perform on sets where the PASS system is in place." Professional porn follows very strict guidelines on a regular basis. When production resumes, in addition to the coronavirus testing, extra precautions they'll be in place on sets, such as temperature checks and social distancing among crew members. Now, by the way, there's so many people I meet who have gone through sex changes. I think I referenced Maitland Ward as a boy. It's actually a female. I've actually never seen any of the films she's been in, which is why the confusion was easy for me when I reflect upon it. So, again, that's just San Francisco, and what I deal with is so much of the gender bending that there's less, shall I say, certitude, and I often transpose people's sexes almost automatically, almost reflexively,
just because of the drag scene issue, as opposed to, say, if I were living in Los Angeles, where much of this filming takes place. Though there's still some in San Francisco. Most of it, of course, is in Los Angeles. Now, health screenings are the norm for the porn industry. And therefore, the adult industry is far more prepared than mainstream film sets, or indeed any other businesses. And this is just one more thing they need to be cautious and vigilant about. Now, honestly, I insist people spread the word about my advisement that Douglas Dietrich insists mainstream has got to start looking to how the adult entertainment industry handles this, because they be the standard bearer when it comes to health and safety on sex. That's the irony. And when I expressed all this to Dr. Jia, he could not but agree. He said he would like to see a database much like the PASS program, where people can register online to show they were tested for the coronavirus. It should be run by a non-profit or a private business, not the government. Not that I myself, I myself be an ardent statist, and I'm not opposed to the government doing it. It's that a lot of people would not be comfortable with the government running. In the adult film industry, when people get tested and get a negative result, they get a green check next to their names. If they test positive or refuse to take the test, they get a red X. Green checks show producers and others who do the hiring that performers are cleared to work. People want to work, and they want to work in a safe space, so they have every incentive to take the test. So if this model from pornography is adopted for coronavirus testing, of course not everyone will want to be tested, and testing, well, theoretically should be voluntary, much as it is in the adult film industry, because everyone should have the incentive to be tested to work in a safe space. And it should be realized, if you refuse to be tested, you get a red X, and, well, nobody wants to talk to you or work with you, and you've just condemned yourself. Therefore, the important thing to recall in all of this, I'm getting a yes from Derek Talley, who apparently just returned on screen. I'll just give him a thumbs up here. And, yes, and I'll say all fine for now. All fine for now. Fine for now, but in a few minutes. But in a few minutes, I will bring you on. There we are. Now, let me see if I can get back on track here. Now, I think most people would want to know that their work area, that the restaurant they go to, or the aeroplane they fly on is safe. So if Delta or American Airlines said, you have to take this test to show us you don't have COVID, you'd feel safer flying on that airline. The airlines could purchase thousands of tests and charge their customers $5 or $10 United States dollars to take it. Knowing everyone on that plane, everyone in that restaurant, and all of your co-workers are safe builds confidence. Now, I would be the first to acknowledge that there could be false negatives and that COVID has an incubation period of 5 to 7 days and can show up in as little as 2. Still,
my conviction is that most people will respond favorably. And as possible models, we can point to the private charter company SetJet, and Emirates Airline, which have experimented with rapid testing with results in 10 minutes. And so it is that I reference Dr. Robert Gallo, a co-discoverer of HIV in the 1980s, and himself the co-founder and director of the Institute of Human Virology at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, who himself has taken note that HIV and the coronavirus are very different viruses. It's like comparing a rabbit to a squirrel. Still, when it comes to fighting the coronavirus, following the adult film entertainment industry example of testing is the smartest thing to do in the world. Despite the incredibly stupid stigma associated with adult films, we need to take on any tools we have, especially the ones from the adult entertainment film industry, and apply what worked to limit the spread of the coronavirus there to the schools that raise your children. And so, porn leads the way, just as it has with technical advances, going all the way back to any use of technology for free time and relaxation into something that will preserve the quality of your life and all of those you love and care about. Now, if you're so prudish that you find that creepy, bear in mind that one of the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours, where you can pay to creep yourself out. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. And these small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published, and scenes from cinematic productions he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell Tucson like Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. Well, let's check how much time we've got left. 10, 12. We got 2 hours left. Not quite sure if I can finish everything, so I may as well not take a break and best stay with you. Let me tell Derek it is okay.
I will forward. It's okay now. I will forge on ahead. I will forge on ahead. Now I do want the people in the chat room to start talking, so to speak, and give myself some active feedback. Want to make certain that okay, Derek Talley says okay. There we are. Good man. Thank you, sir. Good. Get other people talking in there. Let's see if you can get any other interaction going. Right now we're going through the great reclosing. Almost half of American states have been, well, they've now been forced to pause or roll back attempts to reopen local economies as local case totals skyrocket amid America's great backtracking on reopening the economy. So, let me see if I can try and close this arc of narrative. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We might have about 2-3 hours left. I think I can do it. There's 3 major things that come to my mind where this situation is exemplified. The 3 take-home points would be that Sweden largely avoided imposing any prohibitions. Now, bear in mind, Sweden is a white trash shithole. What was once a noble and model state has degenerated into shit. It's the production and assembly line for white trash racists now, like Henrik Palmgren and PewDiePie, the scum of the earth. Micro-influencers that think they're macro. They think they're really big shit, but they're really just shit without the big. And these guys have been shit out of Sweden, which just dumps them on the rest of the world, where they infect the internet and your mind and come to America, infect your very lands, because it's a male-dominated government surrounded by female-led governments all around it. And the females in Denmark and Finland and Norway all shut down and have healthy economies, whereas Sweden remained wide open, saying, oh, we're just going to plow our way through, just like the guy who's driving the car, where the woman points to the fact that the tank is almost empty, and he says, I can get us across the state line while the needle's on empty. You watch. And, of course, you wind up stuck in the desert, surrounded by those encroaching shadows in the night, while the last light flickers out and your battery dies. So Sweden is that. So it avoided imposing prohibitions, and the government allowed restaurants, gyms, shops, playgrounds, and most schools to remain open. And the second point after that being that per million people, Sweden has suffered 40% more coronavirus-related deaths than these United States. And the third take-home point being that Sweden's central bank expects its economy to contract by 4.5% this year, a revision from a previously expected gain of 1.3%. Ooh, man, talk about a dive in expectations. See, Sweden has become the world's cautionary tale. Its decision to carry on in the face of the pandemic has yielded a surge of deaths, and sparing its economy from carnage. A red flag as the United States and Britain move to lift lockdowns. Ever since the coronavirus emerged in Europe, Sweden has captured international attention by conducting an unorthodox open-air experiment. It allowed the world to examine what happens in a pandemic when a government is maniacal enough to allow life to carry on
completely unhindered because men are completely unhinged. And this is what happened. Not only have thousands more people died than in neighboring countries, all the other nations in Scandinavia, led by women that impose lockdowns, but Sweden's male-led economy has fared far worse than anyone else. Jacob F. Kierkegaard, a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, has gone on record to say, they, the Swedes, literally gain nothing. 'Tis a self-inflicted wound, and they have no economic gains. The results of Sweden's experience are relevant well beyond Scandinavian shores. In these United States, where the virus is spreading with alarming speed, many states have, at President Trump's urging, avoiding lockdowns or lifted them prematurely on the assumption that this would foster economic revival, allowing people to return to workplaces, shops, and restaurants, don't you know. In Britannia, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, previously hospitalized with COVID-19, reopened pubs and restaurants last weekend in a bid to restore normal economic life. Eating to extent, but mostly all that drinking. Now, implicit in these approaches is the assumption that governments must balance saving lives against the imperative to spare jobs, with the extra health risks of rolling back social distancing potentially justified by a resulting boost to the prosperity. But Sweden's grim result, more death and nearly equal economic damage, suggests that the supposed choice between lives and paychecks is a completely false presumption. A failure to impose social distancing can cause lives and jobs at the same time. Sweden put stock in the sensibility of its people as it largely avoided imposing government prohibitions. The government allowed restaurants, gyms, shops, playgrounds, and most devastatingly, schools to remain open, whereas by contrast, Denmark and Norway opted for strict quarantines, banning large groups and locking down shops and restaurants. More than 3 months later, the coronavirus is blamed for 5,420 deaths as officially recognized in Sweden, as reported by the World Health Organization. That might not sound especially horrendous compared with the more than 129,000 Americans who have died, but Sweden is a country of only 10 million people. Per million people, Sweden has suffered 40% more deaths than these United States, 12 times more than Norway, 7 times more than Finland, and 6 times more than Denmark. The elevated death toll resulting from Sweden's approach has been clear for many weeks by now. What is only now emerging is how Sweden, despite letting its economy run unimpeded, has still suffered business-destroying, prosperity-diminishing damage, and at nearly the same magnitude as its neighbors. Sweden's central bank expects its economy to contract by 4.5% this year, a revision from a previously expected 1.3% gain. The unemployment rate jumped to 9% in May from 7.1% in March, with Oxford Economics concluding in their own recent research note that the overall damage to the economy means the recovery will be protracted, with unemployment remaining elevated. This is more or less how damage caused by the pandemic has played out in Denmark, where the central bank expects that the economy will shrink 4.1% this year, and where joblessness has edged up to 5.6% in May from 4.1% in March. In short, Sweden suffered a vastly higher death rate while failing to collect on the expected economic gains. They tried to trade lives for money just as the United States is wanting to do. They lost lives, but they didn't gain a cent. The coronavirus does not stop at national borders. Despite the government's decision to allow the domestic economy to roll on, Swedish businesses are stuck with the same conditions that produced recession everywhere else. And Swedish people responded to the fear of the virus by limiting their shopping. Not enough to prevent elevated deaths, but enough to produce a marked decline in business activity. So, here be the one takeaway among them all with potentially universal import. It be simplistic to portray government actions such as quarantines as the cause of economic damage. The real culprit is the virus itself. From Asia to Europe to the Americas, the risks of the pandemic have disrupted businesses, whilst prompting people to avoid shopping malls and restaurants, regardless of official policy. Sweden is they're exposed to the vagaries of global trade. And once the pandemic was unleashed, it was certain to suffer, Sweden was, the economic consequences. And so, to return to Mr. Kierkegaard, the economist, the Swedish manufacturing sector shut down when everyone else shut down because of the supply chain situation. And that was entirely predictable. What remained of the government's sphere of influence? What remained in the government's sphere of influence was how many people would die. And so, Mr. Kierkegaard has observed that there is just no questioning and no willingness from the Swedish government to really change tack until it's too late. Which is astonishing, given that it's been clear for quite some time that the economic gains that they claim to have gotten from all of this mass death are just simply not existing. Norway, on the other hand, was not only quick to impose aggressive lockdown, but early to relax it as the virus slowed and as the government ramped up testing. It is now expected to see a more rapid economic turnaround. Norway's central bank predicts that its mainland economy, excluding the turbulent oil and gas sector, will contract by 3.9% this year. That amounts to a marked improvement over the 5.5% decline expected in the midst of lockdown. Sweden's laissez-faire approach does appear to have minimalized the economic damage, or minimized such, compared with its neighbors in the first 3 months of the year. And that's according to an assessment by the International Monetary Fund. But that effect is worn off as the force of the pandemic has swept through the global economy, and as Swedish consumers have voluntarily curbed their shopping anyway. Researchers at the University of Copenhagen gained access to credit data from Danske Bank, one of the largest in Scandinavia. They studied spending patterns from mid-March, when Denmark put the clamps on the economy, to early April. The pandemic prompted Danes to reduce their spending 29% in that period, as concluded by the study. During the same weeks, consumers in Sweden, where freedom reigned, reduced their spending 25%. Strikingly, older people, those over 70, reduced their spending more in Sweden than in Denmark, perhaps concerned that the business-as-usual circumstances made going out especially risky. Collectively, Scandinavian consumers are expected to continue spending far more robustly than in these United States. And Thomas Haar, the global head of research at Danske Bank, has emphasized those nations' generous social safety nets, including national healthcare systems, that render them capable of doing this. Americans, by contrast, tend to rely on their jobs for healthcare, making them more cautious about their health and their spending during the pandemic, knowing that hospitalization can be gateway to financial calamity. And so, of the Scandinavian countries, it's concluded it's very much about the welfare state. You're not as concerned about catching the virus because you know that, if you do, the state is paying for healthcare. You know, I should take a short break. Let's see if Mr. Derek is there with us. Actually, can you come on now? Actually.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful, dear brother. Love you. Okay, take over for about 10, 12 minutes. I'll be back. I'm going to go mute now, and thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Derek Calley. Just here to help Douglas take a break. I actually posted a couple of stories to my Facebook page just so we could have something to talk about. One thing it sounds like Douglas was touching on is the story that United could furlough up to 36,000 workers as the airline industry crisis drags on. So that's a real shame, you know what I'm saying? But I can understand that flights are down, everything's closed, nobody's going anywhere. So let's take a look at that article. This is coming out of Arlington, Virginia. May 5th, United Airline plane is at a gate at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. May 5th, 2020 in Virginia. Okay, United Airlines on Wednesday announced major cuts planned for this fall. A grim sign for an industry that has struggled to stay aloft despite billions of dollars in federal stimulus funds. Air travel has plummeted in the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, and despite steady increase in passenger load since April, it remains severely depressed. United announced it's another sign that the industry is not expecting to a travel rebound. It comes and a sharp pickup is the coronavirus cases and hospitalization nationwide. So United Airlines is concerned that airline travel is not going to be picking up anytime soon. And that's a shame. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's taking vacation. There's really no vacations to be taken because there's nowhere to go. Even if the cruise ships are closed. The federal government distributed. Here we go. The federal government distributed about $5 billion in emergency stimulus funding for the airlines in condition that those that received the money would not take any significant worker cuts through September 30th, and received about $5 billion of that money. The airline said it could furlough up to 36,000 employees, or more than 40% of its total workforce, starting October 1st, depending on travel volume and the number of people who take buyouts or early retirement packages. So these people receive stimulus money on the condition that they would not lay anybody off through September 30th. So they're waiting till right after September 30th, and they're going to lay off 40%, and early. That's almost 50% of their entire workforce. So that's just a shame. You know, I hate to see that. So some other things I posted. Epstein's girlfriend has a secret stash of tapes and photos showing rich, powerful men having sex with minors. And this is a report from the dailyboulder.com. Another thing I posted, after seeing thousands of COVID residents into nursing homes, New York blames deaths on infected staff. So let's look at that. You send thousands of infected people to the nursing home, and then you blame the deaths on infected staff. Thousands of employees likely transmitted the disease, the state claims. New York officials issued a report this week concluding that the high number of coronavirus deaths in state care facilities was the result of infected workers, not sick residents, spreading the contagion. New York has faced sharp criticism over the past several months for its policy on allowing COVID-19 positive patients to return to nursing homes before they were cleared free of the virus. Democrat Governor Andrew Cuomo said the state policy of allowing residents to return to the elderly care facility was in line with guidance from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. However, Political Fact in May rated that claim that mostly false, pointing out that the state appeared to pressure nursing homes to take COVID-19 patients regardless of whether they could properly house them. The report by the New York Department of Health states that the analysts of the time between known nursing home staff infections and nursing home facilities indicates that there are correlated. It also states that the peak number of nursing homes staff reporting COVID-19 symptoms occurred 23 days prior to the date of the peak nursing home facilities. The data does not support assertion that infected patients were the spread of the disease, the department argues. Nursing home residence facilities peaked on April 8, 2020. The report also states that the peak of the nursing home admissions from hospitals did not occur until April 14, 2020, a week after peak nursing home facilities suggested the policy was not the cause. So, that's just a shame that all these people are catching this at an alarming rate, and it's due to New York's policy of sending people back to the nursing homes and forcing the nursing homes to take these patients that have previously tested positive, and then they turn around and say, oh, it must have been the staff that came in and infected all the patients. That really makes no sense. And speaking of government Cuomo, he was asked the question, doesn't he think it's time to end racial profiling in his state? And he says he doesn't know. So in other words, he's not going to do anything about racial profiling. And if he's not going to do anything about racial profiling, well, he doesn't need to vote for president. He's no better than Biden. So, as far as having someone who's going to keep pushing racial profiling, we don't need that anymore in the White House. We need to put a stop to that. It's not saving anybody. It's not helping anybody. Like I constantly say, when I got out the Marines and I moved to Chicago, I was pulled over and randomly searched on the average of 6 times a year. And that's the average. That's a low number. That's just me minding my own business and going to work. There's people who get pulled over once a month just for a random search. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing nice to deal with. Those cops are nothing nice to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Even on the times where they pulled me over and tried to be friendly about it, but they're going to search your car and they're going to if you got any gun drugs, you got to get out, put your hands in the truck. You know what I'm saying? This is rotten. This is rotten. It's a rotten thing to deal with in this country. and then you're told, well, if you don't like the country, you can move to Cuba or move out the country. I hate that response. That's the response of cowards. Only a coward would say that if you don't like tyranny, you're free to move. No, you'd see those are cowards. If you don't like tyranny, you need to stay there and fight. Even the Bible says have nothing to do with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them. So that's what I'm doing. Whenever I talk about racism and then the fact that you have a stupid governor that could end racial profiling but won't, that's called the unfruitful works of darkness. You're supposed to expose it. You know what I'm saying? And so don't give me that if you don't like it here, move out somewhere else bullshit. That's police brutality, the police killings, and they're always quick to come out and say, it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with race. And, white people are getting killed. More white people are getting killed than black people. Well, yeah, but white people aren't known to fight for their rights when it comes to police. You know what I'm saying? It's if you're a bootlicker, then it's up to the black man to fight for your rights too, because you're too scared. So that's all I got to say about that. Let's see. There's 2 people charged with a hate crime after vandalizing Black Lives Matter mural in California. Police: Georgia man kills self as officers try to arrest him. So I believe in this particular case, this person was wanted for murder, and he ended up going in police custody and killing himself. Police in coastal Georgia say a man wanted in the shooting killed himself before police could arrest him. Acting Glenn County Police Chief Jay Wiggins told the Brunswick News that Richard Alford, 18, shot and killed himself Tuesday in a vehicle outside a motel. Georgia Bureau of Investigation agent Stacy Carson said police were moving in to arrest Alford. Law enforcement was in the process of executing a warrant and was within eyesight of him when the incident occurred. Carson said other people were in the vehicle when Alford shot himself, but declined to give further details. GBI is investigating. Alford was wanted on charges including aggravated assault after shooting a woman Monday night in Brunswick. Police have tracked him down at a Red Roof Inn and had been watching him before arresting him. The woman, who has not been named, was hospitalized in critical condition at a Jacksonville, Florida hospital, said Brunswick. Police Chief Kevin Jones told police the woman was shot in the neck after she stepped into an argument involving Alford and his girlfriend to aid the girlfriend. So this guy was a coward anyway. So he was arguing with his girlfriend, and this woman seen a man arguing with the woman, and he was probably roughing her up or whatnot, grabbing her by the arm. So she seen a man roughing up a woman, and she went to go put a stop to it, and this Alfred person shot her. And she hasn't been identified, but that's what happened. And so the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, now they're investigating, but it looks like this person is in the hospital in Jacksonville, Florida, which is on the border of Florida and Alabama. So he must have shot her and then escaped off to Georgia. The Glenn County Police Department has been under scrutiny after a series of incidents that climaxed after the department didn't arrest anyone following the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery. GBI later charged 3 men in the deaths of Arbery, a black man who was shot while running through the neighborhood near Brunswick. In February, lawmakers passed several bills seeking to abolish the department. A hand law enforcement authority back to the county sheriff. Governor Brian Kemp has not yet signed any of the bills. Well, if you have a worthless police department that's not going to do anything, you might as well hand the police department back to the sheriff, the county sheriff. So some police departments are worthless. Me personally, I think the Chicago Police Department has outlived its usefulness. You know, especially if you look at how the detectives operate in Chicago. They don't try to solve crimes. They try to find people to pin the crimes on, and then once they target somebody for prosecution, then that's all that matters. That is that they prosecute that person, and those police will go to their grave defending their decision to target a person, but they're not competent enough to actually investigate to see whether the people who they want to charge are in fact the people who committed the crime. It then becomes a pride thing. It then becomes a danger. I've been doing this for 20 years and I've never sent anybody to prison that didn't belong there. You know, so that's how Chicago police operates. That's why I admire people like Joseph Kendall of the Colorado Springs Police Department. Retired Joseph Kendall retired. He had his own show on TV for a while. I think it's still maybe going on. They still may have some seasons left, but he's been in a position to where he targeted someone, and it becomes about proving this person did the crime. And as he investigated more, it turns out that the person didn't do the crime, or it turns out that, you know, the person may be innocent. So then it doesn't become about, well, I got to cover up any evidence to prove that this person may be innocent so that I can win this case. It becomes about justice. And he says, well, if this person is innocent, I don't want to send an innocent person to prison. I want to find out who did this, and he'll dig further and find out uncover some more things about the case, to which will make it to where he ends up arresting the right person. So, you know, I think detectives like that are far and few between, you know, because on the flip side of Kendall, Detective Kendall, you have John Birch, Chicago detective John Birch, who used to chump up charges on people, and that he used to actually get a thrill on putting innocent people away, because his logic was, even if they didn't do whatever crime it was that he said that they did, well, then they were bad people anyway, and they just need to get pulled away anyway, so it didn't matter. So if they didn't do this crime, so what? They did something. Well, at least we got them off the street. That was his logic. So that's the logic of the entire Chicago Police Department. So if they were to get rid of the Chicago Police Department, but then it would just go to the the Cook County Sheriff's Department, which in Chicago, if you ever lived in Chicago, you don't really hardly ever get pulled over by the sheriff's department. Most of the time, if you live in Chicago, the most you'd ever have to deal with the Cook County Sheriff's Department is if you go to the jail, Cook County Jail, 26 in California. If you go to the Cook County Jail, that's where you have to deal. But arrests are down because people are off the streets. And so eventually, if you were to get rid of the Cook County, if you were to get rid of the Chicago Police Department, the people would stop getting arrested for little petty crimes all the time, or crimes that the Chicago police constantly chumps up on people, and that would eventually affect the sheriff's department, because the jails won't be getting as flooded as what they usually get flooded on. So a hot mess. Americans face testing delays as the virus surges. Christian Cooper, the black bird watcher, and the 911 call has not cooperated with prosecutors in the New York Times reports. Now, here's the story. I'll just run it down for you. Christian Cooper is the black bird watcher, the guy who was watching the bird, and this one lady whose last name is also Cooper, but she's no relation to this Cooper. She's a white lady. Seen a black man. She called the police and told the police that the black man was threatening her life. He could have, of course, he could have been killed, but she basically called a hit squad out on him, and to get him executed. And he saved his own life by recording the incident. But now that she is facing prosecution and has lost her job, he stated that he's upset that she lost her job, and now he's making it hard for the prosecution to actually prosecute the woman because I don't know why. He's got a soft spot for her. I don't know if it's because she has the same last name or whether he looks kind of soft in the face. So he's turning the other cheek. He's going to turn the other cheek and let her call the police on his ass again. And maybe next time they'll shoot his ass. And then maybe he'll let the prosecution do their job.
What Derek Talley is saying is that external appearances can reveal internal dynamics, like looking soft in the face might imply being soft in the head. Oh my God. But yeah, I can understand these are incredibly intense situations, and they're full of emotion, and so it's hard to carry through on these things at times, to actually carry through and ultimately carry something to its logical conclusion, especially when it's slow and drawn out. It's a lot harder than pulling a trigger and just taking someone's life, to actually go through a legal procedure. And he may be just, as you said, just overwhelmed with her tears at her losing her job and everything else, and so God knows what's going on through his mind. But as you said, he's certainly making it harder for the prosecutor. So the end result is, I think she has paid quite a price. But if in order for an example to be made, it's, as you say, some of these things have to be pursued to the logical conclusion if they're to set a precedent on the books, because a precedent on the books would go a long way towards discouraging others. And if you don't get that precedent on the books, then people will not be discouraged, and they'll continue behaving like that.
Yes. Yeah. Well said.
Oh, thank you. So, what else? Did you have any other stories lined up? Did you find out anything? Did you speak already about 29 stumps and what might have gone on there? Or what,
Oh no! You know what? I didn't even get a chance to look up that story, but yeah, that's something that I'm gonna have to look up here and find out about it. I don't know why it hasn't been printed in a lot of the major places that I go. All I did was write the word 29 in the search engine, and it came up 29 Palms active shooter. So reports of possible active shooter at Marine Corps base in 29 Palms. So we'll take a look at that. MSNBC.com report is the one who reported this. It says reports of possible active shooter at U.S. Marine Corps base in 29 Palms spread across social media Tuesday morning. Several calls to the base went unanswered, but the branch said in a statement that was aware of the reports and was monitoring the situation. Military police responded to reports of gunshots at approximately 6:30 and condoned or cordoned the area. The Marine Corps said in a tweet, "We cannot confirm a suspect in custody at this time." The San Bernardino County Sheriff Department received word of some kind of incident at the base, but spokesman Cindy Bachman said she did not have additional details. "We have not been requested to assist them," she said shortly before 8 a.m. The spokesman for the county fire department could not be immediately reached for comment Tuesday morning. So it looks like even the sheriff's department, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, doesn't have any information on this, and they received the word that there was a shooter, but the MPs haven't even called the shooter or called the sheriff's department for any kind of assistance on anything. So I guess the Marines is in the middle of whatever cover up they got to cover up.
Yes, very astute. And from what I understand, the individual, I knew about it only by accident, and I happened to be preparing for the show tonight, and then I saw, just in terms of doing everything I was doing, that I had just switched on the search engine to, for some reason it went on like a kind of a search, which I normally don't have it prone to do, like wandering or something.
Yeah.
And it came up with, I forget what they call that term, instead of wandering, like scanning, it was whatever the fuck it was doing, it came up active shooter at 29 palms. And then what happened was, when I looked it up earlier after that, I mean, earlier this evening, but after that, I only happened to remember it while we were talking about, the face mask with the USMC Eagle Globe and Anchor on it, and your military discount. Then I remembered it, and when I looked back to it, they said, so the guy who was an active shooter shot himself. So it was as if he didn't get a chance to do any damage, or if he's done any damage, they're hiding it. And he shot himself, and then they brought him into custody, and then he died. I mean, that's my understanding of the situation. So apparently it's leaking out very little at a time, and it's leaking out very fragmentedly. And it's, as you say, they're going to cover it up. But this is different from the training accidents. This is something like maybe, we can only speculate. But thank you for checking into that. And if you could cover me for a few more seconds while I finish chewing this, and I'll be done in just a few moments.
All right, well, go ahead, because there's another thing that I looked up, because I've been hearing the I don't know whether you could call it old wife tales or the folk tales about the disease called black syphilis. And there's a fear tactic saying that there's a special kind of syphilis overseas in Germany and mainly in Thailand and different Southeast Asian places. They try to warn military personnel to stay out of the whorehouses because there's a disease called black syphilis that will eat your brain up at an alarming rate. At an alarming rate, and it will turn your brain into Swiss cheese, and it'll take the smartest academic and turn him into a retard within a matter of 3 weeks. You'll lose your ability to hold your going to the bathroom. You'll spend the rest of your life in a mental insane asylum, and the folklore goes, or the as it goes, once you catch black syphilis, you're never allowed back into the United States. So what they'll do is put you in a mental facility overseas, and then tell your family that you were killed in a training accident or whatnot, or they're killed in combat, and they'll send back the coffin, and then they'll send the $50,000 and send an empty coffin with the flag wrapped over it. And you'll spend out the rest of your life in a mental facility because you've lost all your faculties, because the syphilis works at such a fast, alarming rate that it's eating your brain up and turning your brain into literal Swiss cheese. So I was looking that up, and they said, a lot of people are trying to say, well, that's not true. That's just a scare tactic from the but I think it's true, because I have my Anthony Vincent, the guy who I rode with, said he went to deliver something at one of the army bases, and there was a guy who locked up in a cage, acting like a psychotic, shitting at himself and throwing this shit on the walls. And what's the matter with that guy? And he's like, that used to be an officer. He was an officer, real smart. Got his PhD, but he visited the whorehouse, and that black syphilis turned his brain into Swiss cheese, and so we had to send his family the coffin and the $50,000, and he's going to spend the rest of his life in an insane asylum.
Oh my God! And this is the same Anthony Vincent who actually informed you of my program. You learned of my program from him. Oh my God! Again, someday I hope we have him on so he can relate these.
experiences, and he was serious about this. He was.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes, that's not the first time I heard about black syphilis. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and people believe that that's just a fear tactic to keep you out the whorehouses. But, you know, that's something, you know, that's something to think about. If you catch, there's certain diseases that are overseas that will attack you at an alarming rate. And if you get those certain diseases, they won't let you back into the U.S. ever.
Oh my God! I mean, I'm impressed by the fact that they would actually have that policy. I never realized that they ever cared that much about the biosafety. I guess this was something established during saner times, that they had something like that set up where they could just dump these people overseas like so much refuse and then cover it up and. Because that doesn't sound like normal. I mean, take a look at what's going on now where, you know, Trump was just blithe and oblivious while COVID-19 came swarming, you know, across the sea. So it's amazing that they would be so sharp on one end and so stupid on the other. But then again, you know, such is life. These things happen. You know, penny wise, pound foolish. Oh my God, thank you for sharing that. And so,
you know, Law and Order did an episode about that, and what it wasn't black syphilis, but it was regular syphilis. And what it was, what ended up happening is the insurance company ended up getting charged because a guy took a blood test or a physical in order to get life insurance, and he was denied, and they never told him why he was denied. Well, the reason that he was denied is because he tested positive for syphilis. But the insurance company never told him, we're denying you because you test positive for syphilis. They just said, you just don't qualify for the life insurance. And since he didn't know he had syphilis, this was a regular man, a college man working on Wall Street. But by the time you see him in where his state, his brain has already been eaten up. And he's you know, basically a retard, and the only thing he can do with his life is sweep up the church and beg for food because his brain has been eaten up by the syphilis.
Oh my God! Well, if somebody's in that state, what good? I mean, not that obviously the insurance company should pay just as a matter of justice, but what good does that do that poor bastard? I mean, so he has to have an adult supervisor, right? Some kind of care provider, essentially. Act as his minder, like a relation or something. Oh my God! One of these days I'll go more into the horror story about that. When I, as a matter of fact, this is the first time I've ever mentioned this. But what happened was when I was going into court for the hearing on my. Basically my post-traumatic stress disorder, because as I've said before, when I originally had Social Security, it was because I had the dishonorable discharge and couldn't get any veterans benefits, but the mechanical injuries were so obvious, you know, which renders it insane when people say I haven't served, when I got the multiple lung collapses and my lungs are stapled to my rib cage, and obviously this was the result of cyclosorine nerve gas. And so originally I got Social Security because of it, and then when I basically gave that up so I could take care of my parents, because I couldn't take care of my parents and be recognized as their care provider and get them the insurance they needed without giving up my Social Security, I sacrificed my own Social Security to save my parents. And then when I reapplied for Social Security, then I was told, well, you know, you can't get that back. So the only way we can recognize you for some kind of social benefits would be the mental issues, which would be the post-traumatic stress disorder, which was real enough. And that's when I went through the battery of psychiatric tests, and all of that was brought before the judge. And when the judge confronted myself, it was mostly a matter of just, he wanted to find out more or less about my past, and so was confronting me directly about that. And so what he said when he awarded me the SSDI, which is much better than Social Security, when he awarded me that, he said that, well, I want you for a year, you know, among other conditions he had. One of them, he says, for a year we're going to put you under a kind of a, I forgot what it's called now, like a supervisorial recipient of the money. So someone would be watching over me for a year, and to make certain I didn't blow it all on drugs and porn, which he suspected I was going to do. And so the or prostitution, etc. So then I was talking to my psychiatrist, who was highly educated but fairly naive, and she was saying, because I told her, I don't really have somebody who's capable of filling that role. My surrogate son couldn't do it. I couldn't, for different reasons. I mean, there's no reason to go into everybody's personal details, but I was surrounded. I mean, my parents were dead. I was surrounded by people who literally couldn't do it. A great example is my gang brother, Beaver. My gang brother, Beaver, has never paid taxes a single day in his life. And so when I brought him down to the Social Security office, and they said, well, if you're going to be this man's, the recipient of this money to take care of this individual for a year as his adult supervision, essentially, we need a responsible adult, someone who's paid taxes all of their life. And they said, could we see your tax returns? And that's when my game brother had to say, I've never paid taxes in my life. He couldn't do it. So he couldn't do it. And so that was a waste of his time, which I felt bad about. And then, when I was talking to the psychiatrist about this, then the psychiatrist said, well, what about these homeless shelters? You go in and they take your, they take your money and kind of act as your supervisor for a period of time. And so I talked to Beaver about it, and thank God I did, because his girlfriend had actually worked in several different bizarre areas of life. She had been a suicide counselor. She had worked with drug counseling, and she knew these homeless shelters and said, oh no, don't go into that. You'll be trapped forever, because these people, they take your check and they release only to you what minimum they think you need to eat. And that's it. And they expect you to live in the shelter. And if you don't give them all your money, then they basically take all your money and they steal it and they give you nothing, except something to eat. And then when you come back for any of it, then you have to prove that you're a capable adult, and then you're trapped. If you prove you're a capable adult, they take away your benefits, and otherwise you're trapped in their care the rest of your life. Isn't that awful? This is horrible. Talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yes.
Yeah, and so I found that out from his girlfriend, and so I told the psychiatrist about that. I said, oh God, that's not an option. So I finally found this one woman who was willing to do it, who worked at a bookstore. She had worked in jobs all her life, mostly at bookstores, but plenty of other jobs. But she had been a taxpayer all her life, and she was married, had a daughter, and basically I knew her from going to the bookstore all those years, and so she became my recipient, my official recipient. And I tried to give her $100 a month out of the check, or so, sometimes, $200 to kind of pay her for this. And anyhow, think about this. This woman was working all her life. She was a responsible adult. And then just within about a few months, about half a year after I was receiving this, just half a year into it, she went stark raving mad, like institutionalized. And it was like, everyone said, how could this happen? I mean, she had been a responsible adult all her life. It was like she had been beamed. It was her own husband was convinced that because of her involvement with me, that microwave technology or some kind of unconventional weapon had been aimed at her and basically scrambled her. I saw no reason to argue with that. And the trap after that was, of course, if I had no responsible care provider, then I was fucked and couldn't receive my check anymore. And obviously everything went into motion, and some anonymous individual reported to Social Security I had no responsible care recipient for the monetary recipient or something like that. But fortunately, Social Security was so fucking slow that by the time they got around to investigating, the case was half a year later, and by that time I had signed on for independent status to receive my check. So, but I felt so bad for her. She semi-recovered, and I met her, again, and vowed to keep in contact with her, but the phone number she wrote for me on a piece of paper, as soon as I got home, it disappeared. Like I just lost it or misplaced. It's just bizarre. But
one of these days I'll have to like ring her doorbell or something and see if I can, catch up with her. But it was just, she had been institutionalized a few times. It was pretty. And when she got out of institutionalization, it was frightening. It was like she had. It's just, I couldn't believe how impacted she had been. It was like my mother after a brain injury. It was like somebody who could barely move themselves. So this kind of. I think what she was ultimately classified with was kind of schizophrenia, or maybe that's all they could come up with. But it was something that affected her neurologically. It was probably some kind of beam weapon that scrambled her for the sheer purpose of, rendering myself totally fucked. But it, got up by the skin of my teeth as always. And but there's a story for you that reminded me of. Well, I'll take over back to the monologue, and I love you dearly, brother. Thank you so much. And
all right, well, good talking to you, Douglas. If you need me again, just let me know. And good night, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much, and bless you. And yes, obviously, I couldn't do it without you. So thank you to our executive producer, Derek Talley. Wonderful human being. Always maintain him in your thoughts and prayers, along with Brendan Zogit and Jameson Reese. Members of Team Dietrich. And so let's get serious and more into the territory that I'm most famous for, which is ranting and raving and emoting, basically catharting and venting upon you in the time we have remaining, which should be about 10:30 to, yeah, it should have enough time to complete the arc of narrative. Now, let's try and make sense of the 4th of July this year. Independence Day. This year, the 4th of July was greeted with mixed feelings. And observing this, what can only be termed a very strange day, a very strange holiday, one that basically celebrates a group of treasonous assholes who were propertied slave owners that aimed to fuck over everybody else around them, white or black, who was considered beneath their class and station. Observing a day that is based mainly on their interpretation of their freedom to do anything they want with you. A lot of Americans, having come to realize that by now, marked a very subdued July 4th amid a global pandemic. Now others partied like it was 2019 all over again. The crazies. And this was one of the more quiet days for myself, where I spent a lot of time sleeping. And yet, I don't think any of us could deny, no matter what our position on this, was that it was a very awkward moment to be celebrating America. Because the past few months exposed a great power in decay, struggling to contain a deadly plague, and reckoning anew with its racist systems. As such, many Americans hesitated, I am happy to observe, to drape themselves in red, white, and blue. Still more were prevented from gathering, and this year found fireworks shows that were socially distant or canceled altogether. And yet there was no end of fucking fireworks, either before or since, because of the constant campaign of terror by the white supremacist terrorist movement that I've indicated as the source of this constant pyrotechny, itself a form of terrorism that disturbs many people, but I myself have managed to accommodate because my own complexly post-traumatic stress disorder has been so altered in terms of my symptoms and my responses by the radically experimental hypnotherapy. As a matter of fact, my psychiatrist called it hypnosurgery. That I almost find the constant fireworks a comfort. And yet, the rest of you should not. Because to save his presidency, Donald Trump will tear America apart. Trump is not even pretending to hide the divisive racial rhetoric on which he's anchoring his bid for a second term. He's running to keep the Confederate flag flying high, which be seen by many Americans as a symbol of slavery. And he's guarding statues that honor generals who took up arms against these United States. He has attacked a black NASCAR driver and even slammed the Washington Redskins football team for finally looking for a less offensive name. Without a strong economy to carry him through re-election, Trump is picking the most polarizing fight possible. He hopes enough Americans will agree that their white anti-culture is drowning under a multi-ethnic tide for him to run an election campaign on racial grievance. Over the weekend, he turned one of the few non-political moments in American life, Independence Day festivities, into a pageant of paranoia, claiming that Marxists, radicals, and anarchists are roaming the country, and far-left fascism, if you can appreciate that wrap around your brain, is taking over newsrooms and America's educational system, even though everyone's fucking homeschooling. So I guess that means everyone's a far-left fascist who happens to be stuck with a squalling brat or two. And there was an outburst of apolitical violence at the weekend, including the heartbreaking deaths of 6 children in gun violence. But the America under siege that Trump describes is completely, well, a complete fucking fantasy. Most pollsters and even some Republicans think that while Trump's arguments strike a chord among millions of reactionaries like themselves, as a matter of fact, the entire Republican Trump cult is committed to this delusion that there be a quote-unquote silent majority that Trump be invoking. Whatever it be that the entire Republican Party altogether and all of its cultists comprise, this so-called silent majority that does not exist, that is actually neither silent nor a majority, as rabble-roused by Donald Trump, is still not sufficiently large for him to win re-election on their votes alone. And he is most certainly alienating anyone moderate enough to retain a modicum of sanity. And so, the efficacy of Trump's ultimate polarization tactic will emerge only in November. But it already be clear that the president is running the most openly demagogic campaign in America's postmodern history. And it will leave deep and bleeding wounds that will take us years to heal by whomever wakes up in the White House next January 21st. Because the white extinction theory, which Donald Trump is preying on, is complete and utter bullshit.
The New Zealand attacker that was taken advantage of by my gangstalkers, who reported myself falsely to Facebook as promoting violence, and of course there's no appeals process. I was simply purged along with many other people, including Shauna Bando, for something that neither one of us was doing, which would be the promotion of mass genocide, or the advocacy thereof, like Facebook did with the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. That instead was something that was the purview of people like Alex Jones promoting armed revolution, and maybe Louis Farrakhan and a number of the others. And all of this on the basis of the mass murderous actions of a single white trash piece of shit, providing excuse for the purge of what Peter Moon says was essentially myself, with everyone else just being the cover. Now, of course, that flatters my ego, and at the same time, there'd be no reason to argue with him. As Peter Moon himself said, everyone else on the list of purging was a has-been or a never was. But I myself. Now, anyone that the rest of the world doesn't even know is alive yet, but whom has the ability to say they're the son of Adolf Hitler, is someone they're going to do their damnedest to make certain the rest of the world does not know exists. But the New Zealand attacker, who provided the excuse, the rationalization for my purge, and my thus forcing me to get back on Facebook via guerrilla warfare means, he wanted you to think that white people face existential decline. And they don't. The Great Replacement, as the paradigm is known, is both a racist and misogynistic, that means anti-female, conspiracy theory that holds that white people face existential decline, even extinction, because of rising immigration in the West and falling birth rates among white women, caused, of course, by feminism. That's pretty much the entire argument. As a bit of rhetoric, the theory is about as deep as the one pushed by flat earthers, though without that group's pseudoscientific rigor. White people are not going extinct. As a group, they are only, maybe, possibly, becoming a smaller share of the population in these United States and Europe. But how much smaller is a wide open question among demographers, because the future be unknowable and demography be an imprecise science. And demography is not necessarily destiny either. Even if several decades from now, whites do become a racial minority, they will not automatically lose much of their vast economic and political power, because this is America, where inequality is not only tolerated, but encouraged, actively encouraged, and an aggrieved and wealthy political minority can hold sway indefinitely, thanks to the Senate and the Electoral College. But what the Great Replacement lacks in any factual basis, it maketh up for in digital branding appeal. The white extinction theory plays well online. It has found its greatest purchase among a certain type of basement-dwelling incel or involuntarily celibate edgelord, to whom it offers both an explanation for self-pitying personal circumstance and a set of convenient antagonists. Roughly, the blame falls on race-betraying, sexually empowered women, immigrants, and the Jews, said to control the entire system altogether. The theory has also found a foothold in more mainstream political circles, thanks to Donald Trump, who has flirted with Twitter users who espouse white extinction theory. Tucker Carlson caresses it lovingly every now and then, and Steve King grabs it by the baby. Still, to really pop, the theory needed a hashtag, something catchy. White genocide was one branding possibility, but that label has failed to take off, perhaps because a claim of genocide requires unmistakable mass death. And what we're talking about here is, presumably, gradual and purportedly peaceful demographic change. As one pseudonymous YouTuber who has made a fantastic video deconstructing the white extinction theory notes rather tartly, "That's white privilege for you. We even get the nice version of genocide." Now enter the Great Replacement. And for white supremacists, the new term offers several branding advantages. First, it sounds kinda smart, semi-academic. The phrase was coined in 2012 as Le Grand Remplacement by the French writer Renaud Camus, giving the whole movement a patina of ivory tower intellectualism. Replacement is also more polite than genocide, which fits with the long-term effort among white supremacists to craft a cleaner-cut image for themselves. That's why the hipster new term for white supremacist is identitarian. Though, I have to admit that sounds kind of like a Brooklyn dietary preference. Something that Stephen Myers would laugh at when he saw other people trying to carry out this kind of new fad of burning carbs by eating while jogging or some shit up and down the stairs of his apartment. But for budding racist influencers, perhaps the best marketing feature of The Great Replacement is that it offered fantastic possibilities in search results. On Google and YouTube, there are not a lot of sites and videos tied to that keyword. And in particular, there are not that many sources countering their arguments. Which brings us to why I'm speaking to deconstruct the theory now. When that man killed 101 people in his mass shooting in Christchurch, New Zealand yesteryear, that added as a catalyst the final key enabling Richard K. Cole, one of my primary gangstalkers, himself a white trash piece of shit who pushes white replacement theory, to get me banned from Facebook, so that I had to resort to a timeline gifted to myself by the most famous actress in Japan. He called his loopy manifesto The Great Replacement. So Joan Donovan, directoress of the Technology and Social Change Research Project at Harvard, noted that the attacker was structuring his manifesto not only to speak to audiences, but to algorithms. The Great Replacement is what be termed a data void, in the sense that it would be very easy to capture that space on the front page of Google, which is exactly what happened. After the shooting, Google searches for Great Replacement spiked astronomically. And although Google returns several skeptical articles and videos for the term, it also gifts a lot of pro-conspiracy content, including, for much of that weekend, the shooter's own manifesto on the first page of search results. Consider this segment on tonight's episode, then, an attempt to fill that data void. Research proves that when you present white people with facts that counter the white extinction theory, they become less alarmed and anxious about demographic change. So to anyone who may get this episode someday in the future after searching Great Replacement, here be some facts. Nobody really knowest if whites will becomest a minority in these United States. Racial categories are blurry, and there's a big debate among demographers about how one of the fastest growing racial groups, people like me, people of mixed race who have one white parent, will identify in the future. It could be that they will not be thought of as white. It could also be that they will marry white people, have mostly white children, and generally become absorbed into mainstream white culture. Bleached out, as it were. Which is what happened with previous generations of immigrants who were not considered white, like Eastern and Southern Europeans, Slavs, and Mediterranean wogs, as they were called. Under the most inclusive definitions of whiteness, America could remain a white majority society indefinitely. And white Americans are not facing a social and economic dead end. It's true that are some pernicious social problems affecting white Americans. Among them a rise in death rates from drug overdoses and suicide, known as deaths of despair. But these negative trends are not racially existential. Overall, across a range of health measures like infant mortality and life expectancy, white Americans are neither the least nor the most healthy Americans. They're somewhere in the middle. And white people are still, by far, the wealthiest Americans. The net worth of the median black family is only around 15% of that of the median white American family. While most other groups experienced a net decrease in wealth in the 6 years after the Great Recession, according to all government surveys, white families' net worth was essentially unchanged. Whites are also less likely than people of other races to live in poverty, and they are more likely to be among the super rich. Just about every American chief executive, billionaire, and large political donor is a motherfucking white person. And so, white Americans will continue to hold a lot of political power. The current Congress is the most racially diverse in all human history, and about 8 of 10 members is fish belly white. Every single one of our 45 presidents has been a white man except one, who was half white, which made him the white man's black and the black man's white. By my own count, yesteryear, there were 17 candidates for the Democratic presidential nomination. 11 of them, or almost 2/3, were fucking white, including the II, who had raised the most money at that point when the mosque massacre had taken place. Sure, that left us eventually with a bleached out old white man to run against the orange man. It's like Animal Farm, the ending, where no matter how hard one tried, one could not tell pig from man. We all know the pig's represented by Trump. He's got the color. Now, sure, white political overrepresentation is likely to fall, but not quickly, and not drastically. Indeed, according to one projection, in the 2036 election, 59% of voters will still be fucking white. So the Great Replacement is a big, well, let's use the term great. The Great Replacement is a great white lie. The country is becoming more diverse, but white people are not losing their grip on America, nor on the world, not by a long shot. So that brings us into the cultural commentary of what's going on right now that we can do to make a difference. What is it that we can do at this time, at this place, to make the changes going on right now have lasting impact? Look back to Europe in 1989 and parallel it to America in 2020 and the death of the lost cause before our very eyes. In November of 1989, when the Berlin Wall suddenly began to crumble and then fall, much of the world we watched in awe. Could it be true that communism was about to collapse? For 70 years, it had been a system, an ideology, that ordered large swaths of the globe. And then, at that time it was now, an entire vision of history, a vision meant to maximize freedom in its propaganda sales pitch, but which had turned, over time, well, from the instant it was conceived, "'twas tyranny, finally seemed to be leaving the stage. And many people still possess, as I do, little pieces of concrete from the Berlin Wall. And many of us feel some awe in seeing, during these past few weeks, Confederate monuments in America likewise reduced to pieces, relics of the collapse, after 155 fucking years of the public vestiges of the lost cause tradition. The summer of 2020, like the autumn of 1989, could mark the death of a specific vision of history. If so, it has taken a long, long night, to borrow from Robbie Robertson and the band, to drive old Dixie down. We should not celebrate too much as monuments topple and old slave auction blocks are removed. History did not end when the Soviet Union dissolved, and it will not end now, even if a vibrant movement sweeps a new age of civil rights into America. Most of all, we must remember what the lost cause is and was before we try to call it past. As so many now understand, whether they have read William Faulkner or Toni Morrison or the thousands of scholars who have reshaped American history in the past 3 generations, slavery, the American Civil War between the states, Reconstruction, and segregation are never purely historical. They still haunt the air we breathe or cannot breathe. They be what W.E.B. Du Bois once called, circa 1901, our present past. They be a history never to be erased, even if and when the bronze Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee can be carried out of the United States Capitol and left at the Smithsonian Castle for a decision on their final resting place. The Lost Cause is one of the most deeply ingrained mythologies in American history. Loss on an epic scale is oftentimes the source of great literature, stories that take us to the dark hearts of the human condition. But when loss breeds twisted versions of history to salve its pain, when it discourages, well, rather when it encourages the revitalization of vast systems of oppression, and when loss is allowed to freely commemorate itself in stone and in sentimentalism across the cultural landscape, it can poison a civil society and transform itself into the ruling regime. And so some myths are benign as cultural markers. Others be rooted in lies so beguiling, so powerful, as engines of resentment and political mobilization, that they can fill parade grounds in Red Square or streets in Charlottesville or rallies across the country. The Lost Cause ideology emerged first as a mood of traumatized defeat, but grew into an array of arguments, organizations, and rituals in search of a story that could regain power. After the American Civil War between the states, from the late 1860s to the late 1880s, diehards, especially, though not exclusively in Virginia, and led by former high-ranking Confederate officers, shaped the memory of the war through regular publications and memoirs. They turned Robert E. Lee into a godlike Christian leader and a genius tactician, one who could be defeated only by overwhelming odds. Their revolution, as the story went, was a noble one crushed by industrial might, but emboldened in the 1870s by righteous resistance to radical Reconstruction, to black suffrage, and to the 3 constitutional amendments that transformed America. The Lost Cause argued that the Confederacy never fought to preserve slavery, and that it was never truly defeated on the battlefields of glory. Lost Cause spokesmen saw the Confederacy as the real legacy of the American Revolution, a nation that resisted imperial and centralized power, and which could still triumph over rapid urbanization, immigration, and strife between labor and capital. Above all, the Lost Cause seductively reminded white Americans that the Confederacy had stood for a civilization in which both races thrived in their best natural capacities. The slaughter of the Civil War had destroyed that order, but it could be remade, and the whole nation, defined as white Anglo-Saxon, could yet be revived. And so by the 1890s, the Lost Cause had transformed into a widespread popular movement, led especially by Southern white women in the United Daughters of the Confederacy, the UDC, and by an increasingly active United Confederate Veterans Association, the UCV, and its widely popular message, The Confederate Veteran, a magazine which basically served as its propaganda organ. The first commander-in-chief of the UCV was General John B. Gordon, the leader of the Ku Klux Klan in Georgia, and a former governor and senator for that state. Gordon became famous for his particular brand of reconciliation, which involved
popular lectures that humanized soldiers on both sides of the war, and for his tales of the kindliest relations between masters and slaves in antebellum times, before the Great Rebellion or the Northern Aggression. He is one of the 10 former Confederates for whom the United States military forts are named across the South. From the 1890s through the First World War, as Jim Crow laws and practices spread across southern states, and as lynching became a ritual of terror and control, it was organizations like the UDC and the UCV that placed hundreds of monuments, large and small, all over, well, city squares and town centers. And by 1920, virtually no one in the South, black or white, could miss seeing a veterans parade or a statue of a Confederate soldier leaning on his musket with sweet innocence and regional pride. Schools, streets, and parks were named for Confederates. And at one dedication after another, the message sent to black Southerners was that the lost cause was no longer lost. It had instead become a victory narrative about the overturning of Reconstruction and the reestablishment of white supremacy. The myth had become the ruling regime, which governed by law and equally by violence. And because it controlled the story, which be perhaps the most important element of all. What's more, the nation largely acquiesced to, and even applauded, this dogged Southern revival. The language of the lost cause, as well as its literally monumental presence, consistent of manifest monuments, is now what many of us desire to banish. But as we do so, it be useful to hear its chords, since they still echo today in the precincts of the radicalized American right. And in this time, and this place, there's no such thing as a moderate right. To be right is to be radicalized. And so, to go us back to origin point, where the radicalization started, in 1868, Edward A. Pollard, the former editor of a Richmond newspaper, in his book entitled The Lost Cause Regained, urged reconciliation with conservative Northerners as long as it was on Southern terms. To the extent of securing the supremacy of the white man, he so wrote, and the traditional liberties of this country, she, referencing the grand old South, really triumphs in the true cause of the war. Such an achievement would take us years, but it did come. When a former Confederate officer, John T. Morgan, addressed a meeting of the Southern Historical Society circa 1877, he framed the preceding 9 years as the War of Reconstruction. The South, he maintained, had just won this second war, and therefore no one need inquire who was right or who was wrong in the first. This was never easy for Union veterans to swallow, but it was how white supremacy became an integral part of the process of national reconciliation. The ultimate sick soul
who had to be healed was Jefferson Davis, the former president of the Confederacy, whose large memorial has now been toppled in Richmond. After he was released from prison, circa 1867, without ever having been tried for treason, Davis gave a heartbeat to the Lost Cause story. His 12-volume, 1,279-page memoir, entitled The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, published circa 1881, is the longest and most self-righteous legal brief on behalf of a failed political movement ever produced by an American. Davis laid all responsibility for secession and the war on the unlimited despotic power of the North. To Davis, slavery was in no way the cause of the conflict, and yet, like almost all lost causes, he went on at great length to defend the enslavement of blacks. Black people had already been enslaved in Africa, Davis did argue. In America, they had been trained in the gentle arts of peace and order, and advanced from unprofitable savages to millions of efficient Christian laborers. The magic word of freedom had ruined this peaceful world like the tempter, the serpent in Eden. Confounding as these arguments may seem to most 21st century minds, Lost Cause spokesmen were deadly serious, and their ideas propped up a story that many Americans still accept. Round Memorial Day in Richmond, in 1890, when the spectacular Robert E. Lee equestrian statue was unveiled before a crowd of up to 150,000 people, a Lee cult seemed in total triumph. Confederate flags waved everywhere. A Women's Memorial Association had managed to wrangle many factions into agreement on a design and artist for the statue and on elaborate ceremonies to anoint it. 25 years after Appomattox, the general who had led the crusade to divide and destroy American democracy stood high astride his monument, the first in a series of statues that became Monument Avenue. Much of the northern press called the statue evidence that Lee had become, as the New York Times put it, a national possession. Not everyone was celebrating, of course. Many black men needing jobs had worked on the crews that pulled and set the giant granite structure into place. The 3 black men on the Richmond City Council had voted against an appropriation for the Lee Monument, and John Mitchell, the editor of the Richmond Planet, the city's black newspaper, wrote that those who wore the clinking chains of slavery had a perfect right to denounce the spectacle of the unveiling and all that lay behind it. Black men, Mitchell said, had helped put up the Lee Monument, and should the time come, we'll be there to take it down. The state of Virginia apparently wishes to do just that, in an act that many of us who have studied these matters thought would never occur. When it does, one can hope that a line of black citizens might be given pride of place in holding the robes. What comes after this change in commemoration will determine whether we are truly witnessing the death of the lost cause. Structural racism remains present in nearly every corner of these United States. In the material worlds of healthcare, economic inequality, and policing, and in our politics, which be split between a white people's party and a party trying in fits and strides to be a voice of pluralism. When the Berlin Wall opened and then fell, and as Eastern European countries began to move from communism to democracy, we learned that their path was not easy, and that the majority, like Magyarország, anglicized, Anglo-corrupted as Hungary, have since collapsed into authoritarianism. Russia itself now run by a mad dictator. Be a mockery of democracy that tries its best to poison our own. The term used for the great changes spurred in 1989 by the reunification of Großdeutschland, Greater Germany, was Die Wende. The Wende, which can be translated as the turning or the change, appropriately enough sounding to the English ear as the wind. When the Cold War came to an end, societies and minds seemed to be opening, and democracy seemed to have new traction. Around that time, in the early 90s, there was a visiting professor from the Vaterland, or the fatherland of Germany, who was traveling this country. And at one particular stop, at a time when I was home visiting from what I was doing on behalf of Michael Aquino, at that time, I believe I was still involved with the Department of Defense. If that wasn't the time I was at the Sonoma State University circuit, performing the espionage that they had assigned me to. And then, when I could, during the summer vacations, getting as far away from that environment as possible. It must have been when he was stopping at the small town in California between Rohnert Park and so many of these other one-horse waterholes between Rohnert Park and ultimately San Francisco, that he decided to lecture a group of high school teachers who were learning German for professional exchange. And at that time, after all of those years, there was consideration at Sonoma State itself to finally begin developing curricula that might include a new type of German history that was postmodern. One that would present Germany as something other than a historical caricature, something that no longer existed, which to many minds in the East and West, the belief had been that not only would Germany forever remain divided, but that this was a positive, because should they ever reunite, it would have been the end of the world as we know it. And of course it was. Well, it was around that time that I met some older German emigres who had come to kind of present some personal historical perspective to these teachers, some of whom would travel on professional exchange to Germany itself. And one who I spoke with at length had been born near the end of the Second World War, in Dresden, the city that was, for all intents and purposes, destroyed by United States firebombing, creating a firestorm that made the temperature on Earth hotter than the surface of the sun. No exaggeration. His family had escaped the city in 1944, just before its near total destruction. He grew up amid the rubble, and he had spent his entire life under the East German communist regime and its controls on thought and behavior. Der Wende, the wind, was challenging and overwhelming for Matthias. It sounds like the wind to the American ear, but remember the translation is the grand turning, the change, the revolution, essentially, as in the revolving of a globe, the changing of one side of that globe from the darkness into the sunlight. Now, once over dinner that we had after the lecture, which I stayed to see because of my own interest in Germany, he told me that he did not think he and his generation could ever adapt to what capitalism and democracy would bring. He was more hopeful for his son's generation. He thought it had a chance to secure not just a future, but an entirely new history, a story true to reality. Then he uttered something that I will never forget. He said, "I know your country. I have been to your country with my fingers on a map." And he spoke at length of how he had memorized American states and their capitals. He had never been to this country before, at the time that he was brought here to deliver the lecture. It was his first visit. But until this point, America was an idea to wrestle with, and its political creeds and obsession. So in that sense, he had in his mind traveled across America, and therefore was so shocked, so surprised when he got here to find it completely different from the utopia he rather thought it would be, where the streets would be paved with gold. And instead couldn't understand how anything functioned, and really couldn't understand how Americans could ever have won the Cold War. And I had to explain to him, well, they didn't. It's simply that the Soviet Union fell apart under its own corruption. And with that, he found enlightenment. He awoke as if out of a dream. And so, we are awakening out of an ideal. Would be a dream for many whites, and a nightmare for everyone else. The statues are being toppled, but the story that built them remains. Since Matthias could visit America and have his delusions collapse in the face of a culture so corrupt that he knew he could never have won the Cold War, only to realize the culture he was entrapped under was even more corrupt, and for that reason was destined to collapse on its own, through almost no helping hand from America in as aggressive a maneuver that he could imagine, but which I knew of, but didn't bother to express. Then, like him visiting America, letting his fingers do the walking over maps, one hopes that he in his mind, in the future, after going home, would see a country trying to transcend that story that he saw while he was here. Trying, like his son, to capture not just a brighter future, but a truer sense of the past. If he were here today, I would tell him of a history full of suffering, hypocrisy, and tragedy, along with sublime creativity and advancement at times. And I would tell him how Americans have been rewriting this history for a long time. And we could talk to each other about the link between public memory and the grind of progress. It would be the beginning, I would presume, of a very long conversation. But if this is to be our 1989, we must make the most of it. And the whole world, it is watching. So when I think about what I said about the 6 children dying of firearms violence over the holiday weekend, and I reflect on this happening under the cover of the fireworks. When I think about the white supremacists deploying those fireworks specifically so that they could pull this kind of crime, this war on colored children, because all of them that died were black. Then I realize, of course, what we're dealing with is the race war that the Germans never had to contend with when the Berlin Wall fell. They had a happy reunification of the two Germanys, of people running to greet each other, to embrace. Here we had 87 people shot, 17 fatally, in Chicago alone over the 4th of July weekend. Despite an additional 1,200 officers on the streets and pleas from community groups, Chicago's July 4th holiday marked the 3rd straight weekend that a child has fallen victim to gun violence in that city. It's almost impossible to fathom. From Thursday at 6 p.m. through Sunday night, 87 people were shot in Chicago alone, 17 of the victims having died since then, including 7-year-old Natalia Wallace, who was fatally shot in Austin on Saturday night. And when I say 6 children died across the nation this holiday weekend, it's only the half dozen we're aware of. Look them up. Every single one of them a black girl. Ages 6 to 14. All killed while doing everyday things. Riding in mom's car, walking in a mall, playing in a yard with their cousins. In Atlanta, 8-year-old Sequoia Turner, sitting in a car with her mother and another adult when gunshots rang out on Saturday night on University Avenue Southwest near the I-75-85. Royta DeMarco Giles, 8 years of age in Hoover, Alabama, shot and killed while in a mall. One of 4 innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire when a gun battle started between a group of men inside the River Chase Galleria Mall. And By the way, this might be a transgender issue or something. I've just looked this person up, and they say it's a young boy, even though the photograph, I swear to God, if I had to make a bet, I would have said it was a girl. So, the young boy, described as a smart child, was taken away. Devon McNeil, 11 years of age, in Washington, D.C., whose grandfather, John Ayala, founded the D.C. chapter of the Guardian Angels and has been fighting against gun violence forever, reported his grandson jumped out of the car to run into his aunt's house to grab a phone charger when he was shot dead. And Natalia Wallace in Chicago. And, of course, in my own Golden Gated San Francisco, a 6-year-old was killed. Bayview, a black neighborhood. The boy was found suffering from a gunshot wound after police received a call for a shooting around 10:44 p.m. on Sunday night. And the police said they were still investigating the senseless homicide. Now, children weren't the only victims of gun violence, as shootings killed some and injured many others. New York City saw at least 44 shooting incidents, which affected 63 victims. In one incident, 2 officers were injured when a bullet struck the front windshield of a marked radio patrol vehicle in the Bronx just before midnight on the 4th of July. No shooter's been identified. Oh, got an update on Chicago. I guess the numbers I reported were underreported. 75 people shot over the weekend. 13 of them fatally. I'm losing track now of the fucking numbers. Did that supersede or undersede the numbers I originally reported when I'm looking around? 87 shot, 17 dead. I guess the first one I reported was the latest update. I can't do this anymore. Happy fucking 4th of July week. At this point, I've come to the conclusion, as a lover of guns myself, we have to repeal the Second Amendment. Now, for decades, the National Rifle Association, an international terrorist network, and their right-wing allies have sought to redefine the Second Amendment as a universal right to own any gun, supposedly in defense against a tyrannical government, since these are all man-killers. And you cannot use them for hunting in any sane sense of the word. You just can't even rationalize it by any stretch of the imagination. And so these men have turned towards the Jeffersonian doctrine that, well, we have a patriotic duty to violently overthrow our own government. This is a terrorist insurgency. Well, the Attorney General of the United States, Little William Billy Barr, ordered military police to deploy tear gas, which is banned for use in war upon the battlefield, on peaceful protesters so that the president could get his picture taken. The tyrannical government is here! And these so-called patriots don't give a shit! All this time the NRA says we've got to have these guns to kill the tyrants when they come. The Orange Man is here, motherfucker. It's your duty by your own Jeffersonian doctrine to kill Donald Trump. But nah, you're out killing these little nigglets instead, under the cover of fireworks. Our Constitution is not a sacred text, and America is not a fixed ideal. In every decade until the 1940s, we either added states or amended the Constitution. The Founding Fathers were not messiahs. Their greatest wisdom, such as it was in the enshrining of a Constitution that could be changed as the world changed. Black people who were once legally subhuman thereby gained rights and full citizenship under the law. Yet when Philando Castile was murdered by a police officer simply for warning the cop that he was carrying a permitted firearm, the NRA and the other Second Amendment absolutists were completely silent because he was a fucking nigger, and Castile's killer remains at large. In a blue uniform, free and loose, to kill again on your tax dollar. This is the tyranny the so-called patriots have feared. Where are you? Why aren't you killing Trump? Why aren't you taking down the goddamn Republican government? Because it's your tyranny, and you're a privileged white. Mass shootings are a policy choice made by the same interests who are normalizing mass death during the pandemic. This is genocide. It's here. We, the people, can change that policy. This doesn't mean that the government will come and take all of the guns. It means that our democracy can decide how we want guns regulated, rather than a constitutional edict that all guns must be allowed at all times so that only blacks may die and all people of color while the whites go on to thrive. I want my independence from the murderous white apartheid state. So while I turn to election 2020 to deal with the downfall of this government in the most peaceful possible sense, happy Independence Day week, and wear a fucking mask. Now we've got another round of primary results, bringing the full picture of November's general election into focus. In New Jersey and Delaware, early returns show Joe Biden continuing to add to his delegate count before the Democratic presidential nomination. In Kentucky, Amy McGrath won the Democratic Senate primary at the end of June, which means she'll face Mitch McConnell in the fall. Even if she doesn't win, McGrath could hurt the Republican Party if she forces the Senate Majority Leader and other Senate Republicans to spend time making sure she doesn't gain ground in the race. In general, several key Democratic Senate challengers are outraising their Republican incumbents, spurring anxiety over who will control the Senate after November's results. Pushes for mail-in voting are still coming on strong too. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker recently signed a bill allowing all registered voters in the Bay State to vote by mail in the upcoming primary and general elections. Now, as for the 2020 election itself, this November's election day is going to be a complicated one. We have a voting disaster ahead. In the face of a deadly pandemic, conversation about the presidential election has felt comparatively muted. But there's still much to be sorted before Election Day rolls round. How will Americans vote, both literally and politically? Chaotic primaries revealed alarming opportunities for voter suppression this fall. Intentional voter suppression and unintentional suppression of the vote will collide in November. Mail-in voting won't work as a standalone solution. With fewer locations open and staffers available to help them on a pre-pandemic election day, the health and safety of workers and voters could be at risk. But I'm happy to report that white voters are abandoning Donald Trump. And they're doing so for a surprising reason. For most of the past 3 years, the only thing more futile than looking for Donald Trump to pivot was expecting the American people to do so. No matter how successful the president was, or more often, how chaotic and disorderly his administration was, nothing seemed to be able to shake up people's views of Donald Trump. Popular approval of Trump hovered in the same narrow range, roughly from 39 to 45%, through Charlottesville and tax reform, supposed border caravans and mass shootings, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report and impeachment. As the election approaches, the president's approval rating becomes less important than how he's polling against his challenger. And in the past few weeks, something has finally shifted. After months of Joe Biden, the presumptive Democratic nominee, leading by single digits, a series of polls recently showed him building a sizable lead. Surveys from the New York Times, Siena College, and Harvard-Harris have Trump trailing by 12 to 14 points, respectively. Well, 14 to 12, actually, when I think about Times Siena and Harvard-Harris. And a series of swing state polls show us Biden, tied or leading in states that Trump was comfortably, that he won comfortably, back in 2016. So as pollsters be at pains to point out, polls be snapshots and not forecasts. Biden's lead could dissipate, though this race has been unusually stable so far. Contrary to Trump's protestations, Biden's lead, as it exists, is now real. And given how hard it has been for anything to dent Trump's carapace, it's worth examining closely. Stranger still, the impetus appears to be race, something that has been both Trump's Achilles heel and his secret weapon throughout his political career. For some reason, it's affecting his political standing differently than it has before. Voters might be feeling bleak and turn against an incumbent at this moment for any number of reasons. Just look around. A pandemic has killed over 130,000 fellow Americans with no end in sight, and the economy is in the deepest recession in decades, with millions out of work, also without any end in sight. But these are not the issues where Trump is hurting the most. In recent polls, roughly half of the country approves of the president's handling of the economy. And the New York Times Siena poll found that 56% of battleground state voters do. These numbers be completely perplexing, given the state of the economy. Presidents usually get more credit for a good economy than they deserve, but also take its blame for a bad one, even if it be largely beyond their control. Perhaps Trump is still cruising on memories of the strong economy over the first 3 years of his term, and that will collapse if the recession continues, as seems quite certain. Or perhaps the stimulus checks and enhanced unemployment benefits are buying his ratings. In any case, at the moment, approval of the president's handling of the economy outpaces both his overall approval rating and the portion of people who say they intend to vote for him. It's a bad sign for Trump's re-election that 10 to 15% of people who rate his economic performance well will not vote for him, but the economy is apparently not a big drag on him right now. So what about the pandemic? One reason the economy is so bad is that Trump believed he could decouple the economy, from COVID-19, an error whose gravity is becoming ever clearer, because the virus is the marker for the economy at this point in history. That's what makes the economy run up or down. It's the virus. Trump's pandemic response approval is about 41% nationwide, having slowly slid down from about 50% in late March, which I myself can never believe it was even there. One can argue that the voters are giving Trump a pass he doesn't deserve, but the numbers are the numbers. His pandemic response approval is about the same as his overall approval, and it's ahead of where he runs in the New York Times, Siena, Harvard Harris, and CNBC polls, so it's apparently not what's dragging him down either, nor does the gradual slide on pandemic response approval match up with changes in election polling. Instead, the driving factor for Trump's collapse appears to be race. Polls have consistently shown that Americans disapprove of his response to protests of police violence and believe that he has worsened race relations. In the New York Times Siena poll, race relations, 33%, and the protests, 29%, are the only areas where issue approval lags behind his overall vote preference. In the Harvard Harris poll, the same two areas earned Trump his worst marks of any issue, though they are still slightly higher than his expected vote. Now, voters, of course, be completely right that Trump is worsening race relations and handling the protests poorly. In the past 48 hours alone, well, 72 hours by now or so, or a week maybe, half a week, the president has retweeted and then deleted a video of one of his supporters shouting, "White power!" and another of white supporters pointing guns at black protesters marching past their house. This is hardly new, of course. This outbreak of presidential race baiting comes just in time for the 1-year anniversary of the president's most recent notable eruption of racism. As I myself reported on before, exploiting racial tensions has been a way of life for Donald Trump since the earliest days of his business career, and it was the unifying concept of his 2016 campaign. He has followed that path during his presidency, including his notorious response to a violent white supremacist march in Charlottesville, Virginia, in August of 2017, in which he found very fine people on both sides. When video of the police killing of George Floyd first emerged, Trump condemned it, but he quickly reverted to his standard rhetoric, seeing a chance to exploit and exacerbate divisions over race. It's hard to believe that anyone be surprised. While not every offensive Trump comment has reached the same wide audience or been interpreted the same way, the president's most widely covered remarks have touched on race. What is different this time is the way people are responding. But why? Perhaps it's just a matter of what issues be most important to voters right now. There's always been a sizable contingent of reluctant or conflicted Trump supporters. In 2016 exit polls, only 35% of voters said Trump had the temperament to be president, but he won 46% of the popular vote. These voters are a familiar staple of news coverage, too. The ones who preface their support with, "I don't always like the way he phrases it," or "I wish he would tone it down a little bit, but..." Until now, these voters may have been able to overlook Trump's other flaws because he was getting done things they liked, which shows you what rat bastards they be. But the pandemic has frozen progress on nearly all of Trump's policy priorities, insofar as they were still alive anyway. Even if the voters approve of Trump's handling of the economy, it's no longer much of a positive benefit. And the profusion of news coverage has made issues of race impossible to ignore. Alternatively, perhaps voters are shifting not just their priorities, but their views. As the political scientist Michael Tesler writes, there's evidence of real shifts in public opinion on race over the past 6 weeks or so. While views on policing are moving in response to a wide range of incidents, it's clear that the Floyd case, brutal, senseless, and captured in excruciating clarity on video, has captured white attention in a way other deaths at the hands of police have not. One reason for that may be the coronavirus. Ashley Jardina, a political scientist who studies racial attitudes among white people, has confided in myself that she suspects because people are stuck at home due to the pandemic, they're consuming more news and changing their views on race. After all these generations. To quote a she, there has long been a constituency of white Americans who be fairly educated, many of them college educated, disproportionately women, of course, who have been largely unaware of the extent to which people of color in these United States experience real discrimination. The news has finally gotten their attention. That's the group where some of the biggest shifts in support have moved toward Biden. And so the Times reports most stark may be Mr. Biden's towering advantage among white women with college degrees, who support him over Mr. Trump by 39 percentage points. In 2016, exit polls found that group preferred Ms. Clinton to Mr. Trump by just 7 percentage points. Well, the poll also found that Mr. Biden has narrowed Mr. Trump's advantage with less educated white voters. The hardest core Trump supporters, especially non-college educated white men, are unlikely to be swayed by any news. They be why Trump's approval likely has a floor somewhere in the 30s and why his share in national horse race polls does too. But if reluctant Trump voters from 2016 are undergoing a change on their view of race relations, it could have seismic implications for his re-election. There's always the possibility that not everything is about Trump, as much as he tries to make it that way, and more is about Biden. Some Democrats despaired during the primary that any generic Democratic nominee polled better against Trump than any of the real candidates. But now that Biden has clinched the nomination, Democrats and undecided voters have coalesced around him. Having a specific alternative and having it be steady rolling Joe Biden creates a contrast that is unflattering for Trump, especially in times of crisis. Though curious, the specific causes for Trump's polling drop may be less immediately relevant, especially if they be obscure. The more pressing, and for Trump, worrying problem is how to get the polls to move again. In a new YouGov poll, 94% of registered voters said they had already made up their mind about how they'll vote in November. That gives the president little maneuvering room to regain them and get back in a winning position, especially since there's not much chance he's going to change his own rhetoric or style, well, ever. So, in our final hour, let it be known that Trump is turning America into the shithole country he so fears. The president's mindless neo-patriotism has come to this: Americans are not welcome in Europe or Mexico. There be a lot of learned material written about patriotism. Scholarly books and papers, histories of it, theories of it. But most of us understand that patriotism, at its heart, at its very deepest roots, is about a feeling of superiority. We are better than you. Our country is better than your country. Or even, and apologies, but this is the precise language deployed by the President of these United States, your country is a shithole country. Ours is not. In this sense, patriotism is not nationalism, which be the desire to work on behalf of your fellow citizens, to defend common values, to build something positive. Patriotism is not community spirit either, which speaks to pull people together. Patriotism has nothing to do with democratic values. Authoritarians can be patriots. Indeed, most are. Patriotism has nothing to do with the rule of law, justice, or opportunity. At its core, patriotism is rather a competition, an ugly and negative competition. There's a reason patriots build walls, denigrate foreigners, and denounce immigrants. Because our people are better than those people. There's a reason patriotism has so oft-times become violent in the past. For if we, our nation, our people, our state, are better, then what right do others have to even live beside us, to take us up space and breathe our air, to occupy the land that we covet? Or even maybe, what right have they to live at all? Sure, people pretend otherwise. We're just defending our right to be unique. We just want everyone to stay in their own country. We just like our own culture. Though they'd be hard-pressed to describe what American culture is. But that's not really what patriots think, and everyone knows it. They can nod and wink at equality among nations, but really they be motivated by, indeed driven by, addicted to, a feeling of superiority. Our empire is better than your country, so stay out. I hear this when Donald Trump uses the slogan, America First. This is why he needs a physical wall at the Mexican border. This is the source of his dislike for immigrants, for people with unfamiliar surnames or different skin colors. Even though everyone's got a different skin color than Trump, but he regards all of them as lesser, inferior people who somehow got inside our borders and made our country worse. He and the claque who support him repeat these things over and over and over again ad nauseum, because this kind of patriotism requires relentless reinforcement. It thrives on stories and pictures, songs and chants. Ceaseless, endless repetition. It needs a constant stream of evidence, constant proof of superiority. But what happens when the stream stops? What happens when the stories and pictures no longer match? More to the point, what will Trump do? What will his followers and admirers do when their understanding of the word is flipped upon its head? What will happen when they realize that other countries are building walls between them and these United States? And here it be worth pointing out a genuine oddity. The world in the age of the coronavirus should be a patriot's paradise, yes? Borders have slammed shut. Countries have fallen back on their own resources. Multiple international institutions have failed in major and minor ways, starting with the World Health Organization, the one group that was explicitly created for this very moment, and continuing on to the G7, whose members can't even manage to meet for coffee. And yet, has there ever been a more global moment? Everyone in the world is living in the same isolation with the same fears. Everyone is working on the same vaccines, exchanging notes about the same cures. Everyone is trying to solve the same medical, psychological, and economic problems. Everyone is dealing with a virus that seems completely uninterested in the national origins of the people it infects. More to the point, everyone can look at everyone else's country, read its media and social media, see how its institutions are coping with the crisis. We can't leave our houses, but we can meet in cyberspace, where we can keep on talking. While we be there, we can see how other countries are dealing with the pandemic. Some are doing well, especially those that have decent bureaucrats, respect for science, and high levels of trust. Top of the list, bar none, mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Then, II.XI.DCLX, the new United Germany. South Korea and Slovakia, much of Scandinavia sans Sweden, New Zealand, following Taiwan's lead. Some countries are not doing well, especially those run by divisive, populist-personated elitists on both the left and on the right. Russia, Brazil, Mexico, and, of course, these United States. But even within this latter group of losers, we Americans stand out. Out of all these countries, out of all the countries in the world, the United States has the largest number of cases and the highest death toll. The United States isn't merely suffering. America is suffering more than anybody else. The numbers of Americans sick and dead be a source of wonder and marvel all over the world. They also inspire fear and anxiety. The European Union has decided to allow some foreigners to cross its borders now, but not Americans. Uruguayans and Rwandans can go to Italy and Spain, but not Americans. Moroccans and Tunisians can go to United Germany and Greece, but not Americans. For the first time in living memory, Canada has kept its border closed with these United States. On the 3rd of July, into this last Holy Day weekend, the governor of the Mexican state of Sonora delivered the coup de grace. The governoress, she announced the temporary closure of the border with Arizona and banned Americans from Sonoran beaches. How will American patriots cope with this new situation? I'm guessing many will pretend, like the president, that this isn't happening. Months into the crisis, he has once again expressed the belief that the virus will magically disappear. But for some, it will be difficult to prevent the intrusion of reality. The stupid and pointless competition among nations continues in their heads, and they be losing. A major reckoning is coming, and it can't arrive too soon. And symptomatic thereof, Minneapolis is moving closer to defunding the police. Now, city council members are expected, well, they were expected today before the city's charter commission to discuss a proposed amendment to replace the police force. The department has faced scrutiny since George Floyd died in May after an officer pressed his knee on Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes until he died. So, let it be known that alternatives to replace a police force already exist. Holding on to what we know hasn't worked and has done harm. It's time to look at other successful systems. The opinion section of the Star Tribune, which I called up on screen and was perusing before our transmission started tonight, contained a fairly uniform perspective. Minneapolis City Council members and activists taking steps towards defunding and dismantling the Minneapolis Police Department are going too far. Now, this is a June 14th article, but it expresses a fairly consistent attitude. Don't abolish MPD. Reinvent policing instead. They're dangerously naive. This perspective is based in both a failure to reckon with the shortcomings of policing and a lack of exposure to the wealth of alternative community safety practices. Skeptics would do well to listen to the communities that have the most at stake: Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, including queer, disabled, immigrant, and transgender women. When I teach systems of law to you, my students, whether or not you're pursuing careers in law enforcement, I'm broadening your understanding of how justice can work in varied societies, sans police or prisons. Every system has its flaws. Many are hard to operate on a large scale, but we cannot move forward without looking at the alternatives that already exist. Recently, and AIM, American Indian Movement Patrol, protected Franklin Avenue from destruction in Minneapolis, even as police profiled them as potential criminals. Across North and South Minneapolis, communities have been working together to prevent and heal from arsonists, white supremacist threats and violence, and police aggression, even when firefighters and ambulances were absent. We can look to native public safety practices that predate European systems, and build on the years of work by organizations like the Legal Rights Center to redress harm sans criminal legal system involvement. Anti-violence activists and prison abolitionists have been working for decades to handle conflict outside the criminal legal system. Public scholars like Angela Davis and Kimberly Crenshaw and groups like Insight and the Audre Lorde Project have been exploring these alternatives for years. Beyond Survival, which began publication in January of this year, is an instructive collection explaining practical, real-world community responses to interpersonal harm and conflict. Pew Research reported in 2017 that most violent and property crimes in these United States go unsolved. The chance a killer will get away with murder is over 1/3, and much higher if the killer is a police officer. Black women who survive violence, like Cece McDonald, are criminalized for fighting for their lives. The court and prison systems in this country enable mass incarceration and weaken the chances of people who commit crimes establishing a safe and healthy life after serving time. It's naive to think reforming our dominant systems is the best that we can do. We've already lost too much by clinging to the familiar. And that brings us to the topic of the technology of our world. Once again, as we've covered in the past with transhumanism, let's deal with the humans. And what the humans have wrought, it came from something awful. 'Twas the toxic troll army that nigh accidentally memed Donald Trump into office. And we are now at the boogaloo tipping point. What happens when a meme becomes a terrorist movement? On the 29th day in May, 12 federal security officers guarding a courthouse in Oakland, California, right across the bay from where I sit transmitting now, were ambushed by machine gun fire, as elsewhere in the city demonstrators marched peacefully to protest the killing of George Floyd. One of the guards, David Patrick Underwood, died as a result of the attack, and the other was wounded. For days, reactionary news broadcasters pinned the blame on Antifa, the loosely affiliated group of anti-fascist anarchists known to attack property and far-right demonstrators at protests. But the alleged culprit, apprehended a week later, turned out to be a 32-year-old Air Force sergeant named Stephen Carrillo, the head of a squadron called the Phoenix Ravens, which guards military installations from terrorist attacks. And according to prosecutors, Carrillo and an accomplice, 30-year-old Robert A. Justice Jr., Carrillo's name spelled Carrillo, and Justice's name spelled Justus, Justice Jr. They were both part of the Boogaloo movement, a patchwork of right-leaning, anti-government libertarians, Second Amendment advocates, and gun cultists, all preparing for another American Civil War, which they be waging now, killing all the kids whose deaths I related in passing. Authorities say that when they went to apprehend Carrillo at his residence, he attacked them with pipe bombs, killing a police sergeant named Damon Gultzwiller. Investigators found a Boogaloo-themed patch in a vehicle used by Carrillo, and Carrillo had scrawled Boog, B-O-O-G, along with various Boogaloo slogans in his own blood on the hood of a car. The Boogaloo movement originally grew from the weapons discussion section, or the /k/ of the anarchic anonymous message board 4chan over the past several years. By yesteryear, its culture had disseminated across social media into a mix of online groups and chat servers where users shared libertarian political memes. In the past 6 months, this all began to manifest in real life as users from the groups emerged at protests in what became their signature uniform: aloha shirts, floral patterns, and combat gear. Their Joker motif. Ah, look, I'm wearing a Hawaiian floral pattern shirt and a bulletproof vest. And I'm fully armed and coming to kill. The joke's on you! And as nationwide unrest intensified at the start of the summer, many Boogaloo adherents interpreted this as a cue to realize the group's central psychotic fantasy: armed revolt against the United States government. In Colorado earlier in May, then in Nevada in June, police arrested several other heavily armed, self-identified Boogaloo members whom the authorities claimed were on their way to demonstrations to incite violence. Disturbingly, the Boogaloo movement is at least the third example of a mass of memes escaping from 4chan to become a real-life radical political movement, the first being the leftist libertarian hacktivist collective Anonymous, which emerged circa 2008. The second was the far-right fascist group of angry young men called the Alt-Right, which formed in 2015. The conspiracy theory QAnon might be considered a fourth, but is more than a political movement. It's a messianic religion. Now, of course, this term fascist on the far right is something they themselves claim without an understanding of what the fuck it even means, which is radicalized centrism. There's no such thing as right-wing or left-wing fascist. If you're left-wing or right-wing, you're not a fucking fascist, which is centrism. So at first glance, armed right-wing militants dressed in floral shirts may seem like just another baffling grotesquerie in the parade of calamities that is 2020. However, their arrival can be explained by tracing their online origins. Similar to other right-leaning extremist movements, they be the product of an unhappy generation of white men who compare their lot in life with that of white men in previous decades and see their prospects diminishing. And with a mix of ignorance and simplicity, they view their discontent through the most distorted lens imaginable: internet memes. Since its founding in 2003, 4chan has attracted a unique population of deeply cynical white men, once all young, but now aged from their 40s down to their teens, who generally use the board to express their angst through dark humor. People who are unhappy with the circumstances of their life tend to retreat there. The unhappier they are, the longer they stay, and the more they post. The site was originally conceived as a blank slate, where anyone could scrawl what they pleased. Gen Xers and millennials started out wanting to talk about escapist fantasies such as anime and video games, but after 12 decades of economic crises and political deadlock, the discussion eventually evolved, or rather devolved, into cartoon-inflected talk of political mobilization. The birthplace of the Boogaloo movement, 4chan's /k/ section, is ostensibly devoted to the ownership and purchase of weapons. Second Amendment cultism. But in practice, it is a space where weapons discussion combined with 4chan's politicized male anger. The name Boogaloo Boys, being a reference to the critically maligned 1984 sequel Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo. Around 2012, users on /k/ began referring to the possibility of Civil War II, Electric Boogaloo. Half-serious posts about how certain weapons might be employed in the Boogaloo evolved over time and grew more elaborate. Like many memes on 4chan, each new version was more cryptic than the last, a means to express insider knowledge and in-group status. This meant that the oft-repeated phrase electric boogaloo became corrupted into the similar-sounding big igloo, or big luau, as in the Hawaiian luau. And soon users were creating images in which the revolutionaries appeared beside houses made of ice and at Hawaii-themed parties. The co-option of Hawaiian imagery and igloos was inherently cynical and meaningless. There was no connection to the group's ideology outside of the linguistic resemblance of the word boogaloo to igloo and luau, but this co-option fit the ethos of online spaces perfectly, with a niche group celebrating its anti-government libertarian views by draping them in colorful jokes and nonsense that could be remixed and reinterpreted endlessly. The message board /K/'s culture overlapped heavily with 4chan's virulently racist politics discussion board /Paul/ /POL/. However, by 2017, the movement that had developed there at the /P_O_L_L/ the alt-right had largely imploded after the disastrous Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. While overt right-wing extremism, what they deemed to be their interpretation of fascism, fell out of vogue for many, the core demographic of disenchanted white men remained, their circumstances and unhappiness completely unchanged. Indeed, the unique mixture of right-wing white male discontent appealed to many who never frequented 4chan. By 2018, as talk of fascism declined on /Paul/, the more libertarian and less overtly racist culture of 4chan /K/ and the Boogaloo movement began to fill the empty niche. The memes about a new civil war spread from /K/ to various groups on Facebook and Reddit, all with names that evoke the terms boogaloo, igloo, or luau. Enthusiasts also congregated in group chats using services such as Discord. The politics of the Boogaloo Boys be deeply contradictory and varied, but can be roughly summed up by a few agreed-upon ideas. They are libertarian, which is Satanism, pure Satanism, Ayn Rand-ism, radicalized self-interest, in favor of gun rights and opposed to government police forces. Many users say they be active duty service members or military veterans, and none of them are lying. The Boogaloo groups disagree when it comes to racism. Some members are white supremacists. Others compare the movement to the left's campaign against police brutality because of their anti-authoritarianism. But they all hate women because none of these pricks could get laid in a morgue, no matter how many bodies were lying around, unable to resist. They couldn't plant their dicks in a dead one. And so, many Boogaloo memes are focused on police overreach, which would arrest them for desecrating a corpse if they were found trying to actually fuck some chick in a morgue. And by focusing on police overreach, they equate the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives to the FBI sieges at Ruby Ridge, Idaho, and Waco, Texas in the 90s, with the recent high-profile police killings of black Americans. In other words, they're hijacking the murders of black men to somehow conclude that this is the oppression of white males. This is because, psychologically, in their own deranged minds, as with the alternative right, the alt-right, Boogaloo posts are about white men in crisis, humiliated, or debased. They think they're the niggers with the knee upon their necks. If you can buy that. And intermingled with memes about revolution are nostalgic images and video clips, glitched out to look like old VHS tapes, of what they imagine was the ideal existence, being the patriarch of a middle-class American nuclear family sometime between the 1950s and the 1990s. And as alt-right protests waned, Boogaloo boys began to appear upon the streets. Armed men in aloha shirts and Boogaloo patches made their first widely noticed appearance at a heavily attended pro-Second Amendment rally in Richmond, Virginia in the first month of this year. And they came out again for the anti-lockdown protests in March. Later, many attended protests over the killing of George Floyd, some in solidarity, others to oppose the left. The catalyst was similar to what mobilized so many young people on the left. The notion that the government enriched a privileged few at the expense of the people. In this, the Boogaloo boys shared the anti-corporatist left's belief that the government had betrayed public trust by maintaining a growing police force to perpetuate an unjust status quo. President Donald Trump's inconsistent response to the coronavirus pandemic and his promise to march the military into American cities to quell unrest only strengthened these convictions, which was Trump's intent. The recent killings in the name of the Boogaloo appear to blend two once distinct domestic terrorist movements, one old and one new. Last summer, murderers who identified as quote-unquote fascist incels, involuntary celibates, attacked synagogues and mosques, and in one case, a Walmart. Like the Boogaloos, their stated goal was to spark larger conflict. Well, ultimately, total race war. And in addition to posting hateful manifestos on the 4chan copycat site 8chan, some coded their automatic weapons and gear in images from memes from the Chans. Carrillo's crimes in Oakland be also closely related to Timothy McVeigh's bombing of an Oklahoma City federal building circa 1995. McVeigh was a military veteran whose experience in the Gulf War left him radicalized and resentful of the government as a source of injustice. His hatred killed more innocents than the ATF and FBI did at Ruby Ridge or Waco combined. His bloody shirt causes that have since become the Boogaloos. Having spent the past several years anonymously myself, interacting to extent, for the moments I could stand it, with radicals on 4chan, due to my investigation of political history, I'm not surprised by the odd mixture of ideologies that the Boogaloo movement encompasses. One of my first sources was a Chan-going black man in his 30s, an accelerationist communist who was friends with a variety of radicals, including many in the alt-right. What these dysfunctional men shared was years of marginalization and hatred of the present state of society. As decades of rising inequality produced successive generations who felt they were consigned to the fringes, 4chan became an outlet to express rolling waves of escapist memes and radicalized anger. Among the left, this uptick in radicals and the corresponding increase in funding for law enforcement agencies have generated further support for protests aimed at defunding the police and diverting the funds to social programs. Among libertarians, the worst of the lot, the pedophiles. They have produced phenomenon such as the Boogaloo boys. Boogaloo boys certainly do not face the economic disadvantages of marginalized groups in these United States, but like the alt-right, they be unhappy enough to form their own radical identity politics of collective grievances. Also, like the alt-right, they now face a wave of deplatforming. In the past few months, both Reddit and Facebook have purged major Boogaloo groups, though not all of them by any means, far from their sites. But 4chan occupies a unique place on the social web, distinct from more mainstream sites. If 4chan's history is any indication, it's extremely likely that some portion of the social media users and posters on /k/ are federal agents. And having interviewed many young men myself who ran Chan-style sites, I know that state security agencies knock on their doors early and often and ask for comprehensive records. On 8chan, many posts were automatically logged for federal agencies issuing subpoenas in a data collection system nicknamed Sunshine. 8chan was taken offline last summer and replaced by a site called 8kun, 8kun, all in the lowercase. When Chan radicals are caught and prosecuted, court documents oftentimes reveal police honeypots meant to tempt extremists into unwittingly plotting crimes with undercover agents. Indeed, before most people, including myself, got wind of the Boogaloo movement, Rutgers University had generated a contagion and ideology report for law enforcement agencies in February that detailed the group's online network. Its conclusion? The Boogaloo boys are terrorists. Its recommendations? More law enforcement, more surveillance, a creation of the very police state that drove them into terrorism in the first. That brings us back to police reform. June's protests saw a series of victories for advocates of police reform. But the national conversation is far from over, and calls for further overhaul continue. So calls for police reform continue. What's the best way forward for American policing? Police abolition is an opportunity. Now, police abolition is more than just firing cops. And at this point, as a radicalized centrist, a true fascist, for now, at this point in history, here in North America, the United States specifically, I've become a police abolitionist. When people dismiss abolitionists for not caring about victims or safety, they tend to forget that we, people of color, or alternative lifestyles, are those victims, those survivors of violence. We called 911 for almost everything except snitching. Nosebleeds, gunshot wounds, asthma attacks, allergic reactions. Police accompanied the paramedics. Our neighborhood made us sick. I grew up in the Tenderloin, the worst ghetto in the fucking world. I've traveled the world. I've seen much of the world through a gun sight. And I've never encountered any place worse in conditions of war than the Tenderloin of San Francisco in peace. A Praxair industrial gas storage facility was at one end of my block. A junkyard with exposed military airplane and helicopter parts was at the other. The fish seasoning plant in our backyard did not smell as bad as the yeast from the Budweiser factory nearby. Car honks and fumes from the interstate crept through my childhood bedroom window, where, if I stood on my toes, I could see prostitutes getting beaten to death by their pimps before their faces were forever deformed by shattered bottles and broken glass. Environmental toxins degraded our health and always conspired with other violence that pervaded our neighborhood. Employment opportunities were non-existent. And my friends and I had to make money the only way we could, under the table. Now, I was never a gambler. So, I took to selling drugs. Now, other boys my age, whom I happen to personally like, aged out of recreational activities and without alternatives into gang-colored bandanas. Their territorial disputes led to violence and 911 calls. The grown-ups all fought too, stressed from working hard, yet never having enough bill money or gas money or food money or daycare money. Call 911. When people dismiss abolitionists for not caring about victims or safety, they tend to forget we, calling for the abolition, were and are those victims, those survivors of violence. The first shooting I witnessed was by a cop. Well, God, I must have been, 9 years of age. He was angry that his cousin skipped a sign-in sheet at my neighborhood recreation center. I was teaching my older sister how to basically act as a drug mule, as I did, dressed as a girl, where no one would suspect me. And the majority of San Francisco being overwhelmed with gays in that neighborhood, nobody would molest me. When the officer stormed in alongside the court of the recreation center, drew his weapon, and shot the boy in the arm, my sister and I hid in the locker room for hours thereafter. The officer was back at work the following week. Like the boy at the rec center, most victims of police violence actually survive. No hashtags or protests or fires for the wounded, assaulted, and the intimidated. I oftentimes wonder, what if Derek Chauvin had kneeled on George Floyd's neck for 7 minutes and 46 seconds instead of 8? Maybe Floyd would have lived to be arrested, prosecuted, and imprisoned for allegedly attempting to use a counterfeit $20 bill. Is that justice? This, for me, is why we need police abolition. Police manage inequality by keeping the dispossessed from the owners, the black from the white, the homeless from the housed, the beggars from the employed. Reforms make police polite managers of inequality. Abolition makes police and inequality obsolete. The very concept of police abolition initially repulsed me. The idea actually seemed wonder-bred white and utopic. I'd seen too much sexual violence and buried too many friends to consider getting rid of police in San Francisco, let alone the nation. But in reality, the police be a placebo. Calling them feels like something, as the legal scholar Michelle Alexander explained, and something feels like everything when your other option is nothing. Police could never do what we really needed. They could never heal relationships or provide us jobs. And we were afraid every time we called. When the cops arrived, I was silenced, threatened with detention, even removed from my home. Decades later, my old neighborhood still lacks quality food, employment, schools, healthcare, even air, all of which increases the risk of violence and reliance on police. Yet I feared letting go. I thought we needed them. Until the Ferguson, Missouri cop, Darren Wilson, killed Michael Brown. Brown had a funeral. Wilson had a wedding. Most police officers just continue to live their lives after filling the streets with blood and bone. Now, this is one of those situations that resonates because, of course, I've served as a peace officer of color, which was why I was considered expendable, and they allowed a white Jewish individual, Stephen Bartholomew, to come into the police academy with open running sores, looking like a zombie from Out of the Walking Dead, having caught chickenpox, contracted it from his infant son. They swore that he could use me to practice his martial arts on, and that I would not contract the chickenpox. But of course I did. And I was never remunerated for losing my hearing. And the attorneys I consulted, it was all the same thing. Well, you're just a fucking gook. Who fucking cares about you? You're a yellow nigger. See, as whites, you don't understand. They literally say that. So, when it comes to those who try to explain the power and purpose of the prison industrial complex through an abolitionist framework, and condemn the role of prisons and police as black abolitionists have done for centuries, even before W.E.B. Du Bois's Black Reconstruction, his masterwork, his magnum opus. They imagined and built responses to harm rooted in community and accountability. In recent decades, abolitionists have developed alternatives to 911, created support systems for victims of domestic violence, prevented new jail construction, reduced police budgets, and shielded undocumented immigrants from deportation. And so I have learned that abolition is a bigger idea than firing cops and closing prisons. It includes eliminating the reasons people think they need cops and prisons in the first. We never should have had police. Policing is among the vestiges of slavery, tailored in America to suppress slave revolts, catch runaways, and repress labor organizing. After slavery, police imprisoned black people and immigrants under a convict leasing system for plantation and business owners. During the Jim Crow era, cops enforced segregation and joined lynch mobs that grew strange fruit from southern trees. During the Civil Rights Movement, police beat the hell out of black preachers, activists, and students who marched for equality, wearing their Sunday best. Cops were the foot soldiers for Richard Nixon's war on drugs and Joe Biden's 1994 crime bill. Police departments pepper-sprayed Occupy Wall Street protesters, sans provocation, and indiscriminately tear-gassed Black Lives Matter activists for years. I've been tear-gassed twice myself, just for being in vicinity. Black people I know trust police. I trust them to be exactly what they have always been. After each video of a police killing goes viral, popular reforms go on tour. Banning chokeholds, investing in community policing, diversifying departments, none of which would have saved Floyd or most other police victims. The Princeton professor Naomi Murakawa, a Nikkei America Jin, or Japanese American female, wrote at one point to myself in an email, aside from commiserating that we were the last of our kind in North America, that at best these reforms discourage certain techniques of killing, but they don't condemn the fact of police killing. Ban the chokehold, but allow murders with guns and tasers and police vans? The analogy here is to death penalty reformers who improved the noose with the electric chair, and then improved the electric chair with chemical cocktails. But the technique of murder doesn't comfort the dead. It comforts the executioners and all their supportive onlookers. Like so much reform to address racism, all this legal fine print is meant to salve the conscience of moderates who want salvation on the cheap, sans any real change to the material life and death realities for people of color. When Donald Trump was elected president, many liberals feared the end of consent decrees, legal agreements between the Department of Justice and police departments intended to spur real change. After all, many community organizers in Ferguson were working on the Advancement Project, the decree that was negotiated in the aftermath of Brown's death, and millions of dollars went toward an investigation, publicity, and a lawsuit to rid the Ferguson Police Department of bad apples and transform its culture. After a year of militaristic ambush on the community, the consent decree provided members of the police department with mental health services to cope with the unrest, but no treatment or restitution for the residents who were tear-gassed, shot with rubber bullets, and traumatized by the tanks at the edge of the driveways. The Obama administration's Department of Justice objected to dismissing thousands of old cases that were the result of unconstitutional policing, and protected the police departments from criticism that community organizers shared with the judge in court. Constitutional policing is a problem too. As the legal scholar Paul Butler explains, the overwhelming majority of police violence is constitutional. Reforms cannot fix a policing system that is not broken. Still, many Americans believe that most police officers do the right thing. Perhaps there are bad apples, but even the best apples surveil, arrest, and detain millions of people every year whose primary crime, be that they be poor, or homeless, or both, or have a disability to boot. Cops escalate violence disproportionately against people with disabilities and in mental health crises, even the ones who call 911 for help. The police officers who are doing the right thing maintain the systems of inequality and ableism in black communities and other communities of color, so the right thing is wrong. Policing cannot even fix the harms of our nightmares. People oft ask myself, what will we do with murderers and rapists? Whoa, which fucking ones? The police kill more than 1,000 people every year, and assault hundreds of thousands more. After excessive force, sexual misconduct is the second most common complaint against cops. Many people are afraid to call the police when they suffer these harms because they fear that the police will hurt them, rape them, kill them. Thousands of rape survivors refuse to call the police, worried about not being believed or about being reassaulted, or concerned that their rape kit would sit unexamined for years as they always do. In 3 major cities, less than 4% of calls to the police are for violent crimes. Currently, police departments are getting worse at solving murders and frequently arrest and force confessions out of the wrong people. So if we abolish the police, what's the alternative? Who you gonna call? As someone who grew up calling 911, I also shared this concern. I learned this. Just because I did not know an answer didn't mean that one did not exist. You have to study, join organizations, not just ask questions on social media. Read Rachel Hertzing, a co-directoress of the Center for Political Education, who explains that creating small networks of support for different types of emergencies can make us safer than we be now and reduce our reliance on police. The Oakland Power Project trains residents to build alternatives to police by helping residents prevent and respond to harm. Our own San Francisco mayoress, London Breed, just announced that trained, unarmed professionals will respond to many emergency calls. And Los Angeles City Council members are demanding a similar model. This is the right idea. Rather than thinking of abolition as just getting rid of police, I think about it as an invitation to create and support lots of different answers to the problem of harm in society, and most exciting of all, as an opportunity to reduce and eliminate harm in the first. Defunding the police is one step on a broad stairway toward abolition. Cities can reduce the size and scope of police and thus limit their opportunities to come into contact at all with civilians, and thereby prevent or preempt the conflict that would lead to the killing. There should be as much support for the anti-criminalization organizer Mariam Kaba's call to cut law enforcement by half as there has been to cut the prison population by half. Communities can demand hiring and budget freezes, budget cuts, and participatory budgeting opportunities to ensure that police will not be refunded in the future. States should stop the construction of new prisons and begin closing remaining ones by freeing the people inside. No new police academies should be established. These are only a few suggestions from a broader set of abolitionist demands. More importantly, society must spend money and time reducing the root causes of violence. If we want to reduce sexual violence immediately, we should expand restorative and transformative processes for accountability. If we are committed to eliminating this harm long term, then society must offer quality housing, food, free daycare, transit, employment, debt cancellation, and free college, so that people will not be stuck in unhealthy relationships because they need food, money, health insurance, or a place to live. If we care about reducing neighborhood killings, we must invest in street violence interruption models, such as the one that the feminist organization Taller Salud uses, which minimizes violence through community development and peace programs. These likely would have reduced killings and retaliation in my neighborhood without police. I wouldn't have hid in the locker room for hours because of a police shooting, and maybe my sister would have had a chance with the underworld gang that gave myself a future. We can reduce and eliminate shootings long term if we provide the most dispossessed communities with opportunities to thrive and choose comprehensive gun reform over police occupation of our schools, places of worship, and our neighborhoods. Slavery abolition required resistance, risk, and experimentation. Black people rebelled, ran away, and built an underground railroad. Abolitionists wrote and orated against the peculiar institution. Allies funded campaigns, passed legislation, and changed the Constitution. Of course, people then felt a range of anxieties about abolition. Slave owners worried about their plantations and the profits that the labor camps had wrought. White overseers feared joblessness. Both feared the loss of superiority. Some black people had reservations about how they'd sustain themselves, sans the steady, yet violent, protection of their owners. Police abolition triggers similar anxieties today, moral, economic, and otherwise. But if abolitionists waited to convince every single person that liberation was worth the pursuit, black people would still be on plantations. Slavery's violence and repression was riskier than black people's plans, imaginations, and will to be free. So they held the uncertainty in their bellies and started running. Rather than waiting for comforting answers for every potential harm ahead of us, we simply must run. Break and run, while continuing to organize, imagine, and transform this country toward freedom and justice sans police and violence. Let's run and never look back. I do envision a future of a United States police force, of females drafted at a young age to empower them in community guardianship and civil service. But that's for another transmission. We're at the end of this one.